He ate the amount of food for 2 people, and he actually said that he had a bit more rice and was a bit full. The more Mo Ran thought about it, the funnier it became. He couldn't help but lightly touch his forehead, his eyelashes fluttering. What are you laughing about? Nothing, nothing. Mo Ran was afraid of hurting his reputation. He was the Shizun, and his reputation was more important than anything else. Of course he couldn't embarrass him, so he changed the topic. Shizun, I suddenly remembered something. I forgot to tell you yesterday. What is it? On my way back, I heard that Master Huizue left the day before you came out of seclusion. That's right. So you didn't see him when you woke up? No. Mo Ran sighed. Then this matter can't be blamed on Shizun's rudeness. Previously, I heard people outside saying that Shizun didn't understand etiquette. Master Huizue spent 5 years of effort to return Shizun's soul. But when he woke up, he didn't even get to thank him. But the master left on his own accord. It can't be that the moment Shizun woke up, he would run to Wubei Temple and kneel in gratitude. These gossipy people are really annoying. Since I've asked clearly, I'll ask Uncle to mention it at tomorrow's morning meeting. Chu Wanning suddenly said, no need. Why? The master and I have long been on bad terms, Chu Wanning said. Even if he was still here when I woke up, I wouldn't thank him. Mo Ran was stunned. Why is that? I know that Shizun was expelled from the temple all those years ago, and has long lost the ties of master and disciple with Master Huizue. But he came to help Shizun when he was in danger, isn't that? Before he could finish, Chu Wanning interrupted him. I can't explain the matter between him and me clearly, and I don't want to talk about it. If others say that I have no conscience, cold-blooded and heartless, then let them be. It's obviously the truth. Mo Ran was anxious. How is it the truth? You're obviously not that kind of person. Chu Wanning suddenly raised his head, and his expression suddenly became cold, as if a dragon's reverse scale had been touched, and blood was flowing like a stream. Mo Ran, he suddenly said, how much do you know about my matters? He looked into Chu Wanning's bright eyes, which were piercingly cold, and he couldn't let down his guard, always guarding against him. For a moment he suddenly wanted to say, I know many things about you, I'm clear about them. Even if there are some things about your past that I didn't know, I'm willing to listen, willing to share the burden with you. Don't always hide everything in your heart, putting down layer upon layer of locks, building layers upon layers of barriers. Aren't you tired? Don't you feel uncomfortable? But what position did he have to say this? He was his disciple, he couldn't be rash, he couldn't be disobedient. In the end, Mo Ran was speechless. After a long silence, Chu Wanning's body, which was as taut as a bowstring, finally relaxed bit by bit. He seemed to be somewhat tired and sighed, saying, man is not a saint, and in front of the mandate of heaven we are even weaker. Some things can't be changed just because we want to. Alright, don't mention anything about Master Huizue to me in the future. You can leave, I want to change my clothes. Yes. Mo Ran lowered his head, silently tidying up the food boxes. When he walked to the door he suddenly said, Shizun, you're not angry with me, right? Chu Wanning glared at him. Why would I be angry with you? Mo Ran smiled. That's good, that's good. Then can I still come tomorrow? Up to you. After a pause, he suddenly thought of something, and added, in the future don't say I'm in to me. Mo Ran stared blankly. Why? You're already in. Isn't that nonsense? Chu Wanning was angry again. He didn't know if he was angry at Mo Ran's improper innocence, or angry at his own disappointing red face. After Mo Ran left in confusion, Chu Wanning got out of bed. He was too lazy to wear shoes and walked barefoot to the bookcase, taking out a roll of bamboo slips. With a whoosh, he unfolded the bamboo slips and stared at the words on them. His gaze was obscure, and he was speechless for a long time. This bamboo slips were left by Huizue on his pillow before he left. There was a secret spell on the slips, and only Chu Wanning could open them. The handwriting on the slips was neat, and it said, to young Master Chu. His teacher called him young Master Chu. It was truly absurd. The contents of the letter were neither long nor short. It talked about some things that Chu Wanning needed to pay attention to after he woke up, and then spent more than half of the letter asking him to do something. Master Huizue asked him to meet him at Mount Longxue near Wubei Temple, after he recovered his energy. The words in the letter were sincere, saying that he was already old and felt that he didn't have much time left. When he thought of some past events, he felt tormented and guilty. Before this old monk passes away, I hope to have a chat with you. You still have an old illness. I heard that because of this illness you have to go into seclusion for 10 days every 7 years. This old monk feels ashamed. If you are willing to come to Mount Longxue, I can set up a formation to heal you. However, the spell is very dangerous. You need to bring along a disciple of both wood and fire to guard the soul. Old illness. Mount Longxue Chu Wanning frowned, and his fingers almost sunk into his palms. How could he heal? The things that were destroyed, the things that were lost, how could they be restored in those 164 days on Dragon Blood Mountain? Even if Huai Zue had the ability to reach the heavens, would he be able to fill up the deep scars? He suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light shone from his palms. The sturdy bamboo slips were instantly crushed into powder in his fingers, disappearing into thin air. He would never step into Wubei Temple again in this lifetime. He would never call Huai Zue master again. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed since Chu Wanning came out of seclusion. On this day, Shui Jingyong called him to Dan Xian Palace and handed him a letter of entrustment. When he opened it, there were only a few simple sentences. Chu Wanning raised his eyelids and said, "You gave me the wrong thing, right?" "What?" Shui Jingyong took the letter and read it again. He said, "I didn't give you the wrong thing." Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. "It says to help the villagers of Yuliang village with farming. You don't know how to do it?" Shui Jingyong widened his eyes. "You really don't know how to do it?" Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed by his question, so he bristled. "Isn't there anything more normal? Something like exorcising evil spirits or something like that?" Shui Jingyong said, "It's been quite peaceful recently. There really aren't any evil spirits. Anyways, Ran is going with you. At most you can just sit and rest while he does the hard work. He's a young man, so it's not a big deal for him to harvest some rice." Chu Wanning's pitch-black brows were deeply furrowed. Since when did the Life and Death Summit take on such trivial matters? It's always been done. When Wuchang Town's old lady Wang's cat climbed up a tree and couldn't get down, it was always Shermei who carried it down. It's just that there were more troublesome matters in the past, so I didn't bother you with the simple ones. Shui Jingyong said, "Didn't you just wake up recently? I wanted to ask someone else to do it, but I felt that you couldn't stay idle." "Then I don't want to harvest rice." Chu Wanning changed his tone, so he didn't say, "I don't know how to harvest rice." Shui Jingyong said, "I told you to ask Ran to help you. Just take it as going out for a walk and relax." "Can't I take a walk and relax if I don't accept a task?" "That's true." Shui Jingyong scratched his head. "But Yuliang village is close to colorful Butterfly Town. Ran was the one who fixed the sky drain there. After all, he's not as good as you. Why don't you go and see if there's anything that needs to be reinforced?" Chu Wanning finally felt the need to go after hearing his words. He didn't say anything else and took the letter of entrustment. He turned around and left Core Heart Palace. Chapter 135. Yuliang village was a very small village. The people living in the village were all older, and there weren't many young people. Therefore, every year during the busy farming season, they would ask the immortal monarch from the peak of life and death to help out. This kind of request that had nothing to do with cultivation would definitely not be accepted by other celestial sections. However, Shui Jingyong and his elder brother started from scratch and were used to a hard life. It was said that they grew up eating from hundreds of families. Therefore, not only could he not refuse the old tenant farmer's request, he also took it seriously every time and would send his disciples to complete it. The village was not far from the peak of life and death, but it was not close either. It was too troublesome to walk there, and it was too pretentious to take a carriage. Therefore, Shui Jingyong prepared 2 good horses for them. Chu Wanning went down to the mountain gate and saw Mo Ran standing under a tall maple tree. It was already late autumn, and the forest was gradually dyed red. The maple leaves were red, and when the wind blew, the frosty leaves were as bright as a brocade, like red carps jumping around. Mo Ran was holding the reins of a black horse, and the white horse was rubbing against his cheek intimately. He was holding a handful of alfalfa and playing with them. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and saw a few red leaves falling down. Mo Ran raised his head and laughed among the leaves. Master! Chu Wanning's footsteps slowed down and finally stopped at the last few steps. The sun shone through the lush leaves and soaked the mossy stone steps. He looked at the man not far away. Perhaps because he had to do farm work, Mo Ran did not wear the disciple uniform of the Peak of Life and Death today, nor did he wear the white robe that he wore when he came back. He wore a black cloth robe with a gauntlet around his wrist. It was a very simple uniform, but his waist was thin, his legs were long, and his shoulders were wide. It looked like he had an excellent figure, especially around his chest. Because the collar of the cloth robe was low, one could see his firm and tight chest muscles. His honey-colored skin rose and fell with his breathing. If Xue Meng's shining silver armor was called coquettish, like a peacock spreading its tail, then Mo Ran's appearance was coquettish, like an innocent coquettish, like a reckless and pure coquettish. In short, I am an honest man. I don't know how to flirt. I don't know how to do anything other than work hard. Chu Wanning looked at him a few times and said, Mo Ran? What's wrong, master? The sturdy man asked with a smile. Chu Wanning was expressionless. Your collar is so open. Are you cold? Mo Ran was slightly startled, but immediately felt that master was concerned about him. He was very happy. He put the alfalfa back into the horse straw basket, clapped his hands and ran up the stone steps. He stood tall and handsome in front of Chu Wanning. Before Chu Wanning could react, he grabbed Chu Wanning's wrist. I'm not cold. I've been busy all morning. In fact, I'm very hot. He smiled without any reservation. He took Chu Wanning's hand and pressed it on his own rising and falling chest. Look, master. Am I right? So hot. The young man's chest was very warm, accompanied by the sound of his heartbeat and his eyes that were as bright as the stars. Chu Wanning felt her back go numb, and she hurriedly shook off his hand. Her expression darkened. What are you talking about? Are you sweating? Mo Ran misunderstood. He now thought that Chu Wanning didn't like men. After all, the entanglement between him and Chu Wanning in his previous life was all because of his unreasonable coercion. He didn't think that Chu Wanning would have any interest in him. Thus, he only thought that master's displeasure was because he couldn't stand the heat on his body. Thinking about how Chu Wanning loved cleanliness and didn't like to interact with people, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said I was rash. If he looked carefully, he would see that Chu Wanning's handsome neck was crimson red. Under his cold and aloof eyelashes, there was a glimmer of affection. But he didn't notice it in the first moment. Chu Wanning wouldn't give him the chance to notice it again. His pure white shoes stepped on the slippery bluestone as he walked towards the black horse. He flipped over and mounted the horse. His movements were natural and smooth. Under the sunlight that blotted out the sky and the red leaves that covered the mountains and plains, he was dressed in white and riding on a tall black horse. He turned his head and looked down at his disciple who was standing on the ground. His icy jade-like face was very arrogant. He was still that sharp elder Yu Heng, so handsome that he couldn't be more handsome. I'm going. Hurry up and follow. Finished speaking, his slender legs clamped tightly around the horse's belly. Riding the red dust, he spurred the horse and left. Mo Ran stood in the same place. After a while, he picked up the bamboo basket of alfalfa and tied it to the back of the white horse's saddle. He also flipped onto the horse. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That black horse is my horse. Why is master riding on it? Master! Wait for me! The two of them galloped. In less than an hour, they arrived at Jade Cold Village. There were dozens of acres of paddy fields outside the village. Golden grains rolled and rolled. There were about 30 farmers working in the fields. Because there weren't many people, no matter if they were young or old, they were all working. They bent their backs, pulled up their trousers and swung their sickles. Large beads of sweat dripped down their faces. It looked like they were having a hard time. Mo Ran immediately went to find the village chief and handed him the letter. Then, without saying anything, he changed into hemp shoes and went into the fields. He had enough strength and energy. In addition, he was a cultivator, so it wasn't a problem for him to harvest some wheat. After working for half a day, He had already harvested 2 large patches of paddy fields. The golden grains were piled up beside the paddy fields. When the sun shone, it was full of the fragrance of the grains. The rustling sound of the farmer's sickles echoed in the mountains. There was also the eldest daughter sitting on the ridge. While busily tidying the grains, she leisurely sang a peasant's song. The sun sets and the red flowers sparkle. The 4 mountains are red. The red flowers face the peony, singing a love song. A red fan asking the lover. Embroidered balls and flowers are round. I tugged at the young man's belt. When will you come? I don't have time today. I have to chop firewood tomorrow. My wife will come to my little sister's house tomorrow. This soft little tune and bashful singing came out of the peasant girl's mouth. It drifted between heaven and earth, landing on the bottom of the listener's heart. I don't have time today. I have to chop firewood tomorrow. I will come to my little sister's house the day after tomorrow. Chu Wanning didn't go to the fields. He hugged a jar of hot water and leaned against a tree to drink. As he listened to the song, his eyes followed the diligent black figure in the distance. His heart rose and fell. The water dripped from his throat, but it didn't seem to flow to his stomach. Instead, it flowed to his chest. Decadent music. After drinking the water, he coldly commented. He went to return the jar to the village chief. The village chief looked at him hesitantly. Chu Wanning was a bit irritable. He asked, "What's wrong?" "Immortal, you don't want to go to the fields?" The old village chief was a straightforward person. Since he asked, he answered with a trembling voice. His white beard trembled and his white eyebrows knitted together. "Immortal, you're here to supervise the work?" For the first time, Chu Wanning felt so awkward. Go to the fields. Didn't Shuizhengyong tell him that he only needed to watch Moran work hard? Did he really want him to go to the fields? He didn't know how to. The old village chief looked at him helplessly. Even the young children and old women next to him looked up and glanced at the well-dressed man. Children's words carried no harm. A child with a bun asked crisply, "Granny, Granny, this Taoist brother is wearing so white. How can he go to the fields? His sleeves are so wide." Another child murmured. "His shoes are also clean." Chu Wanning felt like there was a thorn in his back. He felt very awkward. After standing in place for a while, she really didn't have the face to continue leisurely like this, so she picked up a scythe and jumped into the paddy field without even taking off her shoes. The slippery mud immediately wrapped around her feet, and the cold water reached her ankles. Chu Wanning tried to take 2 steps, but the slippery feeling made her frown. She then tried to swing the scythe twice, but unfortunately the strength was always wrong, and the cut was very clumsy. This Taoist brother is so stupid. 2 children rested their cheeks on their hands and laughed at him under the mulberry tree when they saw his actions. Chu Wanning. His face darkened. He didn't want to be too close to these people. Chu Wanning struggled to maintain a calm gait in the mud. He kept a straight face and strode toward the figure in the distance who was busy cutting rice. He wanted to sneak a peek at how Moran was doing it. There must be someone who can learn from him. He wanted to steal from him. When it came to farming, Moran was obviously much more skilled than Chu Wanning. Under the scorching sun, he bent down, raised the sickle in his hand, and put down a golden ear of rice, which fell softly into his wide arms. He first held the harvested rice with one hand, and then threw it into the bamboo basket behind him. He was very serious when he was doing these things. He didn't see Chu Wanning coming. Instead, he diligently lowered his soft eyelashes. There was a faint shadow on his high nose. Beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. There was a wild aura around him. It was hot and wild, dull and passionate. Under the sun, his skin was like burning copper. It was as if there was still steam coming out of the sword-casting pool. It was so bright, so brilliant. Chu Wanning admired him from a distance. Suddenly he realized what he was doing. He immediately frowned and shook his head. He muttered something and continued to walk with a straight face. He wanted to steal from him. He wanted to see how Moran's hand held the sickle. He wanted to see how the sickle should be held. He wanted to see why the rice was as hard as iron wire in his hands, but in Moran's hands, they became soft and boneless girls who willingly leaned into his arms. Probably because he was too focused, Chu Wanning didn't notice that a frog under his feet jumped up with a croak and jumped onto the ridge. Chu Wanning was shocked and hurriedly pulled back his feet to avoid it. However, the paddy field was too slippery. He didn't pay attention. The Grand Elder Yu Hung actually fell forward because of a valiant and spirited frog. Swoosh! Seeing that his face was about to be buried in the mud, Chu Wanning didn't have time to cast a spell. He actually subconsciously pulled at the busy figure in front of him. The maiden's voice gradually became charming. I'm pulling on the man's belt. When did you come? Coincidentally, Chu Wanning suddenly grabbed Emo Rant's belt and staggered forward a few steps. Then he fell into a hot, broad chest that emitted a masculine aura. A pair of strong arms wrapped around him. Chapter 136. Emo Ran was in the middle of cutting the rice when a hand suddenly grabbed his belt from behind and pulled it down. This feeling was quite frightening. When he turned around and saw that it was Chu Wanning, and it was Chu Wanning who almost fell, he was even more horrified. Emo Ran hurriedly threw away his scythe and turned around to help him up. However, Chu Wanning had fallen so miserably that almost half of his body had fallen to the ground. Emo Ran couldn't support him and could only carry him. That faint begonia fragrance, together with the person in white fluttering clothes, fell solidly into his arms. Emo Ran didn't hesitate to hug him, and the rice stalks that were originally in his arms fell to the ground. Master, why are you here? He was still in a state of shock. You scared me. Chu Wanning. The paddy field is very slippery. Be careful. The person in his arms lowered her head and didn't say anything. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. On the other hand, the Sichuan girl who was singing was still unwilling to give up. I'm tugging at the man's belt. Hey, when will he come? As if he had been electrocuted, Chu Wanning abruptly withdrew his hand from Emo Rant's belt and steadied himself. He took a deep breath and suddenly pushed her away. Although his expression was still calm, his eyes were shockingly bright, rippling with light. He was obviously flustered, but he still forced himself to be calm. Emo Ran suddenly noticed that his earlobes had turned red. It had a very nice color, and the skin was light red like a tender peach. He suddenly remembered how it felt to hold this earring in his mouth in his previous life. He remembered that every time he did this, Chu Wanning would tremble slightly. Even if she was extremely unwilling in the end, it would be difficult for her to escape from his embrace, and even her iron bones would turn into spring mud. Gulping, Emo Rant's gaze couldn't help but turn deep. At this time, Chu Wanning was seething with anger. Nobody knew who she was angry at, but she ground her teeth and said, "What are you looking at? What's there to see?" He suddenly came back to his senses, and his heart turned cold. Bastard! Because of his own selfish desires, what did he do to his master? Master was so proud, how could she be willing to submit? Not to mention prostration. Such a cold person like him shouldn't even have feelings of lust. How could he think of such a rebellious thing? Emo Ran shook his head like a rattledrum. Chu Wanning said angrily, "Why are you shaking your head and wagging your tail? Is it fun?" Emo Ran immediately stopped shaking his head, but glanced at him. This person was obviously ashamed, but he habitually wore a mask of anger. If one looked closely, it was easy to see the color in his eyes. He probably felt that it was very embarrassing to fall in front of his disciple, especially because of a croaking frog. So cute. Emo Ran couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, his laugh only made Chu Wanning even angrier. His pair of black eyebrows stood up in anger. Even his nose was crooked from anger. What are you laughing at? I don't know how to farm, I don't know how to plow, what's so funny? Yes, it's not funny, it's not funny. Emo Ran coaxed him. As expected, he immediately stopped smiling and became serious. Although the smile on his lips was hidden, his eyes couldn't be hidden. They were still bright and indescribably brilliant. After enduring for a while, it seemed that this matter was going to end here. But at this time, the frog that had successfully jumped to the ridge puffed up its cheeks and arrogantly croaked twice, as if it was demonstrating. Emo Ran couldn't hold back anymore. He tilted his head and covered the tip of his nose with his hand, as if he wanted to cover it up with a cough. But he didn't manage to cover it up well. He still laughed. Chu Wanning was about to go crazy. He was about to climb up the ridge when he was stopped by Mo Ran. The two of them were very close to each other. Normally, Mo Ran would directly pull him back. But today he didn't. He still had Chu Wanning's warmth in his arms, and the begonia scent on Chu Wanning's clothes seemed to linger around the tip of his nose. He felt his heart soften and wanted to melt away. But he didn't dare to let his heart melt. The person in front of him was so good. He had to hold him up and respect him like a deity. He didn't want to use his own vulgarity to hurt him in the slightest. So he only called him Shizun. What, haven't you laughed enough? Chu Wanning looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Mo Ran's dimples were very beautiful. There wasn't ridicule in them, but gentleness. Do you want to learn how to play? I'll teach you. It's actually not difficult at all. Shizun is so smart you'll definitely learn it in one go. When Mo Ran taught him how to harvest rice, Chu Wanning couldn't help but think. I clearly came to steal his knowledge. How did I become an apprentice? What a mess. But Mo Ran taught him very seriously and carefully. Looking at his clumsy technique, he didn't laugh at him. His eyebrows were as dark as ink. Compared to when he was younger, his facial features had a sharpness to them. This kind of appearance was originally handsome with a bit of arrogance. But his gaze was gentle and patient, as if he was hiding a lot of things, but it also didn't seem to be hiding them. It was because his gentleness was too deep and his age was too deep. That's it. You need to use your skills, understand? Oh, yes. Chu Wanning cut according to his instructions. Unfortunately, he wasn't very nimble. Usually he played with hardwood. These soft rice stalks made him feel helpless. Mo Ran watched from the side for a while. He stretched out his well-proportioned, muscular arm and helped him adjust the hand holding the sickle. Skin-to-skin contact was only for a moment. Mo Ran didn't dare to touch him too much. Chu Wanning also didn't dare to let him touch him too much. Clearly, one was a torrent that had nowhere to go, while the other was a nearly dried-up swamp. Clearly, once he entered it, he could close the gap and be entangled. He would no longer be turbulent and unable to find an exit, and he could also be watered, moistened, and chapped. But they just had to hide and avoid each other. He taught him from behind, lower your fingers a little more. Be careful not to cut yourself. He stubbornly said, I know. Relax a little more. Don't be so stiff. Relax. But the more Mo Ran said this, the tighter Chu Wanning's back and hands became stiffer. Relax, relax. How could he not want to relax? But it was easy to say. Mo Ran was talking to him so close. His breath was even brushing against the back of his ear. The airflow was hot and heavy. It had the unique wild taste of this man. How could he relax? Inexplicably, he thought of that shameful dream again. In the dream, it was almost the same position. Mo Ran was also by his ear. His lips were just about to touch, but they were rubbing against his earlobe. He gasped and said, Relax. Don't hold me so tightly. Chu Wanning's face turned red in an instant. He struggled to break free from this strange memory. But before one wave subsided, another wave came. He shook it off, but then he thought of that ranking of the size of the outstanding cultivators in their prime. Chu Wanning felt that his head was probably smoking. Mo Ran found it strange. Why are you so tense? You let go. I'm already relaxed. Chu Wanning suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with spring water and anger. He glared at him. At such a close distance, it was almost like a sword piercing Mo Ran's heart. Obviously, both of their hearts were beating like drums. But even if they were beating like crazy, the other side couldn't hear it. Unless he was closer, unless his chest was pressed against his back, unless he was holding his hand, biting the tip of his ear, sucking on his earlobe, panting and muttering to him, Relax, don't be nervous. Only then could they understand each other. But obviously, Mo Ran didn't know how to, and neither did Chu Wanning. So Mo Ran awkwardly withdrew his hand. He awkwardly straightened his body and said, Then Shizun, why don't you try it yourself? Mo Ran smiled at him again. He picked up his scythe and started to cut the rice not far from him. After cutting twice, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head. Shizun, what are you doing? Chu Wanning's face darkened. Mo Ran pointed at his shoes and said, Take off your shoes. I won't. If you don't take them off, you'll fall. Mo Ran was very sincere. Your shoes are slippery. Every time you fall, I won't be able to catch you in time. Chu Wanning thought about it gloomily. In the end, he still walked to the edge of the ridge. He took off his shoes and socks and threw them beside the haystack. Barefooted, he returned to the paddy field and buried his head in the rustling of the rice. At noon, Chu Wanning finally became familiar with the use of the scythe. His movements also became smooth. He and Mo Ran piled the rice together, piling it high into a small golden mountain. After cutting another piece of land in one breath, Chu Wanning was a little tired. He stood up and took a breath, wiping his sweat with the corner of his sleeve. A light breeze blew through the golden waves of rice, bringing with it a cool autumn breeze. He sneezed. Mo Ran immediately turned his head, very concerned. Are you a little cold? No. Chu Wanning shook his head. Some plant ash just got into my nose. Mo Ran smiled. He was about to say something when he suddenly heard the clear voice of a farmer girl under a mulberry tree in the distance. She covered her mouth and shouted, "Time to eat. Time to eat. Time to eat lunch." It's the girl who sang just now, right? Chu Wanning said without turning his head. Mo Ran leaned over and put his hand on his eyebrows. He looked into the distance and said, "It really is her. Did Shizun hear it?" Yes. Her voice calling for someone to eat has so many twists and turns. There's no one else like her. As Chu Wanning said this, he moved the last basket of rice to the side of the pile of rice. He was too lazy to put on his shoes. Since they were already so dirty, he walked towards the mulberry tree. Mo Ran smiled and shook his head. He immediately picked up the shoes he had left behind and chased after his footsteps. The farmer's rice was cooked in a large pot. 4 or 5 farmer women carried 3 wooden barrels. When they opened the barrels, one was filled with steaming white rice, one was filled with braised meat and cabbage, and the last was filled with tofu and vegetable soup. In fact, the people in the lower cultivation world were not very good. Meat was a bit of a luxury for ordinary people, but since the immortals at the peak of life and death had come, the village chief could not only entertain them with vegetables. Thus, the braised meat and cabbage were filled with plenty of 5-flour cured meat. When the barrels were opened, the burly villagers couldn't help but swallow their saliva at the aroma of the meat. The food is not good. Please make do with it, immortals. The village chief's wife was a woman with large shoulders and a round waist. She was around 50 years old and her voice was very loud. When she smiled, her mouth was very wide and very refreshing. It's all our own meat and vegetables. Please don't mind. Mo Ran hurriedly waved his hand. I don't mind, I don't mind. As he said this, he filled 2 bowls with rice. He first gave one to his master and then gave the other to himself. Chu Wanning looked into the barrel of vegetables and saw that the braised meat and cabbage was filled with a layer of spicy sauce. He was a little scared. However, the auntie was especially enthusiastic about him. She gave him a big spoonful of hot and spicy soup and picked up several pieces of fragrant and red meat. For the people of Shu who could eat spicy food, it was naturally very delicious. However, for Chu Wanning, eating this bowl would probably take his life. However, it was not good to reject the enthusiasm of the villagers. Chu Wanning was frozen when suddenly, a hand reached over and passed the other bowl to him. That bowl was filled with tofu and vegetable soup. Although it was a little bland, Chu Wanning liked it. Change with me, Mo Ran said. It's not a problem. You eat your food. Chu Wanning did not take it. When the auntie saw this, she was a little stunned. After a while, she reacted and patted her head. Aya, could it be that this immortal can't eat spicy food? Chu Wanning saw that she was guilty and said, No, I can eat a little. As he said this, he picked up a handful of rice and put it into his mouth. After a few moments of silence, they saw Chu Wanning's face become redder and redder in front of everyone's eyes. The taut lines on his face also slightly trembled. Finally, cough, 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 cough. He coughed earth-shatteringly. Who said that in this world, the only things that could not be endured were love, poverty, and sneezing? There was still chili. In the end, Chu Wanning had overestimated herself and underestimated Chao Tianjiao. In an instant, she was choked until her face turned red and she could not speak. The surrounding farmers were stunned. The children were not sensible. They hid behind the adults and giggled. The adults patted them on the head. Mo Ran quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and poured another bowl of soup for him. Chu Wanning drank the soup and finally felt better. However, when hot food met spicy food, it would only make the tip of his tongue more uncomfortable. He raised his head and his face was already red. The corners of his eyes were watery. He looked at Mo Ran with teary eyes and said hoarsely, "More. More." Chu Wanning clearly said that he wanted another bowl of soup. However, Mo Ran was burned by those eyes and that face that was like a child sleeping in spring. He could not help but turn away. For a moment he seemed to see the man lying under him in his previous life. Under the urging of the aphrodisiac and desire, he gasped for breath and opened his unfocused eyes. His body trembled slightly. His moist lips slightly opened and closed. His voice was hoarse and he could not stop moaning, "I beg you more." Chapter 137. Mo Ran's fingertips were trembling, and his heart was beating unbelievably fast. The saddest thing about men was that their lust was not controlled by reason. Even if he didn't want to, his lower body would still burn up and swell. He cursed himself in a low voice and adjusted his sitting position so that no one could see it. Then he leaned over to get another bowl of soup for Chu Wanning. When he passed the bowl over, his finger brushed against Chu Wanning's. He was shocked and felt a numbing sensation like lightning running through his spine. His hand trembled and some of the soup spilled out. Chu Wanning frowned, but he couldn't care less. He drank the soup to ease the numbing pain between his lips and teeth. Mo Ran silently looked at his lips. Because of the spiciness, they were bright red, like fresh fruits on the leaves and flowers on the branches. When he kissed them they were soft, warm and moist. Slap! Mo Ran slapped himself in the face. Everyone was stunned and looked at him in silence. Mo Ran suddenly came back to his senses. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said in a hoarse voice, "There's a mosquito on my face. Ouch." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, making a fuss about nothing. "Mosquitoes in autumn are the most poisonous. After drinking enough blood, they'll have to survive the winter. Did the immortal bring an ointment?" Huh. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment and looked toward the source of the voice. The one who spoke was a beautiful young lady. She had shiny black braids and wore a green jacket. Her features were picturesque, her skin was white and tender, and her eyes were bold. When she met Mo Ran's eyes, she immediately became more enthusiastic and excited. Mo Ran didn't react for a moment. In his heart he only thought, "Oh, it's the girl who sang the song just now." He was slow, but the auntie sitting next to the girl was very bright. She was a woman who had given birth to 7 children, so she could see the thoughts of the girl better than anyone else. She readily said, "The immortal monarch won't stay in the village for long. He will go back after the busy farming season, so why would he bring herbal ointment? Linger, send a jar to the immortal monarch." The girl named Linger immediately smiled brightly. "That's great. I'll bring it to you tonight." Before Mo Ran could say anything, the 2 passionate women had already decided for him. Mo Ran couldn't help but be speechless. He turned his head to look at Chu Wanning and saw that Chu Wanning had taken out a handkerchief and was slowly wiping the soup stains on his hands. His expression was somewhat disgusted. Mo Ran was not good at dealing with women, so he whispered to Chu Wanning, "My hands are also stained with soup. Lend me your handkerchief when you're done wiping." Chu Wanning handed his handkerchief to him. It was still the one embroidered with begonia flowers. Mo Ran remembered that in the peach blossom spring, he used this handkerchief. Chu Wanning looked indifferent and cold, but he was actually a sentimental person. Mo Ran had noticed in his previous life that the style of this person's clothes and the furnishings in his house would not change much even after 10 or 20 years. He just didn't expect that even this handkerchief was the same. It had been so long that the embroidery on it had faded, but this nostalgic person still didn't throw it away. Mo Ran wiped his hands and carefully looked at the handkerchief. He suddenly realized that although the flower embroidery was delicate, the stitches were not good. He was stunned for a moment when he saw that it was made by a beginner. He thought to himself, "Master probably pricked it himself when he was bored." Thinking of his master's serious expression as he poked the begonia flowers with a small needle, Mo Ran couldn't help but want to laugh. When he was about to take a closer look, the handkerchief was taken away by Chu Wanning. Mo Ran said, "Why did you take it away? I'll help you wash it." "I can wash it myself," Chu Wanning said as he picked up the bowl and chopsticks again. Mo Ran didn't want to see him looking for trouble again. He hurriedly exchanged a bowl of rice with him and said, "Eat my bowl. I haven't touched it before." The village chief's wife also hurriedly said, "Immortal monarch can't eat spicy food, so don't eat it. It's fine, it's fine." Chu Wanning pursed his lips. After a while, he lowered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry." As he said that, he exchanged food with Mo Ran. Mo Ran took his bowl and chopsticks. Just as he was about to eat, he remembered that Chu Wanning had already taken a bite of this, and his heart inexplicably throbbed with warmth. He picked up a piece of pork belly and put it into his mouth. The chopsticks faintly bit his teeth and rubbed against his lips. In his previous life, he was licentious and wanton. What did he not do with Chu Wanning? But in this life, he only licked the chopsticks that he used and pressed his lips against the bowl that he used. But just like that, his lower body was hard and unbearably hot. Even though he sternly warned himself, even though he repeatedly ordered himself not to have any lustful thoughts towards his pure and upright Shizun, his heart didn't feel like it was his own. He could prevent himself from touching him, but he couldn't stop himself from thinking about him. He had long since lost his hatred towards Chu Wanning. He originally thought that after stripping away his hatred, his feelings towards his Shizun would only be respect and love. But he seemed to have thought wrongly. When the black veil of hatred fell, what was revealed was moist affection, burning love. He was floating in the sea of desire, wanting to climb onto the floating log of reason. But Chu Wanning's momentary gaze and a few casual words were able to pull him back into the abyss of desire. He felt that he had really gone crazy. Chu Wanning didn't like men, so even if Mo Ran died, he wouldn't touch him or bully him. So the desire in his heart burned into a sea of fire, spreading into a vast ocean. He was in the abyss of suffering so much so that he even forgot about everything else. Only the pure person in front of him slept into his not-so-pure heart. The autumn wind rustled, and in the sound of fragrant frogs he sat by his side. At this moment, Mo Ran suddenly had a ridiculous thought. If they could stay like this for the rest of their lives, it would be pretty good. In the past, he felt that he lacked everything, so he would crazily snatch everything. But now he felt that he had everything, so he didn't dare to ask for more. The busy farming season would last for about half a month. During this time, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran stayed in Yuliang village. Although this small village wasn't rich, it wasn't difficult to clean up 2 empty houses. It was just that the environment was a bit harsh. The village head's wife clenched her teeth and took out 2 thick mattresses, saying that she wanted to make them for Mo Ran and the others. However, the 2 of them tactfully refused in unison. Chu Wanning said, "It's still warm even if it's covered with straw. You guys can keep it for yourselves." Mo Ran also smiled and said, "We're cultivators after all. We can't fight over the bedding with you guys." The village head was full of guilt and said repeatedly, "I'm really sorry. In the past we still had a lot of mattresses. But last year, when there was an evil spirit, the village caught fire and many things were." Chu Wanning said, "It's fine." After a few more words of consolation, the village head and his wife finally left, trembling. Mo Ran helped Chu Wanning tidy up the bed again. He put a thicker layer of straw under the mattress and tried his best to make the bed a bit softer. He looked a bit like a dog that was busy bringing a soft pillow home. Chu Wanning leaned against the table and looked indifferently. He said, "That's about enough. If you put any more down, I'm afraid I won't be sleeping on a bed anymore. I'll be sleeping in the valley." Mo Ran was a bit embarrassed by his words. He scratched his head and said, "I rushed a bit today. Tomorrow I'll go to the nearby market and buy a mattress for Shizun." "You went to buy a mattress? Do you want me to do all the farm work?" Chu Wanning glared at him. "Just like this. It's pretty good." As he said this, he walked over and smelled it. "Smells like rice." Mo Ran said, "No, Shizun, you're most afraid of the cold. You can't. Winter hasn't arrived yet." Chu Wanning frowned. "Why are you dawdling? Why do you have so much to say? Go back to your room. I've been tired all day. My feet are numb. I want to sleep." Mo Ran then obediently left. Chu Wanning had just taken off his shoes. He casually scooped some water from the tub and washed his feet. He was preparing to climb onto his bed of rice. Just then he heard a knock on the door. Ran had returned and shouted from outside, "Shizun, I'm coming in." Chu Wanning was furious. "Didn't I tell you not to say I'm coming in to me in the future?" Ran let him be angry. He grinned and used his head to push open the half-closed door. He really didn't have the hands to push the door open. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his honey-colored, tight and sexy arms. He carried a bucket full of water. The water was steaming hot. The young man's eyes were especially bright in the mist. They were especially burning. Chu Wanning's heart pounded under his gaze. He actually didn't know what to say. Ran carried the heavy bucket to his bedside and put it down. His face glowed and his dimples showed. He said, "Shizun, soak your feet. You've been tired all day. After soaking, I'll give you a massage. Shizun can sleep again." "No, I know." Shizun is going to say no again. Ran smiled. "You have to. The first time you do farm work, your back will hurt. If Shizun doesn't rest well and can't get up tomorrow, the children in the village will laugh at you again." The water in the wooden bucket was very warm. It was even slightly hot, but it wasn't unbearable. Chu Wanning's bare feet were soaked in the water. His toes were round and delicate. His ankles were very smooth and defined. His skin was very white. Because he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time, it could even be called pale. When Ran saw this, he suddenly felt that Chu Wanning's skin was really good. It was fairer and clearer than those delicate and sparkling Sichuan girls. Thinking about it carefully, even the woman he married in his previous life, Song Chotong, didn't feel as good as Chu Wanning's. But what was he thinking? Thus, while Chu Wanning soaked his feet, Ran sat at the table opposite him and read a book. He brought the book himself. It was some dry healing books. The room was very quiet. It was so quiet that the two of them subconsciously slowed their breathing. They didn't want the other to hear. In the room lit by a single candle, only the sound of Chu Wanning's feet moving in the water could be heard occasionally. "I'm done. It's not sore anymore. You can go back." However, Ran was very insistent. He would never believe Chu Wanning's no pain or no discomfort again. He had already put down his book and bent down in front of Chu Wanning's bed. He half knelt down and grabbed one of Chu Wanning's feet that was about to retract. His gaze was somewhat irrefutable. "I'll go back after I finish massaging, master." Chu Wanning wanted to kick him and make him scram back to where he came from. "Don't *King talk to yourself in front of me." However, the hand that was holding him was strong and rough. The calluses between the thumb and forefinger were sticking to his skin. His feet were especially sensitive because of the hot water. He suddenly felt itchy and wanted to laugh, so he used all his strength to hold back his laughter. Just like that, he missed the last chance to regain his dignity and chase Ran away. Ran half knelt and had already placed his feet on his knees. He lowered his eyes and patiently massaged his feet. "Shizun, is the paddy field very cold?" he asked as he massaged his feet. "It's fine. There are also a lot of dead branches and leaves. Look here, it's all scratched up." Chu Wanning looked at the side of his right foot. Sure enough, there was a small wound. "It's just a small wound. I don't feel anything," Ran said. "I brought some ointment for bruises." "Shizun, wait a moment. I'll go get it and apply it on you. Auntie's ointment is very effective. The wound will heal in one night." As he spoke, he left the room. His hut and Chu Wanning's hut were facing each other. There was only a dozen or so steps between them. He quickly returned and brought back a bottle of ointment. "Is there a need to be so pretentious?" "How is this pretentious? If it festers, it'll be even more troublesome. Come, Shizun, give me your feet." Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed. He had lived for so many years. His feet were an extremely private place. He was usually well dressed, so of course he wouldn't walk around barefoot. This was a piece of flesh that not many people had seen before. It was even more so a piece of flesh that no one had ever touched. It was precisely because he didn't know what it felt like to have his feet pinched. Thus he allowed Ran to pinch them a few times. Who would have thought that it would be such a numb and sore feeling? It was as if there were ants gnawing at the bottom of his heart. Thus, when he was about to give it to him again, he was a little hesitant. Mo Ran looked at the pair of pure white feet half hidden under the hem of his clothes. The hot water had finally added some color to them. Chu Wanning's toes were well proportioned and delicate. His fingernails were like a thin layer of ice on the surface of a lake in the depths of winter in the south. They were sparkling and translucent. However, the fingertips that had just been soaked in the water had a faint crimson color. It was as if a budding begonia flower was frozen in a layer of ice. Mo Ran knelt down again. With a gentle and respectful expression, he held the warm begonia flower in the palm of his hand. He felt the begonia flower tremble slightly in his hand. The petals rustled. He suddenly wanted to lower his head and lean over to kiss it. He wanted it to not hesitate and not be afraid. He wanted it to relax and let go of its petals. Shizun, what's wrong? He seemed to hear Chu Wanning's voice was a little hoarse. It was as if love and lust were pressing down on the flowers. The flowers were about to be unable to bear it. Even the dew was about to drip onto the ground. Mo Ran suddenly raised his head. At this moment, the candlelight exploded with a crackling sound. A string of sparks burst out, and the candlelight slowly flowed down. He just happened to meet Chu Wanning's gaze. Under the candlelight, their eyes were very bright. There was lust and lust. Chu Wanning lowered his 2 eyelashes and said lightly, "My feet are ticklish. Hurry up." Mo Ran's face immediately turned red. Fortunately, he was tanned and it wasn't easy to see. He muttered an "oh" and buried his face to apply the ointment. His ears couldn't help but keep repeating the words, "Hurry up." His Adam's apple bobbed as he looked at the delicate skin in front of him. He thought of various things from his previous life. It became clearer and clearer. He thought of the messy bed in the Shaman Mountain Palace. The bright red pillow made Chu Wanning even fairer. They were entangled like wild beasts. They were panting and growling. They were smelly and sticky. He thought of Chu Wanning's muffled moans under him. Her ice-cold voice was heated by the waves of love and lust, turning into soft water. "Hurry up." Chu Wanning seemed to be moaning in his ear. He seemed to be able to hear it. Mo Ran suddenly closed his eyes and frowned. He finally realized one thing. It was too difficult for him to be good to Chu Wanning. If they were too far away, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to warm him up and take good care of him. If he was too close, he couldn't control the evil fire in his heart. If he wasn't careful, his rationality would be burned to ashes. He was afraid that he would do something that crossed the line. He wanted to do him. He wanted him. Even at this moment, he suddenly felt that what he wanted to do was not kneel here and apply ointment and massage Chu Wanning's feet. This person was sitting in front of him on the bed. His current strength was not much different from the past. Chu Wanning couldn't break free from him. He longed to fuck him. He longed to press him down on the bed. He longed to the point that his throat was dry. He longed to the point that his desire swelled to the point of pain. He wanted to press down on Chu Wanning's body. "Shizun, it's done." He almost shouted out loud. This scared Chu Wanning. Only Mo Ran knew that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly felt extremely sad. Why couldn't he be good to his Shizun? Why couldn't he be good to his Shizun? Why couldn't he be good to his Shizun? Why couldn't he get rid of those burning desires? Chu Wanning, Chu Wanning. His Shizun was the most arrogant person in the world. If he knew that his disciple harbored such feelings for him, how much would he disdain him? 2 lifetimes. He didn't want him to look down on him anymore. Chu Wanning finished putting on his shoes and socks. During this process, Mo Ran kept his head down and didn't say anything. He looked like a well-behaved and docile dog. Only he knew that his heart was locked up like a wolf that didn't know how to eat. After a while, Mo Ran suppressed the heat in his heart and said, "Shizun, rest well. If you feel uncomfortable tomorrow, don't go down. I'll take care of the 2 of us." Before Chu Wanning could say anything, he heard a delicate voice shout from outside. "Mo Xianjun, Mo Xianjun, are you there?" Chapter 138. Chu Wanning lifted his eyelids and looked at Mo Ran indifferently. "She's looking for you." "Huh? Who's looking for me at this time?" Mo Ran only had eyes for Chu Wanning. He had been talking to the villagers during the day, and had long forgotten about Jiaoji. "The one who sang during the day," Chu Wanning said casually. She's the most beautiful girl in the village. Is that so? Why do I feel like all the girls in this village look the same? Chu Wanning did not say anything at first. Then he said, we haven't seen each other for 5 years. When did you go blind? Chu Wanning's tone was calm, but the moment Mo Ran looked up, he saw a hint of a smile in his eyes. He seemed to be in the mood to joke with him. Mo Ran could not help but feel flattered. His mood suddenly brightened up. The girl named Ling carried a green cloth bag with white flowers. She shouted towards Mo Ran's room, Immortal Mo, I'm here. Suddenly, a man's deep voice sounded behind her. Ling turned around and saw Mo Ran pulling aside half of the curtain. He leaned against the door and smiled at her. Miss, it's already so late. What's the matter? Ling was first shocked, then delighted. She immediately went over. Luckily, you're not asleep yet. This is for you. I asked Third Aunt for it. I told you about it in the afternoon. You take it and try it. As she said this, she handed him the cloth bag in her bosom. Mo Ran opened it and saw 3 small clay jars inside. This is herbal ointment, Ling said enthusiastically. She smiled and pointed at her own face. You said you were bitten by a mosquito in the fields this afternoon. Ah. Mo Ran finally understood. Then he felt a little embarrassed. He had casually made up an excuse, but this girl naively believed it and really gave him herbal ointment. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. The villagers of Yuliang village were too honest, but the bite shouldn't be that bad. Ling suddenly stood on her tiptoes and carefully observed Mo Ran's face. Her smile became even brighter. I can't see a mosquito bite on your face. Mo Ran coughed dryly. He's a cultivator after all. Ling clapped her hands and laughed. You guys are really interesting and fun to play with. If I had the talent, I would also want to cultivate. It's a pity that I'm not fated. The two of them chatted for a while before Mo Ran thanked her and returned to the house with the herbal ointment. Chu Wanning had already switched seats and was sitting at the table, leisurely flipping through the books left behind by Mo Ran. When he heard the noise, he looked up at him. Herbal ointment, Mo Ran said awkwardly. Chu Wanning said, did you really get bitten by a mosquito? Come here and let me take a look. Under the light, the color of Mo Ran's face was like honey. It was slightly dark, but it made his eyes look even more handsome. Chu Wanning stared at him for a while, then asked, where's your bag? Where is it? Mo Ran scratched his head embarrassedly. My skin is thick. It disappeared a long time ago. As he spoke, he placed 3 bottles of herbal ointment on Chu Wanning's table. I don't need these. Shizun, you can keep them. You're more likely to be bitten by mosquitoes. Chu Wanning did not comment. He only said, first, it's the golden sore ointment and now it's the herbal ointment. If this continues, I might as well open a pharmacy. Mo Ran rubbed his handsome nose and laughed. His laugh was very reserved and very honest. Chu Wanning saw this and reached out to poke his forehead. It's late. Go back to your room and sleep. Shizun, sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. However, that night, in the small courtyard that was only 10 steps away from each other, the people lying in the 2 thatched cottages were different from what they had wished for each other. None of them fell asleep. They tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Chu Wanning naturally did not need to say much. He felt that the soles of his feet were still numb. He could feel the calluses on Mo Ran's fingertips rubbing against him. Mo Ran's thoughts were much more complicated. He tossed and turned, his head pillowed in the crook of his arm. He continuously pinched the seam of the bed. He repeatedly said in his heart, Shizun is a god and immortal. He's noble and above the common populace. No matter what happened in my previous life, I can't make the same mistake again in this life. I can't bully others, I can't mess around. Moreover, there was still Shirmei. Right, he should think more about Shirmei. He suddenly felt even more uncomfortable. In fact, ever since he had returned to the peak of life and death and seen Shirmei again, he had always felt that he did not seem to have much enthusiasm for Shirmei. Liking Shirmei, protecting Shirmei, seemed to have become a habit that did not need to be thought about. He had been doing this all the time, but what happened after that? Facing the Shirmei of 5 years ago, he still felt close, but facing the handsome and charming man 5 years later, Mo Ran's heart actually grew a bit of a stranger. This unfamiliarity made him feel at a loss. He suddenly did not know what was wrong with him, and what he should do. The next day, Chu Wanning woke up very early. When he walked outside, Mo Ran coincidentally also lifted the curtain and came out. The two met face to face. Mo Ran said, "Good morning, Shizun." "Good morning." Chu Wanning glanced at him. "Didn't sleep well?" Mo Ran forced a smile. "I'm not used to the bed, but it's not a problem. I'll be fine after resting for a while at noon." They went to the fields together. The early morning wind was filled with the sweet smell of grass and trees. It was quiet all around. Occasionally, they could hear the croaking of frogs and the clear cry of cicadas. Chu Wanning lazily yawned. Suddenly, he saw something and couldn't help but laugh. Mo Ran. A hand reached over and brushed Mo Ran's hair. Chu Wanning pinched a piece of straw from his hair and smiled faintly. "Don't tell me you've been rolling around on the bed non-stop? You've made a mess on your head." Mo Ran was just about to explain when he suddenly saw a small piece of straw on Chu Wanning's hair. He couldn't help but laugh. Then Shizun also rolled around. As he said this, he helped Chu Wanning pick the golden stalk of straw. The sun rose from the east. Master and disciple looked at each other in the golden light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. As before, one had his head slightly lowered and the other had his face slightly raised. Only 5 years ago, the one who had his head lowered was Chu Wanning and the one who had his head raised was Mo Ran. Now time was reversed. Mo Weiyu was no longer a youth. At this moment time seemed to finally settle down. In the gentle morning light, Mo Ran suddenly couldn't help but jump into the field. He opened his arms and smiled at the person on the ridge. "Shizun, come down. I'll catch you." Chu Wanning stared at the ridge that was only half the height of a person. "Are you crazy? Ha ha ha." He took off his shoes and socks and lightly jumped into the paddy field. The water rippled, making the soles of his feet slightly cold. Chu Wanning waved his wide sleeves and majestically marked out a large piece of paddy field. "These are all mine. I didn't harvest as much as you did yesterday. Today I'll make you admit defeat." Mo Ran raised his outstretched arms and scratched his head. The corners of his mouth turned up and a particularly beautiful smile appeared on his face. "Good. If I lose, I'll make a lot of lotus pastries for Shizun, a lot of crab meatballs," Chu Wanning said, "and a lot of sweet-scented osmanthus and sugar lotus root." "Good. Then what if Shizun loses?" Mo Ran's eyes shone like stars. "Then what?" Chu Wanning coldly glanced at him. "What do you want?" Mo Ran pursed his lips and thought for a long time. Then he said, "If Shizun loses, he'll have to eat a lot of lotus pastries and crab meatballs." After a pause, an even gentler voice fell into the cool breeze. "And a lot of sweet-scented osmanthus and sugar lotus root. No matter who wins or loses, I want to treat you differently." Chu Wanning was a person who refused to admit defeat. It was one thing for others to laugh at him yesterday, but he couldn't allow others to look down on him today. He held his breath and buried himself in the rustling of the paddy field. By noon, he had already harvested much more paddy than Mo Ran. Sitting under the mulberry tree to eat, he was somewhat proud. Although he didn't say anything and his face didn't show it, his eyes were always looking at the dam. He looked at the paddy field he had harvested and stacked high into a mountain of gold. "Linger, go get another bowl of rice for the immortal sage." Everyone was sitting in a circle. The ant saw that Mo Ran was eating very quickly, and in a short while the bowl was empty. She hurriedly said this. Mo Ran put down his bowl and chopsticks. He seemed to be very anxious and said with a smile, "No need, I'm full. I have something to do, so I have to leave the village first. I'll be back later. You guys eat first." Linger was very surprised, and immediately showed some uneasiness. "The immortal sage only ate so little? Is the food not to your taste? If you don't like it, I can make some more for you." No, it's to my taste." Mo Ran naturally couldn't see through the girl's thoughts. He smiled and waved his hand, and strode in the direction of the stable. Chu Wanning asked him, "Where are you going?" Mo Ran turned half of his face and smiled. "I'm going to buy some things. I'll be back soon." Immortal sage. Forget it, let him do what he wants, Chu Wanning said lightly as he picked up a piece of fried tofu. Although these two immortal monarchs came together, anyone with a discerning eye could tell whose status was higher, whose status was lower, and whose words carried more weight. Moreover, Chu Wanning's natural appearance was somewhat cold and solemn. Since he had already spoken, the villagers didn't ask any more questions and let Mo Ran do as he pleased. After the meal, everyone gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They were either chewing tobacco leaves in the field, or taking a nap and basking in the sun with their eyes closed. The peasant women gathered together to weave clothes to keep out the cold. The children rode on their childhood horses and played. A very thin house cat sniffed the ground expectantly. The tip of its pink nose twitched and its ears perked up. It wanted to find something to eat among the cold leftovers. Chu Wanning held a cup of hot tea and leaned against a pile of grain to rest. Seeing that the cat was so thin and pitiful, he waved at it, wanting to get it something to eat. Unfortunately, it was very alert to strangers. When it saw Chu Wanning raise his hand, it thought that he was going to hit it, so it ran away with a swish. Chu Wanning was speechless. Did he look so fierce? He didn't even like a cat? While he was thinking gloomily, he suddenly heard the sound of copper plates clinking. Linger happily held a cup of tea and sat next to Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning turned to look at her. He didn't have much of an expression. This girl was very pretty. What was even rarer was that she wasn't thin and weak. She was a plump woman that was hard to come by in the remote countryside. She also knew how to dress herself. She didn't have extra money to buy accessories, so she picked up some fine copper plates and washed them clean. She ground them into warm rings and strung them on the hem of her clothes. When she walked, they jingled and shone brightly under the sun. Immortal. She called him crisply, her voice like a ripe berry. Chu Wanning said, "What's the matter?" His voice was like cold smoke. Linger was slightly stunned by his unfriendliness, but then she put on a false front and said with a smile, "Nothing. I saw that you were bored sitting alone, so I wanted to talk to you." Chu Wanning didn't think that he had an amiable face. The cat was probably the best proof. But after all, humans and cats were different. Cats didn't know how to scheme, but humans might have other plans. Sure enough, after Linger said a bunch of nonsense to him, she seemed to ask casually, "Immortal, what kind of people do you want to be your disciples at the peak of life and death? Do you think?" "I'm okay." Chu Wanning said, "Give me your hand." She opened her eyes wide and then did as she was told excitedly. Chu Wanning put his fingertips on her pulse. After a while, he withdrew his hand and said, "I won't accept you." Linger's face suddenly turned red. You don't have the root of wisdom? When I asked you to give me your hand, you knew that I wanted to test your spiritual core. Then you should have asked other people before, right?" Chu Wanning said, "Miss, your fate is shallow. I'm afraid that you won't be able to build your foundation even when you're old. Staying in the mountain is just a waste of time. It's better to give up on this idea." Linger didn't say anything. She lowered her head, looking very disappointed. After a while, she moved her lips and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your guidance, Immortal." "You're welcome." She walked away silently. Chu Wanning looked at her back, feeling a bit complicated. For many people in the lower cultivation world, they were more eager to enter the gate of immortality than the people in the upper cultivation world. This was because for the people in the upper cultivation world, cultivation was just a way to bring glory to their ancestors and make a good name for themselves. But for the people in the lower cultivation world, sometimes it was a way to save their lives. Chu Wanning leaned against a pile of grains and drank another mouthful of tea. The weather had turned cold. He hadn't drunk it for a while, but the tea was already cold. He drank it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls and closed his eyes, wanting to take a nap. However, he slept too late last night and was busy all morning, so he fell into a deep sleep. In the blink of an eye, more than half a day had passed. When he woke up again, the sky was already blood-red. Crows were cawing on the treetops, and there were only neat stalks of rice and falling grains left between the ridges of the fields. Chu Wanning was shocked and suddenly opened his eyes wide. He actually slept until dusk. Probably because of his identity, the farmers didn't have the nerve to wake him up. Not only did they let him sleep like this, but some people were also afraid that he would catch a cold, so they covered him with clothes. Clothes? Chu Wanning wanted to sit up, but a familiar smell suddenly came to the tip of his nose. He came back to his senses and looked down at the robe. The material was very rough, but it was very clean. There was a sweet smell of honey locust lingering between the stitches. It was Mo Rant's robe. He didn't know why, but after understanding this, Chu Wanning gave up on sitting up. He relaxed his back and lay back down. Half of his face was hidden under the robe, only revealing a pair of clear eyes. They were slightly narrowed, hiding an indescribable emotion. This is crazy. He narrowed his thin and soft eyelashes, looking for that person in the fields. He quickly found him. After all, now that Mo Ran had become so handsome and tall, he would be very eye-catching wherever he stood. That young man was helping the village chief and the others to carry the cut rice to the ox cart. His back was facing Chu Wanning, probably because he was a little hot after working for a day. He was like the other farmers, taking off his outer robe and upper garment, revealing his strong, honey-colored back. Under the hot sunset, his broad back was steaming. Sweat slowly slid down the lines of his rippling muscles, flowing to his waist and winding down to his tight waistline. He was like hot iron, like charcoal in the furnace, burning all the tenderness and sweetness into steaming male desire. Chu Wanning looked from afar, and all the other scenes in her eyes gradually faded away. All that was left was that person's bright fur, his smooth muscles that were like cheetahs, and half of his face that was turned away when he was chatting with the village chief. His dimples were mellow and his gaze was kind. He looked handsome and charming. As if he felt the gaze behind him, Mo Ran turned his head. Chu Wanning quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. His heart was beating like a torrential rain, and his ears were filled with the rumbling sound of blood. After a long while, he quietly opened a slit and peered out from under the curtain of his eyelashes. Mo Ran had already turned around. Ling walked over to him from the ridge. She shyly handed him a handkerchief. "Immortal, wipe away your sweat." Mo Ran was carrying a pile of straw to the ox cart. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "I'm too busy." "Wait a moment." Ling seemed very happy. She stood beside him and watched, occasionally reaching out to give him a hand. Mo Ran was surprised by this girl's enthusiasm. He said thank you. She was even more delighted. The tall and sturdy man beside her exuded a masculine charm that was within reach. She heard his breathing and looked at his relaxed shoulders. She couldn't help but blush. For a moment, she forgot that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Holding the handkerchief, she said softly, "Immortal sage, if you don't wipe your sweat, it will drip into your eyes." Mo Ran hurriedly said, I don't have hands. I'll wipe it for you." Before she finished speaking, she felt a chill on her back. Chu Wanning had unknowingly appeared behind them. He still had Mo Ran's thick black robe draped over his shoulders. His brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of viciousness that came from just waking up. He said, "Mo Ran." "Ah." The person who was busy just now immediately put down the rice and rubbed the tip of his nose. The moment he saw Chu Wanning, he smiled. "Shizun is finally awake." Chu Wanning looked him up and down. "Are you cold?" Mo Ran smiled and said, "Hot." As soon as he finished speaking, the bead of sweat between his dark eyebrows dripped down. In a moment of carelessness, it dripped into his eyes. He squinted one eye and used the other to look at Chu Wanning with a bright and persistent gaze. Of course, he was embarrassed to ask a girl for a handkerchief. He looked at Chu Wanning. "Shizun, my eyes. I washed it with my handkerchief." Ling saw this and hurriedly said, "Then use mine." Chu Wanning ignored her and went straight forward. His expression was indifferent, but he leaned over and raised his head. Lifting his white sleeve, he gripped it and carefully wiped Mo Ran's eyebrows. Chapter 139. Mo Ran froze in an instant. His nose was filled with the familiar scent of begonia flowers. Although Chu Wanning did not have much of an expression, the cuff of his sleeve that fell on his eyelids was very gentle, and he wiped it very carefully. The key was that this man in snow-white clothes was standing so close to him at this moment. He could even clearly see the extremely fine lines on Chu Wanning's lips. If he lowered his head a little more, he could easily kiss those lips and hold those soft and tender buds between his lips and teeth. "You won, but you didn't wake me up. That's an unfair win," Chu Wanning suddenly said after wiping the sweat between his eyebrows. Mo Ran was stunned, and then he smiled. I didn't win, the person who won was Shizun. You didn't harvest rice in the afternoon? No, there wasn't much left. I went to the market to buy some winter supplies and walked around from house to house, so I wasted some time. Mo Ran said. So Shizun still harvested more rice than me? Chu Wanning snorted, seemingly satisfied. After a while he asked, what did you buy in the market? Mattresses? Before Mo Ran had time to speak, Ling who was standing next to him, did not want to be left out and interrupted with a smile. Immortal Monarch bought a lot of things, so tired that camel horse to death. Not a lot, just charcoal and so on. He bought some meat and some candy. More than that. Ling said. Immortal Monarch also bought a mattress for each family. And that old lady Flappy Cotton directly pushed a cart into the village with him. So the cart was filled to the brim. Chu Wanning was a little surprised. Where did you get so much money? I saved it up, Mo Ran said with a smile. In fact, those mattresses are not expensive. Much cheaper than those in the upper cultivation world. Then what about the meat? I bought it casually, and had the village chief take it back and cook it for everyone to eat tomorrow. Chu Wanning's expression didn't change as he asked, what about the candy? Ling clapped her hands and said with a smile, of course it's for the children in the village. Mo Xianjun gave it to them as soon as he came back. There are malt candy and osmanthus cake. Many of the girls and boys in our village have never eaten these desserts before. They are so happy. She paused for a moment and said sweetly, I got one too. This girl was the type of person who knew how to cause trouble, and was naturally familiar with others. Previously, she had interrupted several times, but Chu Wanning did not mind. But after she finished speaking, he turned his eyes and glanced at her coldly. Is it delicious? Ling said without hesitation, it's delicious. It's so sweet. Chu Wanning seemed to be sneering. Then you should eat more. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Mo Ran didn't know what he did to make him unhappy, but just as he was about to chase after him, his vision suddenly turned black. Chu Wanning threw the robe he was wearing at his face. Mo Ran caught it, pulled down the robe and looked at him anxiously. Shizun, you're so naked that it's ridiculous. Even if you're not cold, I'm cold just looking at you. Chu Wanning said sternly, put it on. Although Mo Ran was very hot, since Chu Wanning said so, he didn't say a word and immediately put on the robe. Sweat stuck to the cloth, and it was a little uncomfortable. He raised his fluttering eyelashes and looked at the other person blankly. Chu Wanning frowned and said, pull up your robe. Who are you showing it to? It's unruly. Mo Ran immediately straightened his robe. The collar was folded very high, and it was very tight. Now not even an inch of skin was exposed, but it added a kind of ascetic beauty. When Chu Wanning saw this, he inexplicably became more resentful. He cursed under his breath and left, leaving Mo Ran alone in the same place like a silly dog. The village chief, his wife and Ling looked at them from the side, and they were all confused. Ling said with some sympathy, this immortal is so fierce. I've never seen someone with such a strange temper. She said softly with some pity and even fawning. Your master really doesn't treat you well. You're the only one with a gentle temperament who can endure. She turned around as she muttered, but suddenly met Mo Ran's gaze. Her words were instantly crushed between her lips and teeth, and she couldn't say anything else. This was because she saw that the always smiling and amiable Mo Xianjuan's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes flashed like the teeth of a wolf. She immediately shut her mouth, but Mo Ran immediately turned his face away. The light changed, and the color of his eyes couldn't be seen so clearly. Ling heart thumped. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, or this man who was as steady as a mountain in front of her suddenly revealed another fierce face. Mo Ran said in a muffled voice, sorry, you guys go ahead first. I'm worried about him, so I'll go take a look. As he said this, he walked away with large strides. Chu Wanning stood by the river pond. The sky was filled with flying reed flowers, and the setting sun was half immersed in the sparkling waves. The river seemed to be burning with a raging fire. Mo Ran in a hurry, and when he stopped behind him, he was panting slightly, Master. Did I do something wrong? Chu Wanning said no. Then why are you unhappy? I'm happy. Mo Ran stared blankly. What? Chu Wanning turned around and said gloomily, I'm not happy. Mo ran. He didn't want to talk to Chu Wanning in a tongue twister. He carefully looked at Chu Wanning's face, and suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh. I know why Master is unhappy. Chu Wanning's hands clenched in his wide sleeves, and his shoulders moved slightly, but his face was still calm. I said I didn't. Mo Ran had already walked over and stood under the tree, smiling with his hands behind his back. The old banyan tree by the river had some thick veins exposed on the ground, like strong blood vessels that slowly pierced deep into the soil. He stood on the protruding veins, which made him look even taller. Chu Wanning was alarmed, but also unhappy. He said, "Get down here." Oh. Mo ran lightly and nimbly jumped, the tips of his feet leaving the protruding tree boil, and landed in front of Chu Wanning. This tree coiled up like a crouching dragon, and there were only a few places without thick roots. Chu Wanning stood together, so Mo Ran could only stand very close to him to avoid the high ground. He lowered his head, and his breath could almost brush Chu Wanning's eyelashes. Chu Wanning was a bit embarrassed, and said with a sullen face, "Get up here." Mo Ran couldn't help but laugh. "Get up, get down, get down. Is Master joking with me?" Chu Wanning also knew that he was messing around in a fit of anger, so after being exposed, he simply kept silent and didn't say anything. Mo Ran reached out from behind his back, and pulled out a handful of sweets from who knows where. He wrapped them in rice paper and held them in his palm, piling them up into a sweet little mountain. "Don't be angry, I left some for you. Here." Mo Ran hurriedly stood up straight. "Who wants to eat sweets? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Or do you think I'm a girl? I don't." Oh. A piece of candy was brought to his lips, and he put it into his mouth. Chu Wanning was stunned. In a split second, not only did the tips of his ears turn red, but his face also turned red. He didn't know whether it was out of shame or anger, but his pair of phoenix eyes were wide open, and he stared at the smiling man in front of him with both shock and anger. "It's milk-flavored," Mo Ran said. "You like it the most." Chu Wanning was suddenly rendered speechless and powerless. He was like a cat whose claws had been cut off. His threatening gestures had become completely useless. He was sucking on the milk-flavored candy. Because he had just walked in a hurry, a small tuft of hair at the corner of his forehead was slightly curled up in the wind, trembling softly like a blade of grass. When Mo Ran saw this, he felt an itch in his heart. He wanted to reach out and press down that strand of hair. He was a practical person. With that in mind, he really reached out his hand. Chu Wanning was speechless. Mo Ran smiled and said, "I bought some sweets and snacks for everyone in the village, but the ones I bought for Shizun were the best. I secretly hid the sweets in my sleeves. The pastries are in your room. Eat them quietly when you go back at night. Don't let those little guys see them. They're lotus pastries. They're very beautiful. If they see them, they'll definitely pester you for them." Chu Wanning didn't say anything. After a long time, he used the tip of his tongue to roll up the melted milk candy. He raised his eyes and looked at the man in front of him under the old banyan tree amidst the reeds. After a long time, he threw out 4 words incoherently. "Osmanthus sugar lotus root." Mo Ran smiled. "I bought it." "Crab meatballs." "I bought it too." Chu Wanning tilted his head. He felt that his dignity had fallen a little today. He wanted to pick up his dignity and dust it off, so he deliberately straightened his posture and raised his chin slightly. It's a pity that it's not as white as pear blossom. He probably thought that the way he raised his chin was very serious and oppressive. However, that was in the past, limited to Mo Ran's youth, when he wasn't even as tall as him. Chu Wanning didn't know that if he did this now, he would only let Mo Ran see the soft lines of his chin, the exposed Adam's apple, and the porcelain white neck. He was like a cat who thought highly of himself, raising the most vulnerable part of his body under the wolf's mouth and teeth, but he was arrogant and didn't know. He thought that he had frightened the wolf, but he didn't know that the wolf only wanted to suck his throat between its mouth and tongue, licking, kissing, and swallowing. Idiot. Mo Ran used a lot of willpower to move his gaze away from Chu Wanning's chin. When he looked at the person in front of him again, his eyes were a little deep and his voice was a little low. He forced a smile, acting like a gentleman, acting like Lu Xiaohui. He said, "Yes." Chu Wanning didn't react and frowned. "What? Pear blossom white. Mo Ran calmly exhaled a breath, suppressed the desire in his heart, and said in a hoarse voice, Pear Blossom White, also available. Chu Wanning. I thought Shizun might want to drink it while we were on the road. Mo Ran said, Fortunately I bought it. Chu Wanning stared at the disciple in front of him who was trying his best to curry favor with him. Suddenly he was speechless. He suddenly felt that it was meaningless to make things difficult for him. It was also meaningless to pretend to be cold and hard. Finally, he slowly relaxed his tense body and leaned his back against the old banyan tree. He sized up Mo Ran and then said, Mo Ran? Yes. You've changed a lot. After he finished speaking, he didn't know why, but he saw a trace of unease in Mo Ran's eyes. Then, Mo Ran's thick and long eyelashes fluttered as he said, Then does Shizun like it? Chu Wanning said, I don't hate it. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he stood up straight and raised his finger. He hesitated in midair, but still put it on Mo Ran's waist. Mo Ran suddenly trembled. He didn't know why, but he looked at Chu Wanning with fear and unease. I saw in the book that you had a fierce battle with the demon of the Yellow River. Chu Wanning said, You were hurt here, right? Yes. Chu Wanning sighed slightly and patted Mo Ran's shoulder. You're very good now. You can be called Grandmaster Mo. This disciple doesn't dare. Chu Wanning smiled slightly and poked Mo Ran's forehead with the tip of his finger. Then lowered it. That's right. Running around all day in disheveled clothes, you really don't look like a grandmaster. Let's go, the sun is setting. Let's go back and rest early. What do we do tomorrow? Mo Ran thought for a while, then said, I think it's steaming rice and making rice cakes. Chu Wanning nodded. Then suddenly said, Don't take off your clothes randomly again. Mo Ran blushed, yes. Rest when it's hot. Okay. Chu Wanning thought for a while, then said, Remember to bring a handkerchief. Don't hang out with unmarried girls for no reason. Do you have a handkerchief? No. Mo Ran felt awkward. Then what do you usually use to wipe your face? Sleeves. Mo Ran felt even more embarrassed by his own carelessness. Chu Wanning was a little speechless. After a while he said, I'll cut a piece for you when the time comes. Mo Ran's eyes lit up. For me? Yes. Mo Ran was overjoyed. That's great. When will Shizun cut it? Chu Wanning frowned. I'll have to wait until I'm done with my work. I also want the kind with begonia flowers, is that okay? I'll try my best. Having received permission, Mo Ran was very happy the whole night. He was immersed in the joy of exchanging candy for a handkerchief. Covered with a new quilt, he was so happy that he couldn't fall asleep. For 5 years, he had been in a drunken stupor. This was the first time he was so happy that he couldn't sleep. His heart was beating very fast, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. In the end, he couldn't help but sit up in bed. His window was facing Chu Wanning's window. He lay on the edge of the window, and through the slight gap, his nose was filled with the sweetness of the wilderness at night. In front of him was a small courtyard, and the candlelight on the opposite side of the courtyard. Chu Wanning was still awake. What was he doing? Was he thinking about how to cut a handkerchief? Or was he eating the lotus pastries he brought him? Mo Ran stared at the warm yellow light shining through the window for a long time. When the light went out and Chu Wanning fell asleep, he whispered reluctantly, Miss Chu Wanning, Shizun, sweet dreams. There was one more sentence in the bottom of his heart. Even if no one heard it, he didn't dare to say it. Wanning, sweet dreams. Chapter 140. Taking advantage of Mo Ran's auspicious words, Chu Wanning had another dream that night. Unfortunately, it was not a good dream. In the dream, he returned to the year when the colorful butterflies suppressed the sky. But the person who mended the sky with him was Shirmei. Heavy snow fell from the lead gray sky. Shirmei could not withstand it. His heart was pierced by a ghost, and he fell from the coiling dragon pillar into the boundless snowy ground. Mo ran over and picked up the bleeding Shirmei. He knelt at his feet and begged for help to save his disciple. He also wanted to save him, but under the effect of the twin enchantment, he suffered the same heavy injuries as Shirmei. He was pale and did not say a word. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would choke on blood and the surrounding ghosts would swarm over and tear them all to pieces. Master, I beg you, I beg you. Mo Ran was crying and kowtowing to him. Chu Wanning closed her eyes for a moment before she decided to flee. Shirmei died. Mo Ran never forgave him. He dreamt of the bridge of helplessness at the pinnacle of life and death. It was the cold of spring and it was raining. The spring tree buds were moistened by the rain, and the bluestone road under his feet was endless. He held an umbrella and walked alone. Suddenly he saw another person walking over from the other side of the bridge. He was dressed in black and did not hold an umbrella. He held a stack of books wrapped in oil paper and walked in his direction. Chu Wanning could not help but slow down. That person clearly saw him as well, but that person's footsteps did not slow down. He only raised his eyelashes, which were wet from the rain, and glanced at him coldly. Chu Wanning wanted to call out to him. He wanted to say Mo. Mo Ran did not give him any chance to speak. He held his books and walked to the far left of the bridge of helplessness. One more inch and he would have fallen into the river. He just wanted to be a little further away from his master who was walking on the right. They walked to the middle of the bridge. A person who was used to holding an umbrella was walking in the rain. A person who was not used to holding an umbrella was also walking in the rain. Later they passed by each other. The person in the rain walked away without looking back. The person holding the umbrella stopped and stood in the same place. The rain pattered on the umbrella. Chu Wanning stood for a long time. He stood for so long that his legs were numb. It was as if the cold air in Sichuan had penetrated his bones. He suddenly felt very tired and could not walk anymore. The dream darkened. It was heavy and cold. It was as cold as rain, and as heavy as a pair of legs that could no longer move. In her sleep, Chu Wanning turned over and curled up her body. Something dripped from the corner of her eyes and wet the pillow. He vaguely knew that this was just a dream, but why did it feel so real? So real that he could clearly feel Mo Ran's hatred, Mo Ran's disappointment, and Mo Ran's determination. Did it end here? He was not reconciled. It was as if his unwillingness made the light around him brighten up again. He was still in the dream. It had been many months since Shirmei had passed away. Mo Ran's temperament grew gloomier and gloomier by the day. He spoke less and less. But he still came to all the cultivation classes. He just listened and did not talk much with Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning didn't explain why he didn't save Shirmingjing back then. He had seen Mo Ran's attitude. He knew that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. In the cultivation class that day, Mo Ran stood at the top of a pine tree as instructed. He trained the convergence of spiritual power. But for some reason he suddenly felt weak and fell straight down. Chu Wanning did not have time to think. He rushed over to support him, but in his haste, he did not have time to use any spells. The two of them fell heavily from the tree and landed on the ground. Fortunately, the soil was very soft and there was a thick layer of pine needles. They were not injured. However, Chu Wanning's wrist was cut by a sharp branch. It was a hideous wound. Blood flowed out. Mo Ran looked at his wound. Then for the first time in months he raised his eyes. Without hiding anything, he looked at Chu Wanning's face. Finally he said, "Shizun, you're bleeding." His tone was a bit numb, but the words he said were still warm. "I have some ointment and bandages in my Qinkuan bag. Take care of them." They sat in the thick coniferous forest. The air was filled with the fragrance of pine and cypress. Chu Wanning did not say anything. He looked at Mo Ran with his head lowered. He silently wrapped the bandages around his wound, one round after another. The youth's eyelashes were trembling. Chu Wanning could not see the expression on his face. For a moment he suddenly wanted to gather enough courage to ask Mo Ran, "Do you really hate me that much?" But at that time the wind was too gentle, the sun was too warm. There were birds chirping and insects chirping among the leaves. His injured hand was quietly held by Mo Ran as he took care of the bandages. Everything was peaceful and tranquil. In the end he did not ask. He did not want to disturb this tranquil picture. He suddenly felt that the answer was not that important. What was important was that in this dream, after Shirmei died, his blood, his injury, could more or less be exchanged for a bit of Mo Ran's consciousness. The next day, when Chu Wanning woke up, he was still in a daze for a moment. He lay on the bed. He could even feel a faint pain in his arm, but it also seemed like there was some residual warmth. After a long time, he tiredly rubbed his face. He couldn't help but feel that it was funny. What kind of nonsense was he dreaming about? People say that what they think about during the day they dream at night. Could it be that after seeing Shermay's handsome appearance today, he felt a little depressed and decided to vent it in his dream? He actually dreamed that Shermay was dead. It was really ridiculous. He got dressed, washed up, and tied up his hair. Soon, he forgot about the fragmented dream from last night. Today, the village chief and the others were going to make rice cakes. In the lower cultivation world, rice cakes were a must-eat on New Year's Eve to get a good omen. The rice flour and glutinous rice flour had been ground the night before. Then, the women and the elderly needed to heat the stove and steam the flour in the pot. This process was quite time-consuming, but it did not require the young and strong men to help. Therefore, Chu Wanning woke up a little later than usual and had to walk slowly to the kitchen. It did not matter. When he got there, he saw a big pot on the big sunning ground. A wooden barrel that was half a person's height was being steamed through the water. The village chief's wife was standing on a low stool, adding rice flour into the pot from time to time. A few children were running around the stove. From time to time, they would take out a bunch of roasted peanuts and a corn cob from the fire pond. To Chu Wanning's surprise, Mo Ran woke up very early as usual. He was helping the village chief's wife watch the fire. A child ran too fast, laughing and laughing. She stumbled and fell to the ground, sobbing a few times before crying loudly. "Why did you fall?" Mo Ran helped her up and patted the mud off her body. "Are there any abrasions?" "Hand." The little girl wailed as she raised her dark little hand to show Mo Ran. Mo Ran carried her and brought her to the well. He fetched a bucket of water for her to wash her hands. The distance was a little far, so Chu Wanning did not hear what he said to the little girl. But the little girl held back her tears and sobbed. After a while she stopped crying. After a while her tears turned into laughter. She looked at Mo Ran with a face full of snot and began to talk to Mo Ran. Chu Wanning quietly stood at the corner and watched him. He watched as he coaxed the child. He watched as he carried the child back to the fire pond. He watched as he pulled out a sweet potato from the fire, carefully peeled the skin, and handed it to the little girl. He just watched. It was as if he saw the 5 years Mo Weiyu had gone through. "A Shizun is here?" "Yes." After a long time, Chu Wanning walked to Mo Ran's side and sat down. He looked at the roaring fire under the stove for a while and said, "What are you roasting in there?" "Peanuts, sweet potatoes, corn." Mo Ran said, "You're here. I'll roast a candy for you." "Oh, candy can be roasted?" "Shizun can't roast it. It'll burn." Mo Ran smiled. "It's better if I do it." As he spoke, he took out a piece of milk malt candy from his pocket. He removed the straw wrapper and used a pair of tongs to pick it up. He brought it to the stove and roasted it a little. Then he immediately took it back and took the candy out. It's a little hot." He blew on it and then held it to Chu Wanning's lips. "Try it." Chu Wanning was not used to being fed, so he reached out and took the candy. The milky white candy was a little soft from the roasting, and the milky fragrance overflowed when he chewed. Chu Wanning said, "Not bad. Roast another one." Mo Ran roasted another one. Chu Wanning took it again and ate it himself. Another one. Mo Ran roasted 8 in a row. When he was about to roast the 9th, a child ran over and asked Mo Ran for a sweet potato. Mo Ran could not free his hands, so he could only let Chu Wanning get it. Chu Wanning picked up another pair of tongs and picked out the biggest one. Mo Ran glanced at it and said, "Put this back and take the smaller one next to it. The bigger one is delicious. The bigger one isn't cooked yet." Mo Ran smiled. Chu Wanning was a little unconvinced. "How do you know it's not cooked yet?" "Trust me. I often roast them in the wild." "Give him the smaller one. The smaller one is sweet." Chu Wanning had no choice but to take the smaller one. The child did not know what kind of outstanding figure Chu Wanning was in the cultivation world, but seeing that he was willing to pick the sweet potato for him, he leaned over and whispered to Chu Wanning, "Big brother, I want to eat the bigger one. Go tell the other big brother." Chu Wanning said, "He won't let you eat it. He said it's not cooked yet." The child really ran to Mo Ran. "Big brother Mo Ran, I want to eat the bigger one." Mo Ran said. If you want to eat the bigger one, wait a little longer. How long is a little longer? Count from 1 to 100. But I only know how to count from 1 to 10. The child felt wronged. Mo Ran laughed. Then you can only eat the smaller one as punishment. The little guy had no choice. He sighed and could only accept the unfairness of fate. He drooped his head and said, Fine, I'll eat the smaller one. Chu Wanning peeled the sweet potato for him. When he was almost done, Mo Ran's candy was also roasted to its softest. If he did not eat it now, he was afraid it would completely melt. Thus he hurriedly peeled it off and handed it to Chu Wanning. Shizun, come, open your mouth. There were still sweet potatoes in his hand, so Chu Wanning did not think much of it and naturally opened his mouth. It was not until Mo Ran fed him the soft and warm milk candy, and used his rough fingertips to gently brush the corner of his mouth that Chu Wanning suddenly realized that he had eaten the candy that his disciple had personally fed him. The tips of his ears instantly flushed red. Do you want more? Chu Wanning coughed lightly. Fortunately, the firelight was warm and reflected on his face, so no one could see that his expression was strange. He said, No more. Mo Ran laughed. Just enough to feed you. There's only one last milk candy left. If you eat more, there won't be any left. Because he was relaxed, his words were sloppy and did not consider them carefully. So naturally he said the two words feed. However, the disciple naturally did not dare to speak to the master in such a manner. The sense of doting and dominance in these two words was too strong. For example, the master would feed his favorite child. The emperor would feed his wife and concubines. It could even be extended to the bed, where the conqueror on top would use his burning hot body to feed the person who was moaning below. Chu Wanning was immersed in these two crude words and did not come back to his senses for a long time. After the rice was steamed, it had to be spread out. This was a physical work. The strong men in the village had to swing a wooden mallet to make the rice cakes. The village chief gave Mo Ran a wooden mallet wrapped in gauze and wanted to pass one to Chu Wanning, but he was stopped by Mo Ran. Mo Ran laughed. Village chief, my Shizun has never done this work before. He can't do it well. Chu Wanning was speechless at the side. He was very unwilling and even a little angry, because he was a person. From the time he left the mountain until now, there had never been anyone who could associate him with the three words, can't do it well. From the mouths of others, he could always hear please, please, immortal monarch, can you do me a favor? This was the first time someone blocked him behind and said, he doesn't know how to do it. He can't do it well. Chu Wanning was very angry. He wanted to shake his sleeves and shout angrily, you can't do it well. But he held it in. He held it in. Because what Mo Ran said was the truth. He really couldn't do it well. In the end, they were arranged in front of a stone mortar by the village chief. The stone mortar was already filled with steamed rice flour, which was emitting scorching hot steam. Mo Ran said, Shizun, I'll be making the rice cakes later. Remember to help me flip the rice cakes every 3 times. Be careful not to burn your hands. Also, don't be too anxious. Don't get hit by me. If you can hit me with just a swing of the mallet, you can forget about cultivating as an immortal and go home to farm. Mo Ran laughed. I'm just saying, it's better to be safe than sorry. Chu Wanning couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. At the side, there were already 2 people in a team. He didn't want to be left behind, so he stood beside the stone mortar and said, Come on. Mo Ran swung the mallet. The first strike was very heavy, hitting the soft and hot rice flour. The rice flour sank in and wrapped around the mallet. He swung the mallet 3 times, then raised his bright eyes and said to Chu Wanning, Shizun, flip it over. Chu Wanning flipped the rice balls over, and Mo Ran swung the mallet again. After a few rounds of cooperation, they had mastered the rhythm very well. Basically, when Mo Ran swung the mallet for the 3rd time, Chu Wanning would flip the rice balls over. Just as he withdrew his hand, Mo Ran swung the mallet again. Although it seemed easy to hit the rice balls, the strength had to be controlled well. The person hitting them had to be very strong and full of energy. They flipped the rice balls over and over again countless times. When the rice balls were completely sticky, they couldn't be considered done. After a while, Mo Ran's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat fast. However, the farmers beside him were a little tired. They began to shout in a hoarse voice, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. They were shouting the rhythm of the mallet. Mo Ran found it interesting, so he followed their rhythm and hit the rice balls together. When the rice balls were half sticky, the people beside him were already panting. Mo Ran didn't feel anything. He smiled at Chu Wanning and said again. Chu Wanning glanced at him. The young man's forehead was full of sweat. Under the sun it glistened like honey. His lips were slightly open. He didn't sigh like ordinary people, but his breathing was more or less heavy. His chest rose and fell. When he saw Chu Wanning looking at him, he was stunned. He raised his sleeve and wiped his face. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He smiled. What's wrong? Is there rice on my face? No. Then, Chu Wanning looked at him. He was hot and sweaty, but he obediently folded his clothes to his Adam's apple. Suddenly he couldn't bear to see him like this. He asked, "Are you hot?" Yesterday he asked Mo Ran if he was cold. Today he asked Mo Ran if he was hot. This really made Mo Ran very confused. The temperature of the 2 days was about the same. After a while he said, "I'm fine. If you're hot, then take it off." "If Shizun doesn't like it, I won't take it off." Chu Wanning said, "It's even more annoying when you're all sweaty." Since he said so, Mo Ran was already uncomfortable. He took off his outer robe and upper garment and threw them on the graphite beside him. Chu Wanning looked on coldly, but his heart gradually heated up. He looked at Mo Ran's broad shoulders and firm arms. After taking off his inner garment, he could almost feel the scalding hot air assaulting his face. As expected, Mo Ran was sweating all over. Under the sun he shone with a glossy luster. He was like a mermaid out of the water. He turned around and smiled at Chu Wanning. He was so handsome that it made people dazzled. "Immortals, do you want some water?" The village chief's wife held a cup of tea and asked them one by one. Mo Ran returned to the stone mortar and picked up the wooden hammer again. He smiled. "No, I'm not thirsty." A hand reached over and took a teacup from the tray. Under the astonished gazes of the two people, Chu Wanning drank an entire cup of tea with gusto. He then passed the teacup to the village chief's wife. "Please give me another cup." "Oh, Shizun, are you very thirsty?" It was unknown how these words stabbed him. Chu Wanning suddenly raised his head. His eyes were burning and full of vigilance. "Thirsty? Oh, no, I'm not thirsty." He then gulped down an entire cup of water. Mo Ran looked at him and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. When did Shizun's self-esteem become so bad that he was ashamed to even say that he was thirsty? Chapter 141. After drinking the water, the two started to work again. However, when Mo Ran swung the hammer, Chu Wanning knew that something was wrong. The large movements made the lines of the young man's body tighter and tighter. The golden light of the sun was like a waterfall rushing over his body, flowing down the clumps of sexy muscles. When he raised his arms, his shoulders were wide open, and his chest was smooth and tight like a hot rock, containing an amazing amount of heat and strength. The wooden hammer smashed into the stone mortar, and was sucked in by the wet and soft rice cake. When it was lifted up again, it was connected with the sticky white paste. He exerted his boundless strength again and again. His strength was so great that Chu Wanning even felt that if he was really unlucky and accidentally touched her, she would probably be crushed to pieces under him and crushed to pieces. Mo Ran's expression was focused as he panted slightly. His chest and heart rose and fell at the same time. There was sweat between his dark eyebrows and his Adam's apple moved slightly from time to time. The muscles on his upper arm relaxed and contracted. Chu Wanning watched his movements and suddenly couldn't help but recall the dream she had repeatedly had. In the dream, he was on Mo Ran's bed, and like the rice cake in the stone mortar, he was invaded, kneaded, humiliated, and turned into mud. He was in a daze until Mo Ran called him again. "Shizun." Or perhaps he called a few times. "Shizun, Shizun." He suddenly came back to his senses, but his heart was beating wildly. There was a glimmer in his eyes, and his Adam's apple moved. His eyes were a little out of focus, yes. Mo Ran's cool eyes looked down at him. Because his body was hot, it was especially hot. He said, "Shizun, come turn over." Chu Wanning only felt that in this gaze, in this sentence, the dream and reality were infinitely overlapping. He suddenly felt a little dizzy, and there seemed to be a scarlet light flashing in front of him. He saw two people rolling around on the red bed embroidered with golden phoenixes and dragons. A strong man was pressing down on the other, and the red waves were rolling. The man below was tensing his toes, and his calves were spasming. Shizun, come, turn over. He seemed to hear the man's hot breath, as if it was just behind his ear. Let me look at your face and fuck you. Chu Wanning was shocked by the inexplicable shadow that flashed in front of him. He suddenly closed his eyes and shook his head. What was going on? Was it an illusion? Or was it too detailed a memory of that wet dream? His heart trembled and his blood surged, but cold sweat dripped. Mo Ran felt that something was wrong with him, and he put the hammer down and went to his side. Shizun, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? No. His voice made Chu Wanning's heart go numb, like an insect biting an ant. Chu Wanning fiercely pushed him away and raised her angry phoenix eyes. The corners of her eyes were slightly red. He gasped for breath, hating himself for being so restless. The sun is too strong, so I'm just seeing things. Don't stand so close to me, it's all sweaty. Mo Ran looked down and as expected he felt uneasy. He knew that Chu Wanning was a clean freak, so he immediately moved to the side, but his eyes were still following that person, unwilling to look away. After that, Chu Wanning remained silent, and by the time the rice cakes were ready and everyone was sitting around, he was already gone. Oh, you asked Chu Xianjun? He said he had a headache, so he went back to his room to rest. The village chief said, I saw that his cheeks were a bit red when he left, maybe he had a fever. When Mo Ran heard this, he was very anxious. He didn't help store the rice cakes, and hurriedly ran to the small courtyard where the two of them lived. When he pushed open the door, there was no one on the bed, and he became even more anxious. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water coming from the kitchen, and Mo Ran hurriedly lifted the curtain and rushed in. Then he saw that Chu Wanning had already taken off his clothes, and was holding a wooden bucket full of water, standing barefoot on the red brick floor to take a shower. It was the end of October, and the frost had already passed. Chu Wanning. Was King taking a cold shower? Mo Ran was stunned. His face turned green, then white, then red. He stared at his master who was naked. He could only hear the rumbling sound of blood flowing in his ears. It was like the surging tide of the Qian River. He could not hear anything else. What did he see? This was the first time after his rebirth that he saw Chu Wanning's body clearly, and completely. There was no fog, no concealment, nothing at all. There was only this familiar physique. This body had soaked through the defenses he had built, and he had tightly shut the floodgates of his memories. He felt the hot blood in his entire body burning, like magma gushing out, trying to break free from his flesh and skin. Everything was exactly the same as he was familiar with, and nothing had changed. He suddenly found that he couldn't breathe. He saw Chu Wanning's shoulders, and the angle and strength were just right, like a bow that was pulled to 70% full, ready to shoot. He saw Chu Wanning's shoulder blades moving under the thin, delicate skin. Then he followed the flow of the water. Yes, he followed the flow of the water. The water washed away his gaze and brought his gaze down. Then he saw Chu Wanning's thin and slender waist, and two shallow dimples behind his back, filled with wine, ready to kill those who desired him. Then he saw the firm buttocks, like a plump honey fruit in autumn. He knew what kind of ecstasy he would get when he touched them, and when he joined them he shuddered and his soul seemed to split open, and from then on, he rubbed together with the person under him, and it was hard to get rid of the addiction. Mo Xianjun. Suddenly someone shouted, Mo Xianjun, are you here? Mo Ran was shocked and turned around, but before he could stop it, the door curtain was pulled open. Ling Er leaned in and said as she walked, Why did you leave in such a hurry? My mother asked me to call you to eat sweet rice cake. She saw Chu Wanning taking a bath and suddenly became speechless. Chu Wanning. Ling Er. Ah! The girl screamed and hurriedly covered her eyes. Chu Wanning's expression was also very bad, and it was rare for him to rush to get his clothes, but he didn't expect that there would be two uninvited guests barging into his room when he came back to take a cold shower. It was really like seeing a ghost. He had always been a casual person, and after taking off his clothes, he would just throw them at the entrance. Did he have to walk through the entire kitchen naked, and pick up his clothes under the eyes of the girl? Just as he was at a loss of what to do, Mo Ran walked straight towards him, and actually raised his hand to hold the wall, shielding him in his arms. Mo Ran turned to Linger and said, "Get out." "Ah, yes, yes." The girl was also scared silly, and was stunned for a while before she staggered out the door and ran away in shock. Chu Wanning. Mo Ran's expression was gloomy, and when he was sure that she was really far away, he let out a sigh of relief and turned around. He saw Chu Wanning's cold face. He realized that his actions were very similar to a vicious dog protecting its food, baring its teeth to scare away the intruder, and then whimpering as it turned around to lick the hard-earned food. His hand was still on the wall, and in order to cover Chu Wanning tightly, he stuck very close to him, so close that he could easily smell Chu Wanning's scent. He couldn't help but freeze. His head was very hot and he was very dizzy. Smells were the easiest to evoke memories and desires, just like how one would feel hungry when smelling meat, or think of winter snow when smelling plum blossoms, and so on. It was the same for lust. Mo Ran only felt that his spirit was agitated, and the wall of willpower that he had painstakingly built was about to be overturned. Chu Wanning's scent was like a spark that fell into his dry chest, igniting his beastly nature and burning him to ashes. Usually when he was so close to Chu Wanning, even if he was dressed neatly, he couldn't help but be moved, let alone this person in front of him, who was completely naked. He hated that he couldn't grab Chu Wanning's cold, wet wrist, turn him around and press him against the wall, then directly tear off his clothes, fiercely stick to this person, and hold him up so that his back was pressed against his chest, and then violently enter him. Just like in his previous life, life and death were taken, and in the midst of sweat and panting, everything returned to its original state. He really couldn't take it anymore. He really wanted him. Mo Ran's breathing suddenly became heavy. He didn't say anything and Chu Wanning didn't say anything either. The two of them stuck to the wall, standing very close to each other, almost touching, but Mo Ran's arm muscles tightened, and his meridians bulged, trembling slightly as he forced himself to hold on. Can't touch him, can't touch him. Respect him, love him. Can't commit the foolish act of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors, can't. He repeatedly said to himself, mechanically repeating it in his heart. The weather was very cold, but his forehead was gradually dripping with sweat. Can't. Mo Ran, you can't. Don't let your imagination run wild. His Adam's apple moved and he trembled as he closed his eyes, closing the burning gaze under his eyelids, but his face was full of confusion. If it was the usual Chu Wanning, how could he not see Mo Ran's abnormality? But at this moment, his situation was not much better than Mo Ran's and was even worse. He looked cold, but heaven knows how much willpower he used to maintain his position, to be able to pretend to be calm. Mo Ran's breathing was so hot and heavy, with a strong smell unique to men, almost burning him. And those arms against the wall, they were so sturdy and strong and powerful. After his rebirth, he had not fought with Mo Ran, but he knew that if he only fought with strength and not magic, then in front of those arms, he would only be crushed to pieces. He didn't want to look into Mo Ran's eyes, so he lowered his gaze, and it fell on Mo Ran's chest. Although they were not pressed against each other, Mo Ran was so close to him that they were only separated by a thin line. He could clearly feel the masculine tension emanating from Mo Ran's hot chest. It was broad and hot. It was like it could melt the coldest ice in the world, and turn it into a spring tide. Shizun, the young man suddenly called out to him. He didn't know if it was his own misconception, but he felt that the other person's voice was a bit hoarse, full of moist desire and heat. Mo Ran had called him Shizun countless times, calmly, respectfully, angrily, ridiculing, too many to mention. However, this was the first time he had heard a different form of Shizun. It was mixed with the fishy smell of lust between his lips and teeth. It sounded so dirty and bewitching. Chu Wanning felt as if even the joints of her bones had gone numb. Impossible, Mo Ran would not call him that. He had heard wrongly, he had thought too much. The dirty one was his own heart. He subconsciously stepped back, his naked back bumping into the cold wall. He couldn't help but shiver, his lips trembling, slightly opening. He seemed to be at a loss. Mo Ran's eyes darkened. He looked at those moist, lightly colored lips. Although he didn't move, his mind was already filled with fantasies. He imagined himself lowering his head and kissing, prying open Chu Wanning's lips and teeth, his hot tongue coarsely invading that forbidden area that no one had ever attacked before. He imagined his hands grabbing Chu Wanning's waist, vigorously rubbing, exposing violent red marks on his skin. No matter how much he suppressed it, Mo Rant's blood was still surging with the blood of a wolf. The sex he released was always hot, violent, and even wanted to tear the person he slept with into pieces on the pillow. He wanted to eat the other person clean from the inside out, licking away every last drop of blood, every inch of flesh. He couldn't change his habit of being a vegetarian. Closing his eyes, he suppressed the boiling lava in his chest. He knew that he was in a bad situation. He knew how similar a man's desire was to a beast. He had to rush before the tide of passion became uncontrollable. He had to chase away the ignorant rabbit. He withdrew his hand, almost hoarsely saying, "Shizun, I'll go get your clothes." A heavy breath brushed past Chu Wanning's eyelashes. Mo Ran turned and strode to the door, picking up the clothes that Chu Wanning had thrown there. Chu Wanning was still leaning against the wall, but he felt like he had run 100 miles. His whole body was exhausted and he couldn't breathe. He slightly narrowed his phoenix eyes and saw that Mo Ran had his back to him, flipping through the clothes he had taken off. He suddenly remembered the state of a certain part of his body. He was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly woke up. When Mo Ran came in, he was showering with his back to him, and when he turned around, Mo Ran was close to him and didn't look down, so he didn't notice his desire. But if Mo Ran took the clothes now and turned back, then Elder Yu Heng's high and noble reputation and Chu Wanning's noble and ascetic image would crumble in an instant. Chu Wanning was instantly anxious. He saw that Mo Ran had already separated the clothes and was holding them in his hands. He saw that he was about to turn around. Chu Wanning only had two choices left. 1. Pretend that his leg suddenly hurt and squat down. 2. Poke him blind. Before he could make a decision between these two terrible choices, Mo Ran had already turned around and said, "Shizun, you what?" He didn't finish speaking. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, the rest of his words were all cut off between his lips, sinking deep into a quagmire, unable to be pulled out. Chapter 142. It turned out that at the critical moment when Mo Ran turned his head, Chu Wanning's mind had a flash of lightning. Almost at the last moment he turned his body around, his arms crossed and braced against the wall, leaving his opponent with his even and strong back. This way, Mo Ran wouldn't be able to see his front. Chu Wanning felt that he was really quick-witted. This idiot didn't know that what he was exposing to Mo Ran was his sexy waist, his full and firm buttocks, and his pair of slender and strong legs. He was like a rabbit that had been skinned and roasted over a fire until it was golden brown and crispy. He was just short of saying, "Please eat, thank you." Mo Ran felt his throat go dry, and his eyes seemed to be bloodshot. After a while he said, "Shizun, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? This posture is really a bit strange. How can I say it in a way that won't change my expression?" Chu Wanning turned half of his face, his expression cold and solemn. Trying to hide something only made it more obvious. Mo Ran had already put down his clothes and was walking towards him. Perhaps it was because the light was against him, but he felt that the expression on Mo Ran's face made him shudder. It was like a hungry wolf in the forest who saw a piece of fresh meat, but the meat was hanging on a trap. The wolf hesitated. The hunger and thirst in its stomach fought fiercely with the rationality in its brain. The flames of war spread from its body to its eyes. Mo Ran's black eyes were very bright, emitting a dim light. Chu Wanning finally felt that something was wrong. 2 words were drawn, and his tone was sharp, piercing through the treacherous silence. "Back rub." Mo Ran's moist voice condensed in his throat, with a slight nasal sound, making it seem very sexy. "What?" This was really the excuse that Chu Wanning thought of when he was anxious, but since the voice had already entered his ears, he couldn't pull it out. He could only pretend to be calm and coldly said, "Since you're here, then rub my back before you leave." Mo Ran, "I've been busy these past few days. My body is sweaty, and I feel uncomfortable." Chu Wanning tried his best to appear casual and calm. It's always good to rub it clean. He didn't know whether he was able to fool Mo Ran or not, and whether his lie was still natural. But in the end, Mo Ran still listened to him. He obediently took a towel, soaked it in warm water, and began to rub Chu Wanning back. Wanya had always been wise. This was really the stupidest thing he had ever done. What was the most torturous thing in this world? It was when the person he loved was standing behind him, separated by a rough towel, and a pair of large hands rubbing his entire body. Every place that was touched was like a sail on spring water, leaving behind a dry red mark. Although Mo Ran had already restrained his strength, it was still very strong. Moreover, his flesh had never been touched like this before. He felt every inch of his muscles tremble, and he had no choice but to tighten his body to maintain stability and not let the person behind him see that he was different. He leaned his forehead against the wall, in a place where Mo Ran couldn't see. He bit his lips tightly, and the ends of his phoenix eyes were red. His desire was so hot that it was as thick as the dew on a branch, and it was already slightly moist. He was still a person who had never had sex before, so what? In front of the person he loved, he endured such stimulation and pretended to be aloof. It was too unbearable. But if he were to ask Mo Ran what was the most torturous thing in this world, he was afraid that the answer would be very different. He would probably say that it was when that person stood in front of you naked, hands against the wall, shoulders and back relaxed. That person didn't doubt himself at all, and just magnanimously handed everything over to you, letting you use a towel to rub his entire body with filthy and dirty thoughts. Of course he knew that he was scrubbing Shizun's back, but when he used just a little bit of strength, that person's skin turned red, and had the sexiness of being bullied and abused. His hands touched his shoulder blades and lingered around his waist. Involuntarily, his strength gradually became stronger. He felt the person beneath him tremble slightly, but he didn't know if it was his own misconception, but he stared at that fair and full curve, restraining himself until his eyes were bloodshot. Only then did he not throw away the towel and directly grab it with his hands, leaving 5 soul-stirring red marks. He had already tasted the ecstasy of the person in front of him, but so what? In front of this person, he endured silently and forced himself to be a gentleman. It was too unbearable. The two of them suffered for a long time, and if they continued to rub, they were afraid that there would be a fire. Chu Wanning finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and said with a hoarse voice, "Okay, you can go out. I can rub the rest, I'll do it myself." Mo Ran suddenly let out a sigh of relief, his forehead full of sweat. He said in a low voice, "Yes, Shizun." The door curtain was lifted, and Mo Ran went out. Chu Wanning didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He was still leaning against the wall, his forehead against it. His ears were blood red, just like the scars on his back. He didn't know if Mo Ran saw it or not. He opened his eyes slightly, as if because of the humiliation. He bit his lower lip. After hesitating for a long time, he still reached out and held his swollen and painful desire. Originally, he ran back to take a shower to suppress these filthy feelings. Unexpectedly, man proposes but God disposes. By chance, Mo Ran pushed him deeper into the waves of the sea of desire. Chu Wanning, who had always relied on the clear heart mantra to resist her human nature, finally couldn't help but use the most ordinary and most embarrassing form of a mortal to relieve herself of the overflowing love that was about to overflow. His lips were slightly open, and his eyes were half closed. His expression was a bit pitiful, and also a bit wronged. He was leaning against the cold wall, but his forehead was burning hot. His beautiful back and shoulders were hunched, and his Adam's apple was rolling, suppressing his deep breathing and whimpering. So sinful but so beautiful. Like a white butterfly that fell into a spider's web, in the tight tide of passion, he weakly shook his wings, but couldn't get away. He was dirty in the end. Dirty to the bone, dirty so miserably, so pitiful, so tempting to violate, so addictive. In the end, Chu Wanning was so angry that he punched the wall. He was so ruthless, so angry, so unwilling that he used so much strength that his knuckles were bruised and bleeding. Bastard! It was unknown whether he was scolding himself or Mo Ran. Chu Wanning's eyes were wet. There were feelings, hatred, and confusion. In the blink of an eye, they had been in Jade Cold Village for more than half a month. The busy farming season was coming to an end. Since the day he took a shower, Chu Wanning had avoided Mo Ran like a snake or a scorpion. He didn't notice Mo Ran's abnormality, but he couldn't stand the change in himself. A person who was simple and elegant for a long time would be especially easy to hold back. Otherwise, why did Chu Wanning always look down on others for dual cultivation partners? It wasn't jealousy, but Elder Yu Hung really couldn't stand it. He felt sick and disgusted. He didn't look at erotic images because he really didn't want to, not because he was pretending. For Chu Wanning, things like liking and kissing were acceptable. However, when it came to the next step, such as consolation or invasion, his face turned green. He couldn't accept it. It was like a vegetarian. If you secretly put some lard in his bowl, he would probably think it was delicious. However, if you gave him a piece of roasted meat that was brown on the outside but still had the smell of blood on the inside, he would probably be disgusted to death. After venting in a daze that day, Chu Wanning woke up. He gasped for breath and looked at the stickiness on his hand. He felt as if a handful of cold water had been poured on his head. His face turned green. What was he doing? He couldn't control himself from being teased by a little brat in his early 20s. He had to rely on self-consolation to calm the surging tide in his heart. Chu Wanning had goosebumps on his back. Therefore, when he met Mo Ran in the future, he would retreat 3 feet away. He was afraid that he would carelessly release the scourge in his heart and do something that he would regret. When he retreated, Mo Ran also retreated. Mo Ran was also really scared. He realized that his desire for Chu Wanning was much higher than he expected. The dam he built before couldn't hold back the turbulent waves. The passion in his bones was about to overflow at any time. He knew that there was only a slight difference between human nature and bestial nature. He didn't want to hurt Chu Wanning again because of this slight difference. Therefore, he also subconsciously avoided Chu Wanning. The distance between the two of them increased. Instead, it gave the illusion that the disciple was respectful and the master was kind. The days passed peacefully. One day, the hunters in the village killed a fat deer in the mountains. The villagers suggested that they hold a bonfire party at the small sun-dried field at the entrance of the village at night. Therefore, every family took out some food, whether it was pastries or dried meat. The village chief even opened 2 jugs of sorghum wine. Everyone sat around the bonfire and smelled the fragrance of the roasted deer. They ate and drank noisily, very happy. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran didn't sit together. The two of them were a little far apart. There was a fire burning in the middle. They looked at each other through the fire, but didn't want to be seen by each other. They glanced at each other, thinking that it was silent. However, their gazes always met halfway. Therefore, they pretended that it was just a casual glance and lightly lowered their eyes. After a while, they sneakily climbed up to each other's cheeks when they weren't paying attention. The orange flames were surging and the firewood was crackling. The surroundings were filled with laughter and toasts, but they couldn't hear or see anything. The moon in the sky illuminated only their hearts. The wine that the village chief opened was quickly finished, but everyone felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy them. Mo Ran remembered that he still had a jug of good quality pear blossom white wine in his house. He greeted them and got up to go get it. Halfway there he heard movement behind him. He turned around. Who is it? The sound of footsteps immediately paused. Then a pair of green shoes embroidered with yellow flowers slowly came out from the corner. Mo Ran was stunned. Miss Linger? It's you. Linger drank a little too much wine. Her snow-white cheeks were flushed red and her lips were plump and bright. She stood under the moonlight, gazing at him with emotion. Her full chest rose and fell with some hurried breathing. She said, Mo Xianjun, wait. I have something to tell you. Chapter 143. No matter how slow Mo Ran was, when he saw her burning eyes, how could he not understand? He immediately said, Miss Linger, you drank a little too much. If you have anything to say it tomorrow. I insist on saying it today. This girl was also fierce when she was being stubborn. Her hair was a little messy, but her eyes were shining. Mo Ran was afraid of being pestered, so he wanted to use his qinggong to escape, but she pulled on the corner of his sleeve. Mo Ran was angry and amused at the same time. He said, let go of me. I'm not letting go. As the saying goes, alcohol strengthens one's courage. Moreover, Ling Er's courage was not small to begin with. She had been wanting to cling to the quintessence of life and death for a long time. So she said loudly, I like you. Do you like me? Mo ran. Seeing that the man did not respond, Ling was a little anxious. Ever since Mo ran first came to Yuliang village, she felt that this man looked mighty and heroic. Later on, when she found out that he was the famous Grandmaster Mo, her heart fell even deeper, and she could not control it. The busy farming season was almost over, and Mo ran would be leaving soon. She was just a little girl in the lower cultivation world, and the only thing she had was a pretty face and a good figure. Although she did not know what Mo ran thought of her, if she did not express her feelings now, it would be very difficult for her to have another chance in the future. Therefore, with the help of the alcohol, she was able to muster up the courage to follow Mo ran and confess her love to him. To be honest, even Mo ran was a little taken aback by this flood of courage. Ling Er's pretty face was flushed red. She thought if only Mo ran would agree, not only would she have such a handsome lover, but she would also be able to climb to the peak of life and death. Then, she would not have to stay in this small broken village and be bullied. She could live a comfortable life, but I'm sorry, Miss Linger, you should let go. However, his words easily shattered the floating castle in her mind. Ling Er's face was still red, but now it was pale again. For a moment her face was very ugly. After a while she anxiously said, Am I not good looking? You look good in every way. Mo ran was very polite and gently shook off her hand, but I don't like it. If it could be said that he had left some face for her just now, then this sentence of I don't like it could be said to be like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, tearing off the last of her face. Ling Er's eyes were filled with tears. She was sad. Although she admired Mo ran, it wasn't to the point where she was deeply in love with him. Instead, she wanted to rise to the top. Thus, she was more disappointed that her dream had been shattered. She held back her tears and asked, Then what do you like? Her question stumped Mo ran. What did he like? Out of habit, he felt that he liked women like Shirmei, but when the words came to his mouth, he suddenly felt that this was not the case. For a moment, he was at a loss and could not answer. Then tell me, what do you like? Linger stepped closer, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Mo ran's face, not letting go of any change in his expression. She was also a pitiful person. She had an older sister who married an ordinary cloth merchant in the upper cultivation world, and moved to Lizhou a few years ago to live a good life. She went to visit her older sister with her mother, and brought back a pile of dried pepper fish from the countryside. However, her brother-in-law disliked the fishy smell of the dried fish and felt that it was very shameful for them to live in his house, so they were driven away after a few days. This matter deeply carved a knife into Linger's heart. From that day on, she was not willing to accept her poor life and vowed to live better than her older sister. In the future, she would repay all the grievances that she had suffered. Therefore, she had been looking for a hero all these years, wanting to give herself to him and change her fate. She really did not want to let go of Mo Weiyu. As a result, she was almost a little anxious and crazy. Under the influence of alcohol, she leaned on him in a daze. She had a soft and curvaceous body. In the summer, when she walked through the fields, men would steal glances at her. She was betting, wanting to use her soft and warm body to tear open Grandmaster Mo's armor. What's wrong with me? You don't even want to think about it, you won't even consider it, and you're rejecting me just like that? Her hot and soft body pressed against him, but Mo Ran felt uncomfortable all over. He pulled and pulled her away, his face darkening. Miss Linger, how long have we known each other? Why would I like you? Why would I consider you? How would you know if you don't try? When Mo Ran saw that she was about to come over again, he immediately said, Don't come any closer. You don't like it that much? Linger opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, You don't like it at all at all. I don't like it at all. Mo Ran felt that he had not said it clearly enough. It was better to be thorough with this kind of thing. Therefore, although it was cruel, he still added, I'm not moved at all. Linger was speechless. Not liking it she could understand. But not being moved, how many unmarried men could face a woman with an extremely good face and figure, face a woman who had taken the initiative to throw herself at him, and say that he was not moved at all? Could he not have any desire in front of such a soft and gentle woman? She stood there in a daze for a while, then said, How could you? She found it hard to say. She actually wanted to say, how could you not have any desire at all? This was not normal. Mo Ran could tell what she was thinking from her hesitation, but he didn't want to explain it to her. They were just strangers who met by chance. While the concubine wanted to have a one-night stand, the man didn't want to do so. She could think whatever she wanted as long as she liked it. Mo Ran said to her softly, "Sorry." Then he disappeared into the night. The night wind blew against his cheeks, and he could not help but squint his eyes. After talking with Linger, he suddenly realized that he might have been wrong about one thing when it came to love. Linger asked him, "What kind of woman do you like?" It seemed that he had never asked himself this question. People who received little warmth did not have much choice. As long as someone treated him especially well, he would offer up all his passion. "What kind of woman do you like?" This was a question that he did not dare to ask subconsciously. Actually, everyone in this world had their own special tastes and hobbies. When Mo Ran was young, he often heard other children tugging at their parents' clothes and saying, "I like to eat this, it has chopped green onions." Or, "Mom, this red lantern looks better than the yellow one, I like the red one." But he could not say that. Even if he said it, it would be useless. The only thing he could afford to eat was the cheapest white pancakes, and he had to break them up and share half with his mother. Later on, when he was in the restaurant, he would also steal glances at the rich young masters who came to watch the opera. He saw them waving their silk fans and leisurely saying things like, "I like that Chue from last time. This time I want her to sing. She's delicate and has a sweet voice," and so on. In fact, in Mo Ran's eyes, Chue was not as beautiful as Bai Rong, but who cared what he thought? No one would ever ask him, "What do you like?" Whether it was aesthetic or choice, these words only concerned the rich. For Mo Ran, he would eat whatever others gave him. If there was food to eat, he should be grateful. If there was clothes to cover his body, he should cry. He was afraid that he was a fool. How could he like? How could he dare to like? What qualifications did he have to like? He only had a lowly life that he had to struggle with all his might to survive. After a long time, this habit of holding on to whatever he got was deeply ingrained in his bones. Later, no matter how much gold, silver, and jewels he wore, or how much ambergris made him sneeze, it could not cover up this layer of poverty in his bones. Throughout Mo Ran's life when he was young, he was poor. His emotions were like dirt on the soles of his shoes, worthless. Therefore, no one would ask him, "What do you like?" Later on, when he achieved meteoric success, he was in the emperor's heart, accompanying the king and accompanying the tiger. His thoughts could only be speculated by others, so no one dared to ask him, "What do you like?" And just now Linger had suddenly asked him this question. It was just a few simple words, but it had actually stumped him. He used to think that if he liked someone, he would be respectful and hold them in the palm of his hand, not daring to have any wild thoughts. Just like how he treated Shermay. He felt that this was love, as if there was nothing wrong with it. But at this moment he vaguely understood that things didn't seem to be as he had thought. Did he really like gentleness more than stubbornness? Did he really like gentleness more than strength? Did he really like peach blossom eyes more than fierce phoenix eyes, two blades of frost? Did he really like Shermingjing? Instead of, he did not dare to think about that name. But his heart was beating uncontrollably, and his blood had become hot and boiling. Mo Ran was shocked by his own love. Love and lust, love and lust, love and lust were inseparable. He was attracted by the other person's appearance, by the other person's voice, by the other person's smell, and even by the other person's gaze. He wanted to invade, wanted to possess, wanted to leave his own breath on the body that originally had nothing to do with him, wanted to insert his own passion into the other person's body. He had always believed that love was sacred, and that the person he loved could not be profaned. But how could he really not be profaned? When a body that he loved, longed for, and yearned for appeared in front of him, how could he not feel his whole body heat up? Of all the love in the world, only love had nothing to do with cleanliness. It was destined to be stained with sticky sweat, to have the color of flesh, to be tangled with hair, to have the smell of heather. It was related to moaning, to passion. It was destined to be in a muddy and humid hotbed, to be able to grow into a delicate flower stamen. Mo Ran was running in the night when he suddenly stopped. His eyes were frighteningly bright, and his expression was aghast. It was as if something in his brain had broken. The wild flow that had always been suppressed by his stubbornness and foolishness had drowned him with an earth-shattering momentum, swallowing him up. He stood in place in horror. Desire, lust, love. Chu Wanning. He finally dug out this name. The sand and mud were washed away, and the treasure was revealed. It had always been Chu Wanning. This kind of private emotion, this kind of burning love, had always belonged to Chu Wanning. He felt his vision darken. The obsession of 2 lifetimes had been shattered. The broken brick wall was washed away by the violent tide, slamming into his heart, making him almost unable to breathe. He was aghast. Could it be so? It was actually like this. The person he liked, his so-called love, had it always been wrong? When Mo Ran returned to the bonfire party with Li Huabai in his arms, Linger was no longer there. Of course, no one noticed that a young girl had left the party. Naturally, no one knew that Mo Ran and her had a conversation just now. They continued to drink and chat merrily, and it was very lively. After 3 rounds of drinking, the villagers began to play a game. They used rice stalks to weave a straw ring and asked someone to go up and beat the drum. When the drum stopped, whoever the straw ring passed to would be asked a question and could not refuse to answer. This was a kind of entertainment that the farmers of the lower cultivation world would think of when they had nothing to do. The game was simple and easy to learn. Even people like Chu Wanning, who had no interest in playing, would not find it difficult to integrate into the game. Okay, it's Lao Bai's turn. Come Lao Bai, let's draw lots. With a bitter face, Lao Bai grabbed a folded piece of paper from the big bowl. He unfolded it and read, "Is a woman with big breasts prettier? Or a woman with a fat butt prettier?" The people around him immediately roared with laughter. Lao Bai was so angry that his face turned red. He raised the piece of paper and cursed. Which idiot wrote this kind of question and threw it in? I'll F***CKU. Don't. A villager laughed and pulled on his clothes. Don't be in such a hurry to F***CK him. You should answer the question first. Lao Bai's wife was also sitting below. She was staring at him with her pair of bullfrog eyes. Lao Bai's hair stood on end. He stuttered for a long time before whispering, "I think they're all about the same." Immediately someone laughed and shouted, "What are you talking about? There's no point in lying. You clearly told me a few days ago that you think women with big butts are prettier and that they're easy to give birth to. Why didn't you tell the truth? Drink. Drink as punishment." Lao Bai had no choice. He grimaced in pain and drank the wine. After drinking, he was pulled by the ear by his wife and scolded. Chu Wanning was hidden in the crowd. He felt awkward and curious at the same time. However, this kind of question was too vulgar. If he was asked, he would definitely not be able to answer. At this time, the village chief happened to be holding a foot of black cloth. He said with a smile, "Let's find someone else to beat the drum. Take Lao Zhang's place and let him play." "Who's going to take his place?" Chu Wanning immediately said, "I'll do it." He walked to the side of the drum that was tied with cowhide. He took the drumstick and sat on the ground. The village chief carefully tied the blindfold around his eyes. He adjusted it left and right and asked, "Is it tight?" "It's not tight." "Will it leak out?" "It won't leak." The village chief smiled and said, "Then I'll ask Immortal Monarch to beat the drum. Whenever you want to stop, feel free to stop." Chu Wanning said, "Okay." He picked up the wooden hammer and knocked on the leather surface. Then he agilely beat out dense drum beats. It was noisy and messy. He was blindfolded and did not notice Mo Ran's gaze across the bonfire. It was so complicated, so confused. Mo Ran looked at him. The sparks flew like orange fireflies scattering into the night. He looked at the man in white. Inch by inch, his gaze swept across Chu Wanning's forehead, the tip of his nose, his lips, and his chin like a sharp knife. Chu Wanning, who was blindfolded by the black cloth, had an indescribable temptation to him. But this time, Mo Ran did not let this temptation slip away. He carefully chewed and licked. He tasted the taste of love in it. He once again felt his heart tremble. He once again confirmed that he was not wrong. He had love for Chu Wanning. That kind of love had nothing to do with the relationship between master and disciple. It had nothing to do with kindness. He just purely admired him, longed for him, wanted him. He finally realized in hindsight that he loved Chu Wanning. It was love. He was actually so muddle-headed, so stubborn. He was actually so stupid, so unable to see clearly. It was only today that he was finally enlightened. He loved Chu Wanning. Now that he had thought it through, the layer of earth that had been accumulating in his mind finally broke down. There were many things that he couldn't understand and many answers that he couldn't get before, but they all came one after another in this love that had come so late. But he did not have time to savor it. He did not have time to think deeply. He heard a dong sound. The drumming stopped. The remaining sound spread like ripples. That grass ring fell on his knee at this time. He picked it up in a daze. When he looked up, he saw Chu Wanning breathing a sigh of relief. He took off the black bandage with one hand. He opened his pair of phoenix eyes that shone with moonlight and looked at him with pure and flawless eyes. He was also curious. He wanted to know whose house the flower fell on when he stopped the drumming. So he met Mo Ran's gaze. Chu Wanning. Mo Ran. There was nothing more awkward than you peeking at him when he was peeking at you. Their gazes met and they both avoided each other's eyes. But Chu Wanning soon stopped avoiding them, because he suddenly realized that Mo Ran's handsome face was shrouded in confused and complicated feelings. Beyond the burning bonfire and the bustling crowd, it was exposed so straight and hot. It was not concealed and could not be concealed. Chu Wanning widened his phoenix eyes slightly. Good luck, Celestial Master Mo. The village chief smiled and pulled Mo Ran up. Mo Ran hesitated for a while. Then he followed the rules and put the grass ring in his hair. His black eyes were very bright, but he was at a loss. He put on the crown and carefully looked at Chu Wanning. That tanned handsome face gradually turned red under the light of the fire. Chu Wanning was shocked by his abnormal behavior. So he opened his eyes even wider and stared at him. Under Chu Wanning's undisguised gaze, Mo Ran lowered his eyelashes and pursed his lips without saying a word. He looked a little obedient and a little shy. He looked like a slow-witted young man who had reached the age of knowing his first love. Everything seemed so clumsy that it was a little pitiful but also a little cute. Chu Wanning. If he was shocked just now, he could be said to be shocked now. Oh, he was probably going blind. Otherwise, why would he feel that this burly bear suddenly became so pretentious, as if he had taken the wrong medicine? Chapter 144. Mo Ran took out a piece of paper from the bowl and spread it open. When he saw the content on the paper, he first heaved a sigh of relief, then became a little nervous. What is this? Asked the village chief. Mo Ran showed him the paper. The village chief looked and said, haha, luckily there are no senior or junior sisters from the same sect as Mo Xianjun, or else we would have offended them. Chu Wanning was originally very curious about what question Mo Ran had found. When he heard the village chief's words, he became even more curious. He stared at the paper as if he wanted to bore a hole through it. Mo Ran smiled and said, but village chief, look at what's written on this paper. It should be against the rules. Others asked one question, but he asked me 3 questions. Who asked Immortal June to pick this one? Said the village chief. If Immortal June is not satisfied, then throw it away and pick a new one. If he picked a new one, he might get something like women with long legs are prettier or women with thin waists are prettier. Mo Ran smiled and said, forget it, I'll pick this one. As he spoke, he passed the paper back to the village chief and said, I picked 3 people I like the most in my life. Chu Wanning was speechless. At this time Ling came back with red eyes. She did not move forward, afraid that others would see that she had just cried. She sat at the outermost edge of the fire pit, so Mo Ran did not see her. In fact, after Mo Ran finished his question, he did not look at anyone. He felt that such a question was too personal, and anyone would feel awkward looking at it. No one would be able to say anything, so he just stared at the fire. The bonfire flickered in his black eyes, illuminating his handsome face. He stared at the flame, lost in thought for a long time. Then he said, then let's talk about my mother first. My mother passed away relatively early. Actually, I don't really remember what she looked like. I only remember that when she was around, I could always eat and sleep well, Mo Ran said. So if we were to talk about 3 people, she would be one of them. Village chief nodded. Good, I'll count one for you, Immortal Monarch. The second one is my elder brother. He treats me warmly, and even though we aren't related by blood, He treats me better than any of my brothers. Regarding this answer, Chu Wanning had long expected it, so whether it was on his face or in his heart, there was not much of a ripple. It was obvious that Mo ran like Shi Mingjing. When he was at the Jin Chengqi, he had heard it with his own ears, so he wasn't surprised. She looked at the man under the illumination of the night fire. He had a hard outline that looked like it had been carved by a knife and an axe. He looked extremely handsome, but there was some stubbornness in his bones. To a large extent, a person's spirit could be reflected in their eyes. Mo Ran's eyes were black, bright, and extremely spirited, like a lamp that would never be extinguished unless it ran out of oil. A person with such a pair of eyes was destined to be extremely stubborn. Chu Wanning was obsessed with such stubbornness, but unfortunately, this stubbornness didn't belong to him. Mo Ran said that Shi Mingjing was so good, but Chu Wanning didn't listen. He felt that the wind at night was a little cold, so he poured himself a cup of hot tea, held it in his hand and slowly drank. The tea warmed his throat and fell to his stomach, warming his flesh and blood, and even his heart softened. He silently poured himself another cup. Just as he was about to drink again, he suddenly heard Mo Ran finish talking about Shi Mingjing. Mo Ran paused and said, "There's one more person, and the third person I want to talk about is my master." Cough, cough, cough. Chu Wanning seemed to have been scalded. He choked on the tea and coughed repeatedly. His face was flushed red. He buried his head in wiping the water stains, but he didn't raise his head to look at Mo Ran. For a person who was used to being lowly emotionally, if you pulled him up from the ground, he would only panic because he was covered in dust. He would want to hide in the dark again, curl up and hide. But Mo Ran clearly didn't intend to give him a chance to escape. Chu Wanning was too stuffy. If he was allowed to do as he pleased, he would always show you his back, the back of his head. He seemed to be blazing fierce, with purple lightning and green frost between his eyebrows, faintly showing a thunderous intent to attack. But Mo Ran knew that this was nothing more than an exquisitely polished human skin mask. He had seen Chu Wanning's gentle human soul, so pitiful and helpless in the steam rising from the Mengpa lobby. He didn't want Chu Wanning to ruin himself like this anymore. Chu Wanning couldn't wear such a sinister and terrifying mask anymore. If this guy with low self-esteem wasn't willing to take it off, then he would reach out for him. The tea had only spilled a little, and he had already wiped it clean. But Chu Wanning still kept wiping the dried water stains. He was used to being trapped in a cocoon of his own making, so he didn't raise his head. Gradually, he felt that the surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that it was a little strange. Then he heard a child giggle. The voice was very low, but anyone could hear it. "Ma'am, Chu Xianjun is so silly." Ma'am hurriedly covered her child's mouth. "Shoo," but Chu Wanning still heard it. "Silly." No, Wanya Yuheng would never be called silly in his life. He was arrogant and sharp, fierce and cold, and Shizun, if you keep wiping, I'm afraid you're going to make a hole in the table. The black cloth boots walked in front of his table. They were very close, so close that it could be considered offensive. Then they stopped. Chu Wanning saw a pitch-black shadow cover him like a mountain pressing down on him. The pressure was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. The pressure made him feel a little humiliated and also a little angry. He suddenly felt a little resentful, angry at his sudden weakness. Thus, he threw the handkerchief aside and abruptly raised his head. His eyes were filled with provocation as he glared at Mo Ran with unbridled anger. It was as if he was about to draw his sword. Almost at the same time, Mo Ran said respectfully and gently, "I'm sorry, master. Shizun, pay attention to me." This sentence was like a curse, growing and growing together with Chu Wanning's reaction. Only Chu Wanning knew that he didn't raise his head because Mo Ran said, "Pay attention to me." This was just a coincidence. But what was the use of this? Besides him, whether it was Mo Ran or the people around, they all felt that Chu Wanning quickly agreed to his disciple because of this request. Quickly. There was nothing more humiliating than these two words. They felt that they had lost all their face. Chu Wanning's face was as cold as ice, but his eyes were burning with fire. But what met his eyes was only Mo Ran's gentle and warm gaze. Like endless spring water, it easily wrapped up his anger and his sharp mouth. Mo Ran said, "Shizun, the third answer is you." Chu Wanning had nowhere to vent his anger, so he became expressionless. "Yes." He was really calm and indifferent. He was very calm and had a bearing. He was really worthy of being Grandmaster Chu, who didn't care about worldly affairs. Chu Wanning secretly cheered for himself. But Mo Ran looked at him amusedly. Grandmaster Mo thought that this Grandmaster Chu couldn't be a little fool, right? Chu Wanning didn't know that in his disciple's heart, he had already pasted the label of a little fool. Because he was nervous, he became more and more cold and arrogant. He said, "So? What do you want to do here?" This question hit the nail on the head. The smile on Mo Ran's face froze for a moment. Mo Ran wanted to do everything, but he couldn't do anything. So what if he liked Chu Wanning? He found out too late. This person was too far away to be chased. Moreover, he had already spent 2 lifetimes chasing after Shermai's footsteps. Suddenly, he was told that he loved the wrong person and wanted him to turn back. In fact, his own heart couldn't accept it so easily. If he had understood his own feelings at the beginning of his rebirth, perhaps everything could still be in time. Until now, this discovery was actually just increasing his suffering. In his previous life, Chu Wanning had suffered too much physical torture. He was used to seeing the joy of the bed as the cruelest torture for this proud and unyielding man. Therefore, in Mo Ran's heart, Chu Wanning had always been the image of an immortal. He didn't eat the food of mortals, and he wouldn't have any feelings of love or lust. If he wanted to destroy Chu Wanning, he had thousands of intimate methods. But he had to be good to Chu Wanning. He couldn't think of much. Suddenly he became very stupid. He only knew that he should keep a distance from Shizun. He should put Shizun on the altar and kneel down to welcome him. This word of like actually contained a burning and secret love, but Mo Ran couldn't let Chu Wanning feel it. He could only control himself and use the relationship between master and disciple to carefully disguise this love. Then, he respectfully presented it to Chu Wanning. Mo Ran then replied, "I just want to let Shizun know." Chu Wanning looked at him quietly. Mo Ran said, "It's just that I can't help but want to let everyone know." "Know what?" Mo Ran smiled. His black eyes were very bright, and the flames were very scorching. It could cover up the desire that was surging in the undercurrent. "Know that my luck is good," he said with a smile. "I have the best Shizun in the world." He used 3 best words. They were very clumsy and very forceful. It was quite like Mo Ran's simple and crude style. Chu Wanning looked at him with an unfathomable gaze. Only his eyelashes moved. Mo Ran took a deep breath. He didn't know where his courage came from. He only felt that if he missed this chance, he would not have another chance to express himself so freely in this life. He suddenly half knelt, wanting to be level with Chu Wanning, who was sitting in front of the table. Unfortunately, his figure was still too tall. Kneeling like this, he still looked down at Shizun. He couldn't care so much. He felt that his heart was beating so fast, and his blood was flowing so fast. Shizun. Chu Wanning suddenly felt that something was wrong. This man's eyes were too anxious. He couldn't help but lean back a little. But in the end, the arrow still pierced his heart. "I like you." He had no way to escape. The deer leaping in the forest had its leg pierced by the hunter's arrow. Then it fell to the ground. Chu Wanning stared at him in a daze. There was a boom in his head. He couldn't hear anything else and couldn't see anything. Like, this word was very implicit and vague. It wasn't as straightforward as love. Once it was said, it could burn someone's heart. It had many ways to understand it. It gave many opportunities to infatuated men and resentful women. They could pretend to be calm and express their feelings, and let out the overflowing love in their hearts. Mo Ran silently thought, "I like you, but I won't disturb you or force you. You think that the like I said is only the relationship between master and disciple. Although that is a pity for me, for you it couldn't be better." Chu Wanning, on the other hand, silently thought to herself, "You said you like me because of pity, because you taught me, and because you saved my life. This isn't the kind of love I want, but in exchange for your good feelings, I've already done everything I can do. I don't have the strength anymore, and I don't have any bargaining chips to exchange for more of your feelings. To be able to get a word of recognition from you as Shizun, a word of love, is enough. I won't force it." They didn't say anything more to each other. The people around them who were watching the show only praised the deep relationship between master and disciple. Only Ling who was in the corner, vaguely felt that something was wrong. She looked at Mo Ran's handsome face. There was a suppressed desire on that face, and there was some enthusiasm that made her feel strange. But after all, she was pure. She grew up in a small village, and had never heard of the good feelings between men. Therefore she only felt that it was strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange. In this world there were always some people who were heartless and unrestrained when they didn't like something. They could walk sideways, and even if the heavenly king came they wouldn't be afraid. But once they fell in love, it was like adding oil to the fire. Their hearts were hot and their eyes were red. They constantly longed for their love to be discovered by the other party. They wanted to sink into the sea of desire with the other party, and they couldn't bear to part. But what if the other party really did discover it? They were in fear and trepidation. They were afraid that the other party didn't like them, afraid of being rejected, afraid of this and that. Not to mention the heavenly king. This time, even if a cicada on a tree chirped something completely unrelated, they would feel uneasy. Heavens, a cicada on a tree is chirping. Damn, does that mean he doesn't like me? The most hazy of love was often you guessing and I guessing, you hiding and I hiding. Even from 2 miles away, you could smell the pervasive sour stench. Mo Weiyu was the Emperor Ta in his past life. And in this life, he was Grandmaster Mo. He was notorious and wise for his entire life. He was the evilest ghost, and now he was the kindest person. But in the end, he still couldn't escape this sour stench. What about Chu Wanning? That guy was forever a fish in a net. Even the slightest disturbance in love was enough to give him a headache and make him feel conflicted. But he still wanted to save face. With a snort he said, "What's there to talk about such a rotten thing?" He was really courting death. Chapter 145. The forest was dyed red, and the busy farming season was over. The villagers of Yuliang village prepared several large and small bags filled with dried meat, rice cakes, spices, and coarse cloth. They kept stuffing them into the arms of Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. Although there was no lack of food and clothing at the peak of life and death, this was the goodwill of the villagers, and it would be bad if they didn't accept it. Thus, the two didn't stand on ceremony and helped the village chief fill up the bags. Ling also came with a bamboo basket in her arms. The basket was covered with a small piece of blue cloth, and when the cloth was lifted, it was revealed that there were steamed buns and 10 or so boiled eggs with green shells. She walked over to Mo Ran's horse, her clear eyes darting around. She wanted to look at him, but when she thought of her bold confession when she was half drunk and half awake, she felt embarrassed. After dawdling for a while, she finally walked over and raised the basket over her head. She said to the handsome man who was already on the horse, "Immortal Master Mo, these were all cooked by me this morning. Take them with you and eat them with Immortal Master Chu on the road." Mo Ran didn't know why she was doing this, so he hesitated, not knowing whether to refuse or accept. Ling understood his concerns and suddenly raised her head. Her cheeks were red, but there was stubbornness and hurt in her eyes. Although she used all her strength and wanted to get close to an amazing immortal master, she wasn't a girl without dignity who would continue to pester after being rejected. She said, "Immortal Master, don't worry. Ling doesn't have any other intentions. I just want to thank Immortal Master for taking care of Yuliang village this past month." Only then did Mo Ran accept the bamboo basket. He sat on the horse and looked at her with lowered eyelashes. He said sincerely, "Many thanks, Mississippi. Immortal Master is too polite." Mo Ran saw that she was able to let go and felt a little touched. He asked, "Miss, what do you plan to do from now on?" "Immortal Master, why do you ask?" "I don't think Miss is someone who is willing to stay in the village for long." Ling smiled, and fighting spirit appeared in her eyes again. "I want to go to the upper cultivation world to have a look. I heard that the Confucian Wind School sect leader is kind and benevolent, and he's willing to help all the poor people in the world. As long as people like us from the lower cultivation world can find a job in Lini, he won't drive us away. I'm not bad at needlework and I can cook too. I'll be able to survive for a while." Of course, she didn't mention the most important thing. Confucian Wind sect had the most disciples among the 10 great cultivation sections. Their sect was vast, and they had a total of 72 cities, big and small. Lini was also the capital of an immortal sect. Out of 10 people walking on the road, 5 of them were cultivators. If she went there, it would be easier for her to find a good husband. Chu Wanning did not know what she was thinking. Hearing that she wanted to go to Lini, he knitted his brows and said, "The Confucian Wind School is very deep. It is not as simple as Miss thinks. If you want to stay in the upper cultivation world for a long time in the future, you might as well consider Lin Lingyu in Yangzhou." "I can't survive in Yangzhou. The food and clothes there are too expensive," Lingair said. "Thank you for your kindness, Sir Immortal. Lingair has her own considerations." Since she already said this much, Chu Wanning knew that it would be useless for him to say anything more, so he dropped the subject. The two of them carried a lot of parcels and spurred their horses. When Chu Wanning passed by the vicinity of colorful Butterfly Town, he paid special attention to the barrier there. Fortunately, the spiritual energy flow was abundant, so everything was stable. Therefore, the horses kept galloping all the way until noon. They finally returned to the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning went to report the situation to Xue Zhengyong. Mo Ran had nothing to do, so he strolled around. On the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness, he bumped into a person who was wiping the stone lions on the bridge's pillar. Mo Ran wondered who made a mistake and was punished to come here to do manual labor. Those who were punished would generally feel embarrassed, so Mo Ran didn't plan to walk to the bridge. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard that person call out to him from not far away. Mo Ran. When he took a closer look, he realized that the person wiping the stone lions was none other than Shermay. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, but he felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. First, it was strange that someone like Shermay, who always followed the rules, would actually be punished to wipe the Bridge of Helplessness. Second, it was strange that Shermay looked like now. It had been a long time since he saw Shermay in his full form, but he still couldn't recognize his current appearance. Instead, as time passed, he felt more and more unfamiliar with him, so much so that he didn't recognize him at first sight on the bridge. "Why are you here? Did you do something wrong?" Mo Ran walked in front of him and asked. Shermay looked a little embarrassed. "Yes. I was punished together with young master." "Meng Meng?" Mo Ran paused and smiled. This wasn't strange. Xue Meng made a mistake, so it wasn't anything new. "What did he do with you?" "He said he wanted to go to the forbidden area behind the mountain to catch a few ghosts to practice. In the end, he almost broke the crack in the barrier that master had sealed before he left." Mo Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does he think ghosts are like cats and dogs? He catches them as he pleases, and raises them as he pleases. You too, if he's messing around, you shouldn't be messing around with him. Why didn't you persuade him? Shermay sighed, his face full of helplessness. "Of course I tried to persuade him, but it was useless. I was afraid that something would happen to him, so I could only go in with him." "Forget it, I won't talk about it. Fortunately, I didn't cause any trouble. Mo Ran, let's talk about you. A few days ago, you and Master went to Yuling village to do farm work?" "Yes. How was it? Did everything go well?" "Yes, everything went well." The two of them chatted for a while. After bidding farewell to Shermay, Mo Ran walked alone on the tree-lined path. When he looked back, he realized that his feelings for Shermay were more of an obsession, a habit, and not love. He used to think that when he looked at Shermay's appearance, he felt that he was beautiful, shocked, and comfortable. This was his desire, but it wasn't. People always appreciated beautiful things. He admired Shermay's appearance, but when he looked at it carefully, this admiration didn't carry any sense of intimacy. He liked to look at him, just like he liked to look at the red leaves that covered the mountains in autumn, and the lotuses that filled the ponds in summer. All these years he didn't have any improper thoughts. He was still the same as before, cherishing Shermay and loving Shermay tenderly. But it was also different from the past. The current Mo Ran finally understood what love was all about. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui. His love should be moist and hot, accompanied by invasion, the collision of flesh, and the rush of blood. He was a wolf dog, so he could smell roses. But his teeth were ferocious. If he really wanted to eat, of course he wouldn't eat flowers but flesh and blood. During dinner, Xue Meng finally finished editing all the books in the second scripture area of the library. He was so tired that he sighed. He lay on the Meng lobby and complained. Even his favorite spicy chicken couldn't make him happy. He was playing with his chopsticks in boredom when he suddenly saw Chu Wanning enter the dining hall. His spirits were finally lifted. He straightened up and shouted, "Shizun!" Chu Wanning glanced at him and nodded. Mo Ran sat beside Xuemeng. Xuemeng and Shimei usually ate together. But today when Chu Wanning walked in, Mo Ran moved all the plates on the table away, leaving a large empty space. "What are you doing?" Mo Ran smiled at Xuemeng but didn't say anything. He stood up and beckoned to Chu Wanning. "Shizun, come sit here." Xuemeng. Shimei. Respect was one thing, but having a meal together was another thing. Most of the people who could sit at the same table and chew on bones often didn't have a stiff relationship with each other. At the very least, they had to get used to each other smacking their lips. They had to be able to tolerate each other's ugly table manners and occasional loss of self-control. Looking at the expressions on Xuemeng and Shimei's faces, although Chu Wanning's table manners were usually calm and aloof, they were still not used to and did not accept sharing a meal with him. To them, having a meal with their master occasionally was the same as having a social gathering. Both parties had to be tense and courteous. After a meal, their backs would often be stiff, and they wouldn't be able to taste the food. Chu Wanning also understood this. He glanced at Mo Ran in surprise and shook his head. He still carried some light vegetables and went straight to his usual spot. It had been 5 years since he last ate at the Mengpa lobby. As soon as he sat down, Chu Wanning saw a small engraved copper plate on the corner of the table. On it were engraved the words, "Elder Yuheng's exclusive seat," in small characters. "Is Shuizhengyong crazy?" Chu Wanning slammed the wooden tray on the table and sat down gloomily. Before he could eat 2 mouthfuls, someone suddenly pulled out the wooden chair across from him and sat down at the Elder Yuheng's exclusive seat. The tray was placed very close to Chu Wanning's plate, almost touching each other. Chu Wanning looked up. "Why are you here?" "It's too crowded over there," Mo Ran said, smiling as he picked up his bowl of rice. "Come and eat with Shizun." Chu Wanning glanced at Xuemeng and the others and was a little confused. How is it crowded? Not only was he confused, but the other 2 people who were left behind by Mo Ran also had complicated expressions. They quietly looked at Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's table. Xuemeng muttered, "Is that dog crazy?" Shimei was speechless. Mo Ran didn't care so much. He felt uncomfortable when he looked at Chu Wanning just now. Chu Wanning was a picky person and was especially pretentious when it came to food. He would often feel uncomfortable after eating this or that. Mo Ran felt that this wasn't good. He would get sick when he got older. He used to be too lazy to care about what Chu Wanning ate, but it was different now. Not to mention liking him, he had to properly feed his Shizun out of respect for his teacher. But feeding Chu Wanning was a skill. It was like feeding a cat. He couldn't force it. If Chu Wanning didn't want to eat it, he couldn't force it. So Mo Ran had an idea. He picked up a piece of red braised pork and put it in Chu Wanning's bowl. "Shizun, try this." As expected, Chu Wanning frowned and said, "I don't like streaky pork. Take it away." Mo Ran was prepared. He smiled and said, "I heard that it's very sweet. It's a Jiangnan style." Chu Wanning said, "Jiangnan cuisine is different from this. You haven't eaten it. How do you know it's different?" "You can tell from the looks of it. But the chef said that it's a Jiangnan style." Mo ran through the net and was waiting for the cat to take the bait. He smiled and said, "The chef of Mengpa lobby is an old chef. How can he be wrong? Shizun must have been away from home for too long. He must have forgotten what the red braised pork of his hometown looks like." Chu Wanning said, "Nonsense. How could I possibly be wrong about this?" Mo Ran ate a piece himself. He seemed to be tasting it seriously. He said sincerely, "I think that Shizun is wrong. This meat is very sweet. If you don't believe me, why don't you try a piece?" Chu Wanning didn't notice Mo Ran's ulterior motive at all. He was a little indignant. He picked up the red braised pork in the bowl with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. "How is it?" Mo Ran held back his laughter and looked at the big white cat that took the bait. Chu Wanning frowned seriously and said, "No, the star anise taste is too strong. I'll go tell the chef. Jiangnan's red braised pork is not made like this." Hey, Mo Ran immediately pulled him back. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Who knew that this guy would be so serious? If he really went to argue with the chef, wouldn't he be exposed? He hurriedly said, Shizun, don't worry. The chef is busy right now. Since Shizun has tasted it and it's not, then it definitely isn't. I'll go tell him in a while. Let's eat first. Chu Wanning thought about it and agreed. He sat down again and continued to eat. Mo Ran began to plan to coax him again. This time he picked up a piece of fish. Chu Wanning's chopsticks paused. Shad. Yes. Not eating. Take it away. Why not? I don't like it. Mo Ran laughed. Is it because it has too many bones? No. But every time Shizun eats fish, he always picks those without bones or those with big bones that are easy to pick. Could it be that Shizun doesn't know how to eat small bony fish? Ha ha ha. He knew the weakness of Chu Wanning's personality very well and grasped it very well. As expected, Chu Wanning fell for it again. He was a little angry and said, That's ridiculous. He picked up the shad that Mo Ran gave him and ate it. He showed that he was not someone who did not know how to eat fish with many bones. Just like that, under Mo Ran's coaxing, Chu Wanning unknowingly ate many more dishes than usual. He ate almost all kinds of vegetables and meat. What was supposed to be a fast meal for one person was dragged on for more than an hour without finishing it. By the time they cleaned up and left, Shuemeng and the rest had already left. There were only 2 or 3 disciples left in the Mengpa lobby. Mo Ran accompanied Chu Wanning on the path back to the Red Lotus Pavilion. The sun was setting and dusk was everywhere. The evening wind blew. He put his arms behind his head and walked leisurely. Suddenly he smiled. Shizun, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm just calling you. I think you ate too much tonight. Mo Ran smiled even more gently. Yes, I'm very full. Shizun, can I eat with you in the future? Although he knew that Mo Ran did not mean anything else, Chu Wanning's heart could not help but skip a few beats. Fortunately, his gaze remained calm. Why? Did you have a fight with Shuemeng? No. Mo Ran waved his hand and smiled. It's just that it's been too long since I ate with the 2 of them. After 5 years it's a bit awkward to sit together again. If Shizun thinks that I'm a hindrance, then I'll find another seat tomorrow and eat by myself. Of course he could not say, I feel pity for you to eat by yourself, nor could he say, I want to feed you more food. These words did not need to be said. Mo Ran knew that it would not work. He could only soften. He had to say that he was pitiful to be alone. He had to say that he needed someone to accompany him. Chu Wanning had always had a kind heart. He would not refuse. Mo Ran could practically see the wavering in his eyes. He was just a little bit away from being convinced. Thus he continued, but actually I really don't want to eat by myself. Why? Mo Ran lowered his soft eyelashes. Half of the emotions in his smile were real, while the other half was made to coax Chu Wanning. Shizun, don't you think so? If a person casually eats something, that's called filling the stomach. He paused. Under the beautiful red clouds, he swept away the strands of hair that had been blown to his forehead by the wind. His dimples deepened as he gazed at the other again. If 2 people eat together, chat and talk, the food will taste in the mouth and be warm in the stomach. That's what eating is. Shizun, can I still eat with you tomorrow? The little wolf dog's heartwarming words were really irresistible. Mo Ran's stubbornness moved people's hearts. He said, Shizun, I spent 5 years alone outside. When you woke up, I always ate with you. I'm not used to not having you. I don't eat rabbit heads and I don't eat duck necks. At the end of his words, he burst out laughing. He tugged at Chu Wanning's sleeve like a rascal. I'll eat shallot tofu with you. Osmanthus and sugar lotus root with you. Just promise me, okay? It would have been better if he had not said this. Once he said this, Chu Wanning suddenly thought of some old grudge. His face sank. In the end, he laughed coldly and said, I can, but you have to eat the same as me in the morning. Mo Ran did not react. He first agreed, then said, okay, what's the same? Salted tofu pudding. Chu Wanning was cruel. Add seaweed. Mo Ran. It turned out that this was a grudge from when they ate hot pot together when he was still Xiaxi and I. Chu Wanning grinds his teeth and says, and dried shrimp. Chapter 146. From that day onwards, a strange scene appeared in the Mengpa lobby. The elder Yu Heng's exclusive seat, where no one dared to sit without permission, had an additional Mo Wayu. The disciples passing by could always see Mo Ran and Chu Wanning eating together. The two of them sat facing each other, and Mo Ran would always put some food into his master's bowl. Look, senior brother Mo is giving the elder another piece of beef sirloin. Wow, such a big piece, I bet elder Yu Hung won't eat it. Not far away, a group of disciples whispered and made their bets in low voices. I also bet he won't eat it. Elder Yu Hung doesn't seem to like beef that much. Then I bet he'll eat it. After all, he also accepted those pigeon eggs from before. A group of people stole glances over there. They focused and held their breaths. They saw Chu Wanning frowning and poking at the beef with the tip of his chopsticks. He said something to Mo Ran with a sullen face. They were a bit far away so they couldn't hear clearly, but Mo Ran seemed to have said a few words. Chu Wanning's expression became even more unfriendly. The disciples who bet that Chu Wanning wouldn't eat immediately lit up with joy. They were so engrossed in watching that the ladles in their hands almost went up their nostrils. Look, the elder isn't eating, he's not eating. Don't poke me with your elbow, keep your voice down. If Elder Yu Hung hears you guys betting on him, he'll skin you alive. Heh, I don't care, these 20 silver leaves are mine. As the disciple spoke, he wanted to reach for the silver leaves on the table to be used as chips, but before he could touch them, he heard the people beside him whisper nervously, wait, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. The elder is moving his chopsticks again. What? Looking over again, sure enough, Chu Wanning had picked up that piece of beef brisket. The group of gamblers stared anxiously, feeling that their hearts were pinched by that pair of white jade chopsticks. It was neither moving up nor down, and it was very painful. He's going to eat, he's going to eat, he's going to eat. 20 silver leaves, 20 silver leaves, 20 silver leaves. The disciple who bet that Chu Wanning would eat the sirloin kept muttering, nervously shaking his legs. Suddenly, his gaze froze and his entire body froze. Ah! Elder Yu Hung actually threw the beef that he had already picked up back into Mo Ran's bowl without any explanation. Ha, a narrow victory, a narrow victory. I told you that the elders wouldn't eat it. Come, the leaves are mine. The disciple who had lost the bet sighed and suddenly became dispirited. He slammed his head on the table and stared blankly in the direction of Chu Wanning. Elder, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bet on you. I lost so much that I don't even have the money to buy spirit stones this month. Just as he was feeling sorry for himself, he suddenly saw Mo Ran's elbow move. His tall body leaned forward slightly, and he said a few words to Chu Wanning. Then, the defeated disciple saw with his own eyes that their senior martial brother Mo picked up the beef brisket with some vegetables and handed it to Chu Wanning again. The disciple was stunned. Senior martial brother Mo was planning to directly feed the elders? Obviously, Chu Wanning was also not used to it. He rudely knocked Mo Ran's chopsticks with his chopsticks and said 2 words with a serious expression. The shape of his mouth was too easy to understand. Put it down. Mo Ran smiled and put back the vegetables and beef. However, he didn't put them in his own bowl, but in his master's. Chu Wanning had no choice but to sigh. Under the thieving gazes of more than 10 people that he didn't notice, he silently ate the vegetables and meat. The gamblers at the table were all dumbfounded. The disciples who thought that they would definitely win were all flabbergasted. The silver leaves in their hands slipped out of their hands. On the other hand, the guy who was lying on the table immediately bounced up with full health. His eyes lit up and he enthusiastically said, ha, I turned defeat into victory. I turned defeat into victory. Senior martial brother, junior martial brother, I'm sorry, these leaves still belong to me. Ha, I'm rich. Let's gamble again tomorrow, let's gamble again tomorrow. On the other side, the master and disciple were completely unaware. Mo Ran raised his chopsticks and slowly ate the rice in his bowl, while watching Chu Wanning eat the beef brisket. It was a little hot in the Mengpo lobby. Mo Ran's left sleeve was rolled up to his elbow, revealing a strong and slender arm. The muscles on his arm rippled under his honey-colored skin. He scooped a bowl of soup and deliberately added a few pieces of pork ribs in the bowl, when Chu Wanning wasn't paying attention. The meat was at the bottom of the soup, so it wasn't easy to see. Master, finish the soup. It's cold. Clear soup. Mo Ran blinked his eyes, I think so. I didn't pay attention when I was playing, so I forgot. Chu Wanning looked at the soup. There was a green leaf floating on top of the soup. It looked very delicious, so he didn't refuse and took a spoonful. Is it good? It's not bad. Then don't waste it. Emo Ran smiled and said, drink more. Chu Wanning glanced at him faintly. You still dare to say that? Next time don't order so many dishes when you eat. You can't finish it, so I have to share the burden with you. Aha, okay, then I'll order less next time. Seeing Chu Wanning nod, Emo Ran picked up his own bowl of soup. The soup was a bit hot, so he blew on the soup noodles. The dense steam dispersed, reflecting on his resolute face, making it look very gentle. Hot soup was an extremely wonderful food. It was clearly just a bowl of boiled water with some meat and seasonings, but it could warm one's entire body from the stomach to the heart. And drinking soup with the person you love, that kind of satisfaction was like throwing a small stone into the water, causing ripples to spread out on the surface of the lake, flickering with light. Emo Ran couldn't help but sigh softly in the midst of the hard-won peace in this life. So it turned out that time was leisurely. When he drank it, it was just the taste of a bowl of soup. For this bowl of soup, he had once ground his teeth and sucked blood, killing people like flies. It was also for this bowl of soup that he now regretted it to the bone. He held the bowl of soup and drank it very quickly. Whether it was the uneasiness in his heart, the uncertainty about the future, or the regret and guilt at this moment, he was not willing to think too much. His good days were too few, to the point that he needed to fight for them day and night. It wasn't that he didn't want to slowly savor it leisurely and carefree. In fact, he was very envious of people like Xue Meng. Because he was born with wealth, he was always calm and unhurried. Emo Ran couldn't be calm. He often had so few things that he was always fighting for them. He was afraid that the things he snatched would be snatched away, so he could only immediately wolfing them down. In this aspect, he almost retained his primitive bestial nature. He felt that only when he ate and hid the food in his stomach could he be at ease. Only then would he truly have something that no one could take away. When he was young, he fought for food with other children. In his previous life, he fought for the world with other immortals. And in this life, he only wanted to snatch this bowl of soup. He knew that he had done a lot of evil, and was afraid that fate would one day settle accounts with him. So he only wanted to snatch a little bit of his pitiful happiness, and then run away, leaving fate far behind him. Like all those who wanted to repent and start over after committing a serious crime, Emo Ran was always smiling, but his heart was still uneasy. He knew that good and evil will eventually be repaid was not a lie. When the excitement died down, he always felt that the peace in front of him was very fake, like a mirage, like the moon in the water. In the end, he would still wake up and return to that empty shaman mountain palace back to hell. So he wanted to drink a few more mouthfuls before the soup turned cold. This way, if one day he really did get his retribution, was despised by the world, was judged by fate, and was once again pushed into the deep abyss of the cold pond, he could rely on this breath of hot air and walk on alone. What are you thinking about? Chu Wanning asked him. Emo Ran came back to his senses, softly responded, and then smiled. Nothing, I like to daydream after eating. Chu Wanning glanced at his empty bowl. Have you finished drinking? Yes. You seem to like today's pork rib soup very much. Aha, yes. Chu Wanning took his bowl and said, I'll go get you some more. He quickly returned, and as expected, he brought a big bowl full of meat soup. It was a little hot, and after putting down the bowl, Chu Wanning used his fingertips to touch the tip of his ears, warming his ears and lowering the temperature of his fingers. He sat down again and said, drink, a full bowl. Drink slower. Chu Wanning said, if it's not enough, there's more, no one will take it from you. Emo Ran was moved by this simple sentence. He held the bowl of soup, his thick black eyelids drooping, and with a faint nasal voice, he smiled and replied, okay. Chu Wanning did not know, but in that moment, Emo Ran did his best to not hold the bowl full of soup, and to not cry when he heard that if it's not enough, there's more, no one will take it from you. Chu Wanning had been gone for 5 years, and he had been tormenting himself for 5 years. 5 years later, his Shizun had told him to take it slow. Emo Ran's heart suddenly hurt very, very much. The closer he got to Chu Wanning, the more upset he felt. In fact, if one did not pay attention to many things, They would not be able to see the feelings behind them. But now that he looked carefully, he saw that Chu Wanning was so tolerant, so gentle, so good to him. He had actually ruined this kind of person in his previous life. What right did he have in this life to be able to accompany His Highness forever? His heart trembled and he struggled bitterly. On one hand, he felt that he was not worthy, that he should stay far away from Chu Wanning. He felt that where did he get the face to smile at Chu Wanning, to be good to Chu Wanning? Shameless. But, on the other hand, there was not a moment when he did not yearn. Is this how it is? Can this be how it is? They still have a long life, let him redeem the sins he once committed bit by bit. Okay? I return from the mountain of corpses with a body full of sin. I use my hands full of blood from my previous life to hold the mellow and warm soup of this life. I am willing to kneel for the rest of my life, and when I die my soul will go to hell. I only hope that you are still willing to hold this cup and taste it. Shizun. At some point Xuemeng had arrived. Mo Ran returned to his senses. In fact, ever since Chu Wanning's death, he had spent almost all of his days and nights blaming himself and feeling uneasy. If he immersed himself in these emotions for too long, his entire person would become very heavy. For other people this was not a good thing. Thus he had always been working hard to adjust his emotions. In the past year he had only slightly improved. But occasionally there would be 1 or 2 points in life that would still touch him. He would still fall into conflict and self-loathing because of a sentence or a matter. When he raised his head and looked at Xuemeng, the gloom on his face had not yet disappeared, scaring Xuemeng. "Aya, you dog, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I owe you money?" Mo Ran knew that his mind had wandered just now, and he could not take it back immediately. He forced a smile and said, "I ate a bit too much. Do you have something to say to Shizun? Then tell me, I'll go out and get some fresh air." Don't go. Sit here, this matter is related to you." "Related to me? What matter?" Xuemeng's expression was a bit subtle. "Don't be disappointed when I tell you." Chu Wanning said, "All right, Xuemeng, just say it." "Oh." Xuemeng, who had originally wanted to keep him in suspense, immediately said, "It's like this. I just received an invitation. Song Chiotong is getting married." Mo Ran's expression changed, and all the blood drained from his face in an instant. But this trembling was not because of Song Chiotong but because of Xuemeng. In this life Mo Ran knew very well what kind of person Song Chiotong was. Thus he hated that he could not avoid her. Right now, the two of them were even more distant than clear water, and had nothing to do with each other. But Xuemeng. Why did Xuemeng think that he would be disappointed when Song Chiotong got married? Mo Ran's heart clenched. He almost instantly thought of the fake North Pole that had been causing trouble all this time. The mastermind behind the scenes who had never revealed himself. That person was also very likely to have been reborn. If that was the case, then that person was very clear about Mo Ran's past, and knew the sins of Mo Ran's previous life like the back of his hand. Mo Ran's face paled, and he forced himself to remain calm. He looked at Xuemeng without batting an eyelid. "How does this have to do with me? Don't you know yourself?" Xuemeng's expression was a bit strange. Today, the Confucian Wind sect came to deliver the wedding invitation. That Miss Song even asked someone to deliver a letter to you. If you don't have any interaction with her, why would she write a letter to you? Mo Ran, it's not that I want to criticize you, but when did you provoke her? Mo Ran found it difficult to calm down, as if there were thorns in his back. After a long while he said, "She wrote it to me? Could it be that there's a mistake? It can't be wrong." As Xuemeng spoke, he took out an envelope from his lapel and slapped it on the table in front of Mo Ran. "It's written in black and white, and it's addressed to Chiotong personally. How can there be a mistake?" Mo Ran glanced at the envelope, his heart beating like a drum, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It was indeed Song Chiotong's handwriting. But why would Song Chiotong, who had met by chance in this life, write a letter to him before the wedding? Xuemeng crossed his arms and was very unhappy. "Do you want to go back and open it privately, or do you want to open it here with us?" Mo Ran turned his head and saw that Chu Wanning was also looking at him, his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Open it." Xuemeng was angry. He hated people who messed around with men and women, so he was a bit overbearing. If this was really the case, then there was no way to avoid it. Mo Ran only felt waves of weakness, and the fingertips that he stretched out were cold. He did not make a sound, and silently took the letter and opened it. Chapter 147. There was only a thin piece of paper inside, and a few short sentences were written on it. Mo Ran glanced at it, and his heart dropped to his stomach. He almost secretly let out a long sigh of relief, and only then did he realize that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Xuemeng also came over to take a look. What? He frowned as soon as he saw it. Why is it this kind of thing? What else could it be? I already said that I'm not familiar with her. In his relief, Mo Ran really laughed. He put the letter on the table. You made it sound so strange and you really scared me. As it turned out, Mo Ran had been running around outside these years, and he had killed many notorious demons. Among them was a carp demon, which had plagued Dreamcloud Swampland for many years. Because of its high transcendence energy and its remote location, many cultivators went to fight it, but in the end, they all became bones that it used to decorate its cave. Dreamcloud Swampland was filled with demonic aura, and it was very easy for demons to cultivate into demons, but carps were not animals with high attack power. Logically speaking, a demon that cultivated wouldn't have such a strong killing intent. Mo Ran fought it for more than 80 rounds, and finally killed it under seeing ghosts. He cut open its stomach, and only then did he know the reason. That carp demon had a Wuxia crystal in its abdomen. Mo Ran smiled. This crystal has been condensed with 1,000 years of moonlight, and it's a supreme grade spirit stone. It's used to refine weapons or cultivate spiritual cores, and it's the best choice. Chu Wanning said, she's a butterfly bone beauty, why would she want this? She said that she wanted it for her husband. Her husband has a fire spiritual core, but he's been cultivating too quickly these years, and he's in danger of going mad. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to ask me to buy the Wuxia crystal as a dowry, and bring it to her husband as a dowry to suppress his evil aura. Xuemeng nodded. She wants her husband to be safe, and her heart is hard to come by. Mo Ran smiled. Where did she get the money? Didn't she just reach out and ask Confucian Wen sect for it? She's so pretty, and if she says a few words softly, which martial brother can refuse her? If it were you, would you? Xuemeng immediately widened his eyes. Don't make it sound like I'm blinded by lust. Don't be angry, I'm just saying, Mo Ran said, and returned the letter to Xuemeng. M.O. Xuemeng was stunned. File. No. Xuemeng was a little anxious. She's getting married and she's asking you for spirit stones. It's not like she's asking you for free. She said that she's willing to pay any price, and her intentions are sincere. Why don't you sell it? That's right. Mo Ran smiled and pointed at Dragon City's saber at Xuemeng's waist. He said, didn't I give you a crystal a few years ago so that I could refine Dragon City for you? Dragon City is no longer what it used to be. If you use it well, it won't be much different from Divine Martial. Why don't you thank that carp spirit? Xuemeng's mouth fell open, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. He only knew that Mo Ran obtained a gem when he was traveling the world, but he never cared about the origins of the gem. He always held a grudge against Mo Ran. Regardless of whether he was an evil person or someone who had turned over a new leaf, he still held a hint of dissatisfaction and rejection. Therefore, when his father said that the gem Mo Ran gave him could upgrade Dragon City, although he was grateful, he also felt very sullen. He felt that he had been treated well by his competitor for no reason, so he didn't want to ask about it and directly asked his father to take Dragon City to the Snow Treading Palace to refine it. Unexpectedly, Mo Ran gave him the priceless Wuxia crystal. Xuemeng's feelings became even more complicated. He couldn't say what he was feeling. After a long time he said dryly, thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Mo Ran smiled and waved his hand. Just a coincidence. Xuemeng's expression became even worse. He said stubbornly, I'm not thanking you. I'm thanking that carp spirit who died. I'm thanking him. Ha 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 ha, then don't eat carp meat in the future. It's a kindness. After joking around for a while, Mo Ran suddenly thought of something. His dimples deepened and he asked, "By the way, I was so scared by you just now that I forgot to ask. Who's Song Chotong going to marry?" "She's just a junior sister. But she's actually able to make the Confucian Wind sect send so many invitations. She's amazing." "Is she going to marry Jade Pool Mountain Villa?" "No. Not Jade Pool Mountain Villa. I thought that the old villa master was so lecherous that the Confucian Wind sect wanted to be on good terms with him. So they gave Song Chotong to him," Mo Ran said with a smile. "Then which sect is it? To be able to marry Confucian Wind sect and make such a big fuss about it. It can't be Snow Treading Palace, right?" "What are you thinking?" Xue Meng glared at him. "Why does it have to be a marriage alliance?" Mo Ran was stunned and his smile froze. Then who else could she be with? Nangong Si, of course. Did you forget? Scholar Wind sect's wild horse Gongzi is of marriageable age. Song Chotong is so beautiful, it's not a loss to marry him. Before he could finish muttering, Mo Ran suddenly stood up and said in shock, "Nangong Si?" Xue Meng was shocked. "What? How could she be married to Nangong Si? How?" It was too shocking. Mo Ran was unable to calm down for a long time, and he muttered, "Nangong Si." It was no wonder he had such a reaction. It had to be known that at this time in his previous life, Nangong Si had already died of a serious illness. All these years, he had wholeheartedly bowed his head in the chaos of war, and didn't pay attention to the affairs of the righteous sections. He didn't have much interaction with the Confucian Wind sect, so he naturally didn't worry about it. Until now, when Xue Meng suddenly announced the marriage between Song Chotong and Nangong Si, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Everything was wrong. The fate of this world had changed, and it didn't only happen to him. Even the Confucian Wind sect, which didn't seem to want to close, had changed. The person who should have entered the coffin long ago didn't, and instead, the white matter became a red matter. He actually wanted to marry the empress of his previous life as his wife. This news was somewhat frightening. He couldn't swallow for a while and he almost choked. Also, was Nangong Si blind? Why would he take a fancy to such a woman? But what should be celebrated still had to be celebrated, and what should be given still had to be given. Since sect leader Nangong had delivered an invitation to him, how could he not go? The wedding banquet was set for the 15th of the month. Xue Jingyong arranged all the affairs of the sect and handed them over to the two elders, Tan Lang and Xuanji, and prepared to leave for Lini. Aside from him, Madame Wang, Xue Meng, and Mo Ran all had to attend due to etiquette in the cultivation world. In addition, Nangong Si specifically invited Chu Wanning, saying that when he was young, Chu Wanning received Elder Yu Heng's advice and asked him to show up. Therefore, Chu Wanning also had to go. The Confucian Wind sect is the #1 sect today. Their young master is getting married, so I'm afraid all the influential figures in the world will come to celebrate. Xue Jingyong said, "The peak of life and death usually doesn't care about trifles, but in this kind of situation we still have to follow the rules. We don't want to make a fool of ourselves." Xue Ming asked, "What rules?" "I think I'm already following the rules." Xue Jingyong tugged at his hair bun and said, "You're wearing the wrong headdress. You're wearing a golden headdress." "What's wrong with a golden headdress?" Madame Wang smiled gently and said, This is your first time attending a wedding banquet. So there are many things you don't understand. Mother will tell you, so you better listen carefully. In the upper cultivation world, only the groom can wear a golden headdress. If you wear a golden headdress, you'll be stealing the bride. You'll make a big joke of yourself." Xue Meng's face immediately flushed red. He stuttered, "Stealing the bride? No, I'm not stealing the bride." Mo Ran made fun of him. "When the time comes, we'll catch you and Miss Song and lock you in a small room. Are you scared? You're the one who's going to be locked in a small room." Xue Meng was both embarrassed and angry. "I won't wear it," Xue Jingyong said. "I see that you're not very clear about the requirements of the wedding banquet guest's attire. How about this? I'll have someone make one for each of you. You can wear it when the time comes." He paused, especially looking at Chu Wanning, and asked tentatively, "Yu Heng, is that okay?" Xue Jingyong wasn't afraid of the others. At most he would just make fun of them. However, Chu Wanning was used to wearing white clothes. If he didn't remind him, it wasn't impossible for him to attend someone else's wedding banquet dressed in white. At that time, Nangong Lu might be so angry that he vomited blood. If that happened, the Life and Death Summit and the Confucian Wind sect would become enemies. Chu Wanning said, okay. The night before they left, the wedding banquet clothes that Shuizhenyong ordered for everyone arrived. These clothes were specially made by a tailor in Lini that he had specially invited. The standards were strict, the stitches were dense, and the appearance was very beautiful. Even a picky person like Shuemeng nodded in satisfaction after receiving the clothes. Mo Ran carried a stack of clean clothes and went up the Life and Death Summit South Peak. He entered the Red Lotus Water Pavilion and said loudly, Shizun, Uncle asked me to bring these clothes to you. He walked to the side of the lotus pond and saw Chu Wanning practicing with his sword. He remembered that Chu Wanning's second weapon was a sword. But that sword was full of murderous aura and had the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. Chu Wanning never used it lightly. However, if the sword wasn't sharpened, it wouldn't be sharp, and if the sword wasn't practiced, it wouldn't be skillful. Even if the sword didn't have a chance to be unsheathed, Chu Wanning would still take other swords and practice from time to time. At this moment, the moonlight was chilly. Perhaps because he was too hot from practicing the sword, he took off his outer robe, leaving only a white silk inner robe on. The silk material swayed slightly with the evening wind, looking lively and elegant. He didn't wear his usual high ponytail, but instead tied up his hair into a neat high bun, making his face look particularly spirited and thinner. The long sword hummed, the blade was as sharp as snow. His posture of swordsmanship was firm yet gentle. His feet were tight and restrained. When the frost was pulled up, it was as light as a lotus reflecting on water. When the cold lightning was released, it was like a flood dragon breaking through the sky. Stretching and relaxing, retracting and releasing, it was all pointed at the best points. Mo Ran stood not far away and watched, but unexpectedly he couldn't find a single flaw. Suddenly, Chu Wanning's eyebrows trembled. He pointed his long sword at the lotus pond and saw that the movement was swift and fierce. The ripples in the pond were divided into two by the sword's aura. It was actually forced by the sword's edge, and for a long time it didn't come back together. It was the saber cutting the water. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. His long body swept up, lightly and gracefully flying through the middle of the water ripples. He opened his arms, his white sleeves fluttering, and like an immortal, he floated to the pavilion on the opposite side of the pond. Shizun. Mo Ran was afraid that he would run far away if he swept away again, so he quickly chased after him to the pavilion and called out. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The night was slightly cold. The tall begonia tree beside the pavilion had white petals as gentle as snow floating down. Chu Wanning stepped on the sharp corner of the pavilion. The lapel of his robe was a little loose, letting in the jade-colored moonlight. He heard movement and lowered his head. His eyes were dark and bright. He was panting, his lips were red from the sword dance, so it was rare that he looked very gorgeous. Why are you here? The night wind blew the scattered strands of hair on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes. I'm here to give you clothes. Try it on and see if it fits. Chu Wanning lightly hummed. He suddenly remembered that Mo Ran was now respected by the world as a great master. After he woke up, he still hadn't fought with him. He couldn't help but feel moved. In a flash, he floated down with his sword in hand. He shouted in a low voice, Try to see if you can catch my sword first. Chapter 148. Mo Ran was shocked. He didn't expect this move. He hurriedly dodged and the sword brushed past his chest. If Shizun wants to spar with me, we should at least try on the clothes first. Uncle is still waiting for me to reply to him. Spar first, then try on the clothes. Uncle is anxious. The tailor is still in the hall. If there's anything inappropriate, we'll have to change it. Then let's hurry up and start. On this point, Chu Wanning and Shuemeng were very similar. Once their hearts were set, it was extremely difficult to suppress them. As the two spoke, their swords had already pierced through several of Mo Ran's vital points. Fortunately, Mo Ran had been honed for a long time and dodged in time. Otherwise, he would be fine, but his clothes would have been riddled with holes by Chu Wanning. Suddenly, the sword pointed at Mo Ran's shoulder. Chu Wanning stopped in time, only using the side of his sword to attack him. He coldly provoked. Grandmaster Mo, is this all you've got? Mo Ran was forced into a corner by this person. He didn't know where to put the clothes in his hands. He bitterly smiled. Shizun doesn't plan on going easy on me now, but instead wants to bully me? Chu Waning's eyes were like daggers. He frowned. Do you want me to go easy on you for the rest of my life? Aha, that's right. Oh, are you going to fight or not? Okay, I'll fight, okay. Mo Ran smiled and shook his head. A flame appeared at the tip of his finger. Ghost summon. Ghost answered, but Chu Waning only had an ordinary weapon in his hands. Thus, Mo Ran didn't pour any spiritual energy into Ghost. Just as he grasped the willow vine, a sword came from the front. Mo Ran jumped back a few feet and suddenly waved a vine whip, wrapping it around Chu Waning's sword hilt. However, Chu Waning didn't mind at all. With a flick of his wrist, he broke free from the restraints. His figure flashed behind Mo Ran like a ghost, and with a sweep of his long blade, he pressed it against Mo Ran's neck from behind. Chu Waning stuck to his back, looking slightly gloomy. You didn't put in the effort. Let's do it again. His soft and warm breath brushed past Mo Ran's ears, and Mo Ran felt a burst of dryness. His Adam's apple bobbed under the blade, and he laughed in a low voice. Shizun, don't be so quick to speak so confidently. Take a closer look, have I put in the effort? As soon as his voice fell, Chu Waning was shocked to find that Mo Ran's willow vines had unknowingly wrapped around his arm, firmly holding him in place, unable to move even half an inch. Chu Waning stared at his arm for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a sharp light. That's right, I take back my words. Mo Ran laughed and said, how can you just take it as you please? What do you want? I want Shizun to change his clothes. Chu Waning coldly snorted. Oh, let's decide the victor first. As he spoke, he poured his own powerful spiritual energy into his right arm, forcing the ghost to retreat. Then he suddenly rushed backwards, pulling away from Mo Ran. At the same time, a sword light flashed, and a sword chi swept through the air, chopping towards Mo Ran. Mo Ran had no choice but to raise his whip again. For a time, the willow vines and the long sword clashed in the air. Both weapons had not been fed with spiritual energy, so when they fought, there was no spectacular sound of flames and lightning colliding. However, each move was at the peak of perfection, flowing smoothly like water. Mo Ran was still holding the ceremonial robe that Chu Waning had to change with one hand, so Chu Waning only used his right hand to fight with him. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged more than 100 moves, and it was difficult to tell who was up and who was up. Chu Waning's breathing was heavy. A drop of hot sweat dripped down from his dark eyebrows, straight to his eyelashes. However, he was competing with Mo Ran and could not be distracted. That drop of sweat seeped through his eyelashes and seeped into his eyes. He resisted the urge to blink. His eyes were like a fire in the night, flashing with a shocking light. The Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable's fighting spirit had been completely aroused by his disciple. He had always loved to fight and compete to his heart's content. Usually, he was indifferent and cold because it was difficult to find a worthy opponent. However, Mo Ran was like a fire. With a boom, he lit up this pool of liquor, and in an instant the flames lit up the sky. Towards the end of their fight, the long sword actually couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and made an ominous creaking sound. In the end, as the two of them clashed in the air, the long sword actually buzzed and shattered into millions of sparkling and translucent iron powder between the two grandmasters. The sword is broken. Mo Ran said helplessly, do you still want to fight? Chu Waning's eyes were already filled with smoke. He threw away the sword hilt, and his white robe was slightly opened, which made his figure even more tall and straight. He said concisely and powerfully, fight. Before Mo Ran had time to withdraw his ghost seeing, Chu Waning's figure was extremely agile. Like a drawn crossbow, or like a cheetah in the forest, or an eagle in the snow, he directly attacked Mo Ran. Mo Ran hurriedly withdrew his ghost seeing and raised his hand to block. The two people once again competed in a new way, and it was hard to tell who was better. Close combat was not the same as weapon combat. A person with a strong and tall figure would often have the advantage more easily. Moreover, Chu Waning and Mo Ran's skills were originally not much different, So this time, Chu Wanning was clearly at a disadvantage. Emo Ran laughed. Shizun, don't fight. If you don't use your spiritual power, to be honest, you can't beat me. Chu Wanning was furious. Arrogant traitor. I'm not arrogant. If Shizun is angry, I'll let Shizun have 10 moves first. Mo Weiyu. Chu Wanning flew into a rage out of humiliation, and his punches and kicks became faster and more ruthless. The begonia flowers floated down one after another, as soft as snow in the wind. Under the tree, the master and disciple attacked with all their might, using all kinds of methods. After more than 80 rounds, Chu Wanning gradually felt that his physical strength was overdrawn. First, he had practiced his sword for an hour before Mo Ran came, and then he used weapons to fight more than 100 rounds with Mo Ran. He was really exhausted, but his eyes were very bright, his heart was beating very fast, and his handsome face was full of spirit and radiance. The more they fought, the longer they were entangled. Chu Wanning suddenly turned sideways, and his elbow chopped towards Mo Ran's chest, but Mo Ran caught it. The two of them were pressing against each other, and their arms were trembling. Chu Wanning's arm was held so tightly by Mo Ran that his coarse and slender fingers seemed like they were going to crush him and break his bones. Mo Ran's bestial nature and desire to conquer was also ignited in this hand-to-hand fight. He suddenly used his strength, and finally restrained Chu Wanning's strength. Then he suddenly turned his hand. Chu Wanning was shocked, and when he came back to his senses, he was firmly held in Mo Ran's sweaty arms. Do you still want to fight? Mo Ran laughed behind him. His back was pressed against Mo Ran's broad chest, and his heartbeat was undulating. The young man's chest was as hot as fire, and as firm as iron. It was like a burning rock that wanted to melt his entire body. Mo Ran's lips and teeth were pressed against the back of his ear, and the hot breath he exhaled all sprayed on his exposed neck. And because Chu Wanning's hair was tied up in a high bun, there was no hair in the way, and he could feel the terrifying aura of the other party. It was a masculine aura that wanted to penetrate and tear him apart. Because of the sweat, there was a lingering feeling in the ruthlessness, as moist as spring water. Shizun, do you still want to fight? Chu Wanning bit his lower lip, and his phoenix eyes were red. Damn it, he couldn't accept it. Just as he was about to fight again, Mo Ran's lips came down at this moment, and as if it was a coincidence, they faintly brushed past his earlobe. That rough and warm feeling gave him goosebumps. Chu Wanning's hair stood on end, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Let go of me." Although his words were fierce, his body couldn't help but slightly tremble in Mo Ran's arms. Fortunately, because he was exhausted from the fight, Mo Ran couldn't tell why he was trembling. In fact, Mo Ran couldn't protect himself, so how could he be distracted to notice Chu Wanning's abnormality? Chu Wanning heard him speak in a low voice. His voice was hoarse, and it was very much like the voice of deep love. With a slight teasing smile, he said, "After I let go, will Shizun be willing to go back to the room to change clothes?" Chu Wanning was provoked to the point that his phoenix eyes turned red, and he angrily said, "Let go." His avoidance was met with an even stronger and rougher clamp. Chu Wanning's arm was almost dislocated from being pinched. His body went soft, and he couldn't help but let out a low groan in a hoarse voice. This sound was too much like a moan on the bed. Mo Ran suddenly stiffened, and his lower body immediately reacted. At this moment, his body and Chu Wanning's body were very close together, and he was afraid that his Shizun would immediately feel his hot and hard anger. How could Mo Ran dare to let Chu Wanning know? He almost subconsciously pushed Chu Wanning away, and didn't dare to suppress the other from behind like this again. The moment he let go, Chu Wanning was free, and his killing intent surged. He hugged his own arm that was in pain from being pinched, and turned around to give a fierce kick. He used real strength, and the unprepared Mo Ran fell to the ground. Mo Ran didn't expect this guy to suddenly kick him. His entire body was stunned by the kick, and he lay on the ground. He felt like his ribs were about to break, and he was in so much pain that he frowned. Shizun, you're too, it was a little unfair to win. He didn't dare to say the second half of his sentence. Mo Ran forced himself to squint his eyes that were brimming with tears from the pain, and struggled to raise his head to look at Chu Wanning. He saw that his Shizun's inner clothes were disheveled, and the white silk lapel had long been torn open due to the fierce struggle, revealing a firm and smooth chest, which rose and fell with the rapid breathing. Chu Wanning gasped for breath, and he fiercely pulled at his own disheveled lapel. His forehead hair was in a mess, and his temples were scattered. Because of the fierce fight, the corners of his eyes were still slightly red. Chu Wanning slowly straightened his body and looked down at him from above. His chin was slightly raised, and his gaze was deep, dignified and proud. He calmed his breathing and said, "You lost. It's useless to be tall." Mo Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and when he spoke there was blood at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't I lose? Even my bones were about to be broken by Shizun's kick." When he said this, Chu Wanning felt a little weak. Just now, he was fighting to his heart's content, and he didn't remember if he had pulled back his last kick. He leaned over and pressed on Mo Ran's ribs. "Where did you kick?" "Here." "Does it hurt?" It definitely hurt, but he wasn't a 15 or 16-year-old youth anymore. How could he complain to Shizun in pain? Chu Wanning saw that his complexion wasn't very good, so he reached out and took the stack of clothes. With his other hand he wanted to lift Mo Ran up, but he didn't expect that he had used too much strength. Mo Ran was heavy and tall, so he didn't manage to lift him up. Instead, he fell onto Mo Ran's body. He heard the person below him groan in pain and quickly sat up. He didn't have time to think too much, and went to check on Mo Ran's injuries. "Is it serious?" Chu Wanning's face was pale. Mo Ran frowned, and put his hand to his forehead. "Get off of me first." Fortunately, he could still talk, so it seemed that he wasn't crushed to death. Chu Wanning quickly prepared to get up, but people who were exhausted often couldn't get up so easily once they fell. Their legs were actually soft, and they often weren't very stable. They couldn't stand properly, and fell back into their seats in a somewhat embarrassing manner. This fall he didn't fall on the spot but on Mo Ran's waist. Chu Wanning didn't notice at first, but he was wearing very little now, only a thin layer of silk, and this position was so awkward. When he moved, he almost immediately felt that there was a hard and large thing under his body. Chapter 149. Chu Wanning was speechless. Mo Ran. Almost in a panic, Chu Wanning suddenly crawled up with an unknown strength. His lips were slightly trembling, and his face was alternating between green and white and red. He seemed to be extremely shocked and also seemed to be frightened. The awe-inspiring elder Yu Hung was actually truly frightened. Mo Ran's heart was in a mess. He was very uneasy. He clutched his aching chest and sat up. He carefully said, "Shizun." As if his tail had been stepped on, Chu Wanning took a big step back. It must have been hard on him. To think that he could open his phoenix eyes so wide. Looks like he's really shocked. Mo Ran smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, I'm not. But he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Chu Wanning's mind was in a state of shock. What am I? What am I not? Why would Mo Ran react? Could it be that he was mistaken? But if there was no reaction, was it usually so hard and big? That would be, suddenly he thought of that damned ranking board. There were 4 words written on it. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Chu Wanning's face was completely red. Seeing that Mo Ran still wanted to say something, he suddenly raised his hand and said, "Don't say anything. Go back." Mo Ran only thought that he had made his master unhappy, so how could he stay any longer? He endured the pain and got up. When he got up, he maintained a half-kneeling position and said in a low voice, "Shizun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Chu Wanning looked at him with a complicated expression. He looked like he was thinking about a lot of things, but in fact he wasn't thinking about anything at all. His brain was already stuck on the words, definitely not a vulgar thing, and wouldn't turn around. After Mo Ran left, Chu Wanning stood in place for a long time. The fine hairs on his arms stood on end, and he seemed to be in a daze. He suddenly recalled that a long time ago, when they had gone to the Jincheng pool to ask for a sword, Mo Ran had accidentally tripped while soaking in the hot spring. At that time he had also accidentally bumped into him, but the time they had spent together was too short. Chu Wanning wasn't sure if he had sensed wrongly, but just now Mo Ran had personally apologized. It wasn't intentional, which meant that just now he had really felt desire. And it wasn't his imagination. Although he knew that men would sometimes be aroused by the sight in front of them, which was normal, Chu Wanning asked himself honestly. He did not feel that he was attractive in any way. There were many people in the world who were more handsome than him. Could it be that Mo Ran would like him to be sweaty and have messy hair? What was there to see? Although she was confused, the goosebumps between her legs didn't fade away for a long time. Even through her clothes it seemed so alive and so ferocious. In the midst of all these jumbled thoughts, he suddenly had an untimely thought. He couldn't help but think, if such a scourge was released, who would be able to withstand it? Chu Wanning gloomily gritted his teeth, but the flush on his face couldn't go away, and the content of his phoenix eyes blurred and messy. It was like he had a fever and was entangled by the heat. After standing outside for a long time, he returned to the room. Chu Wanning undid his hair bun, biting the hairband between his lips and teeth. He raised his hand to gather his long hair, and then tied it tightly into a ponytail. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at himself in the bronze mirror. His phoenix eyes were narrow, and when he wasn't smiling, there was always a sense of dignity and ruthlessness, which was not likable. The bridge of his nose was not too high, the curve was gentle, and the outline was not very vivid, which was not likable. His mouth, forget it, this mouth was the same as the words that came out of it, very thin, cold in color, without any warmth. Of course it was not likable. Who knew what was wrong with Mo Ran to have such passion? Chu Wanning had always been extremely conservative and inflexible when it came to matters of the heart. He knew very little, and that kind of licentious book would dirty his fingertips even if he touched it, so he stared at the mirror and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure anything out. Forget it. Then he might as well not think about it. Elder Yu Heng, who had never experienced love before, thought to himself. After all, it wasn't necessarily that a man's body would only react when he was in love. Perhaps this was just a coincidence. The next day, Shui Zhengyong and Madame Wang stood in front of the mountain gate early in the morning, waiting for the other three people to arrive. The first person to arrive was Shui Meng. He usually wore the blue-silver soft armor of the pinnacle of life and death, which always made him appear sharp and fierce. But today, he was wearing an elegant and solemn ceremonial robe, and his hair was combed simply, leaving only a jasper hairpin. His entire temperament was somewhat different. He was graceful, luxurious, and elegant. Seeing his parents, he actually felt a bit embarrassed. He tugged at the corner of his sleeve and said, "Father, Mother." Shui Zhengyong couldn't help but praise, "Meng is really beautiful. You're practically carved from the same mold as your mother." Madame Wang's pair of beautiful eyes drooped. Her face was probably a bit red from her husband's praise. She waved her hand at Shui Meng and said, "Come, Meng, come here." Shui Meng stood in front of her. She looked up at him for a while, her eyes seemed to be filled with the passing of time. After a while she lightly sighed. "This set of clothes suits you. It makes your skin look white. It's very good." Shui Meng smiled. "Isn't it because my mother gave birth to me well? You only know how to talk nonsense just like your father," Madame Wang said, somewhat rueful. In the blink of an eye, it's already been 20 years, Shui Meng seemed to have guessed what she was going to say next. Suddenly, his smile froze, and he subconsciously took half a step back. But what was the use of this half step? He still couldn't avoid his mother's nagging. Sure enough, Madame Wang pulled him and said earnestly, "Meng, today we're going to the Confucian Wen sect to congratulate young Master Nangong. Look, you're about the same age as him. Isn't it about time to talk about marriage?" "Mother, I haven't thought about getting married yet. I don't have anyone I like," Shui Meng muttered. "Mother knows you don't have anyone you like, so when you go to this banquet you have to pay more attention to other girls. They don't have to be rich, noble, or beautiful. As long as they're not bad and you like them, Mother will definitely take care of it for you and find someone to act as a matchmaker." Shui Meng's face reddened. "We haven't even started dating yet." "Mother, why are you directly thinking about matchmaking?" "Mother is just mentioning it. But I don't like anyone." "Mother, look at those girls we met in the cultivation world. None of them are as beautiful as me. If I were to marry them, wouldn't I be the one to lose out? I won't marry them, I won't marry them, I won't marry them." Shui Meng shook his head like a rattle drum. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and said, "Besides, why are you only urging me? Mo Ran is a year older than me. Why aren't you worried about him? There's also my master. What kind of realm is Elder Yu Hong? Can you compare yourself to him? Madame Wang was a bit amused. All right, I won't force you. Mother is just saying. I want you to pay attention, but if you really don't like anyone, then forget it. Do you think I'll tie you up and force you to do the wedding ceremony? Shui Zhengyong pondered for a while, then said, but I think Meng is right. Last time, I mentioned the matter of a Dao companion to Yu Hong. Ah? Shui Meng was very surprised to hear this. Father, you mentioned this to Master? He didn't fall out with you? He did. Shui Zhengyong smiled bitterly. He kicked me out. Madame Wang. Shui Meng laughed out loud. I knew it. My master has the bones of an immortal. If he's not a sky god, then he's better than one. A person like him has already cut off all feelings and desires. What's the point of having a Dao companion? Shui Zhengyong sighed, clearly still unwilling to give up. Just as he was about to argue with his son, Madame Wang suddenly covered her mouth with her sleeve and said softly, Husband, don't say any more. Elder Yu Hong is here. In the morning fog that had yet to disperse, Chu Wanning slowly walked over on the wet limestone floor. His robe was loose, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was wearing an embroidered robe. The robe was moonwhite in color, and the edges were covered with golden threads. As he moved, the golden threads faintly flowed under the sunlight. His hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin, and the end of the hairpin was inlaid with a plum blossom carved from a ruby. His entire person was dyed with dignity in his simplicity, and there was a hint of aloofness in his coldness. At that moment, Shui Zhengyong suddenly felt powerless. He opened his mouth and closed it. He thought that Shui Ming was right. What kind of woman would be placed next to such a person so that she would not be drowned by his brilliance and be covered by dust because of his aura? The sky god walked to the mortal world and stood in front of the mountain gate. He frowned and glanced at Shui Zhengyong. My lord. Haha, Yu Hong, the robe fits you well. Chu Wanning raised his hand, and a sachet with complicated patterns swayed in the air. He said, the sachet that came with the ceremonial robe is a little different from the usual ones. Ah, that was made according to Lini's robe technique. What's wrong? The high and mighty sky god Taoist frowned slightly and said, it's too difficult. I don't know how to do it. Please give me some pointers. Shui Zhengyong was speechless. He taught Chu Wanning 3 times, but Chu Wanning still could not get around the knot. In the end, he simply gave up. Shui Meng could not bear to watch any longer. He volunteered to help his master tie the sachet. He put it on his waist in a few seconds. Chu Wanning looked at him and was surprised. He praised, not bad. Shui Zhengyong could not help but change his mind. He thought, heavens, if this kind of person did not have a Dao companion, wouldn't he die in the end because he could not take care of himself? After a while, Mo Ran also came. His complexion was not too good. Yesterday, Chu Wanning's kick was too fierce. He was too embarrassed to ask someone to heal him. Others would definitely ask him who kicked him. He could not say that he was the one who took advantage of Elder Yu Hong, could he? He could only meditate and heal himself. Now he finally felt better. His chest was not hurting so much that it was difficult to breathe. However, he saw Chu Wanning standing beside Shui Zhengyong, quietly waiting for him. This man was wearing a moon-white suit embroidered with golden silk. His collar was pressed high. He was both ascetic and solemn. What a proper and handsome man. Mo Ran felt his chest move. He finally managed to straighten his breath, but it seemed to be interrupted again. He could not breathe and was in a mess. Cough. This was really terrible. He fell in love with a man he definitely could not fall in love with. He swore that he would never touch a man again. The old man who had been reborn for 2 lifetimes was really like a young man in his early 20s. He was young and impulsive. He felt that the world was in chaos just because of a look or a change of clothes from the person he loved. From then on, happiness was related to him, sadness was related to him, heartbeat was related to him, and breathing was related to him. Even the moonlight shining into the window lattice, the ant walking alone in the moonlight, and the stamen that attracted the ant were related to that person. He felt tormented and sullen in this kind of love, because every flower and leaf was his, but he could not get them. He could not pluck them. Damn it, the human world was making things difficult for him everywhere. Shui Zhengyong handed over the sex affairs to Elder Tanlang for the time being. He took the invitation card and set off with his wife. Whenever Chu Wanning went out, as long as they were not in a rush, they would usually take a carriage. This time was no exception. The group leisurely followed the official road to Lini. Along the way they went sightseeing. When they encountered some small monsters, they would help to get rid of them. After traveling for more than 10 days, they finally arrived at Dai City. Dai City was famous for its rouge. Once they reached the city, Shuizhenyong took Madame Wang to buy some rouge. Xue Meng felt that they were an old married couple, so he rubbed his goosebumps and refused to follow them. He first found a tea stall with Chu Wanning and sat down while waiting for their parents to come back. Revisiting the old place, the three of them felt a little emotional. Xue Meng said, "It's a pity that Shimei is not here. Otherwise it would be exactly the same as 6 years ago when we were seeking the sword. We could even go to the top of Shuiying Peak to play." Mo Ran laughed. "Aren't you afraid that the fake Gauchen is still waiting there? When he sees you, he will drag you to the bottom of the lake to reminisce." Speaking of the fake Gauchen, Chu Wanning frowned. "He doesn't seem to have made any moves in the past 5 years. Mo Ran said, "It's hard to say. There were a few big incidents, but they were all unsolved cases related to Xinwu. I suspect that he is the culprit, but I have no evidence." Xue Meng played with the cup in his hand and looked at Mo Ran. "I feel that those unsolved cases have nothing to do with him. Think about it, a few years ago he tried his best to find the essence spiritual body. You are the essence of the wood spirit, so he chased after you to harm you. Therefore he should be looking for people, not weapons." Chu Wanning said, "But in the past 5 years, there have been no cases of living people disappearing continuously." Mo Ran raised his hand and said, "I didn't encounter any encirclement or trap either. However, it's also possible that my whereabouts have been uncertain in the past 5 years, so he doesn't know where I am." The three of them pondered in silence until the lady boss delivered the tea leaves and fruits they ordered. Xue Meng scratched his head and said, "Do you guys think that he did too many bad things and burned himself to death by playing with fire? Don't look at me like that. Normally, evil spells can easily backfire." Xue Meng mumbled, "Otherwise, why hasn't he done anything in the past 5 years? Mo Ran suddenly said, "There is one possibility." "What?" "Look, Shizun hasn't done anything in the past 5 years." Before Mo Ran could finish his sentence, Xue Meng knocked him with his chopsticks. "What do you mean? Are you suspecting that the fake Gauchen is Shizun? Can you wait for me to finish?" Mo Ran said helplessly, "I'm just giving an example. I'm thinking that if the theft of Xinwu has nothing to do with the fake Gauchen, then he really hasn't done anything big in the past 5 years. Then, is it possible that he's like Shizun and has to stay in a certain place for some reason, such as being injured or some other reason?" When he said this, he suddenly thought of something and was stunned. "Shizun, what?" Mo Ran shook his head at first, as if he didn't believe this thought of his. However, after hesitating for a moment, he mumbled, "Master Huizue. In the past 5 years, he didn't know about the other experts, but it was obvious that there was one person who was trapped in the Red Lotus Pavilion like Chu Wanning and never left. Master Huizue." However, this thought was too disrespectful. No matter what, Master Huizue had taught Chu Wanning before. Mo Ran didn't know what kind of feelings his Shizun had for Huizue, so he didn't dare to be too rash. Chu Wanning said, "There's no need to think about it. It can't be him." He said it casually, but there was no hesitation in his words. Mo Ran immediately nodded. Since Chu Wanning wasn't willing to talk about the past when he studied under Huizue, then he wouldn't force him to ask. He continued to think then, are there any other experts who haven't shown up in the past 5 years? Lonman's sect leader Jiang Shi. Xue Meng said, during the Soul Mountain Conference, all the sect leaders were present. He was the only one who didn't come because he was sick and rarely showed up. Mo Ran laughed. That's your mother Shixiang, right? Are you suspecting him? Chu Wanning said. Jiang Shi thinks highly of himself. He was never willing to be under the Confucian Wind sect at Lonman's night, so ever since Nangong Lu became the head of the 10 great sects, he didn't go to any of the gatherings, not just in the past 5 years. Then he didn't. Xue Meng said, "Sai, forget it. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. There are too few clues. My head hurts from thinking about it." At this time, Madame Wang and Shuizhenyong came back. It was already late. So the five of them prepared to find a place to stay in Dai City. Shui Meng said, I know a good inn that even has a hot spring pool. Mo Ran was speechless. He didn't need to think to know which inn Shui Meng was talking about. Wasn't it the inn where they stayed when they were young? Back then, when he was soaking in the hot spring, he fell into Chu Wanning's arms without thinking. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but cough lightly and silently turn his face away. He didn't want others to see the slight blush and expectation in his eyes, but his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Shui Meng was a person who always exaggerated a little. He would do his best to support the things he liked, but he wouldn't give them a chance to make a comeback. But as the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Shui Zhengyong felt that he could only believe half of his son's words, so he asked Mo Ran, Ranner has stayed in that inn before, right? What do you think? Mo Ran coughed twice again and didn't dare to look directly at his uncle. It's not bad. Then let's stay there. Shui Zhengyong made the decision. Mo Ran's palms were sweating, and his fingertips were slightly curled because of the throbbing in his heart. He lowered his head and seemed to be docile and gentle as he said, but in his heart he was thinking, can I take a bath with Shizun like back then? He couldn't help but recall Chu Wanning's tall and handsome body in the hazy steam. The lines of his body were sharp and tight, full of tempting tension. But if he really took a bath with Chu Wanning in the hazy steam, could he really resist? After they finished discussing where to go, the others had already stood up. Shui Meng finished eating the peanuts in his hand and also stood up. He turned his head to look at his cousin who was still sitting in the same place with an unfathomable expression. What's wrong? Let's go. Mo Ran's expression was a little strange. Maybe it was because of the setting sun, but his handsome face seemed to be a little red. He reached out to pour himself another cup of tea and insisted on not standing up. Instead, he continued to sit there awkwardly. He coughed a few times and said, We ordered so much but we still haven't finished it. It's a waste. You guys go first, I know the way. I'll come back after drinking the tea. Chapter 150. Speaking of which, this town was famous because of Shuiying Peak. However, after that incident with the fake North Star Alliance, Jin Chengqi's weapons were all destroyed. Many years passed in the blink of an eye, and the town gradually became desolate. Many inns that provided lodging for swordsmen closed down due to poor business and changed to other businesses. However, the inn with a hot spring that the master and disciple stayed in back then stubbornly survived. Furthermore, because of Nangong Gongzi's wedding, the guests who came to congratulate the Confucian Wind sect would first settle down in Dai City. This inn actually regained its former vitality. Shui Zhengyong lifted the bamboo curtain and stepped into the lobby. Boss, check in. 4 people. Before Shui Zhengyong could answer, he heard a low voice behind him. No, 5. It turned out that Mo Ran had left in a hurry and coincidentally followed them. Shui Meng saw him and was somewhat surprised. So fast? Mo Ran was stunned at first, then his face darkened. He secretly said angrily, Is it very slow for you to clear your mind? Sitting in front of the tea stall and chanting a few words of the mind-cleansing mantra is something you can do. However, he also knew that what Shui Meng said was not the same as what he was thinking, so it was not good for him to lose his temper. He could only nod rather reservedly. You swallowed all the melon seeds and didn't even spit out the shells, right? Mo Ran was speechless. Sir, there are 5 people. How many rooms do you want? Shui Zhengyong said, I'll share a room with my wife. In addition, give me 3 rooms of the best quality, so there are 4 rooms in total. Hearing his uncle's arrangement, Mo Ran remained silent on the surface, but he was faintly restless in his heart. He actually secretly hoped that the conversation from back then could be repeated. The boss told them that all the rooms were full, so they had to squeeze a little. That way he could forget it. In fact, he still couldn't do anything. However, if he could be alone in a room with Chu Wanning, he felt very warm in his heart. He felt a little uneasy but also a little excited. After all, the blood that flowed in his veins was still the blood of wolves, tigers, and leopards. However, coincidences often didn't happen that often. This time the shopkeeper happily said, Okay, 4 rooms of the best quality. He flipped over to the cupboard and took out the key. He dragged out his voice and called out, "Sir, the second floor, please." Mo Ran looked at him silently, his eyes gloomy. He thought to himself, "Idiot, why are you so happy about getting 4 rooms? What was there to be happy about? What was there to be happy about? What's there to be happy about earning more money? Ranair, why are you pinching the counter?" Mo Ran calmly withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. The area where the board was facing down had already been cracked by him. He was afraid that it would break if he used any more strength. "It's nothing." After taking the key from Shuizhenyong and going upstairs, Mo Ran stood in front of his room and suddenly froze. He turned around and saw that Chu Wanning was also looking at him. "You live here?" "Mia." Mo Ran hesitated for a while. First he lowered his eyelashes, then he couldn't help but look up. His bright black eyes looked at Chu Wanning's face. "Shizun, do you still remember?" "Remember what?" Mo Ran pointed at his room and said, "When we came to ask for the sword, Shizun lived in this room." Mo Ran looked at him cautiously. His voice was very restrained, but he couldn't hide the faint expectation. "Shizun, do you still remember?" Chu Wanning thought, "How could I not remember?" Walking up to this floor, the past came up the stairs, creaking together with the old stairs that had not been repaired for a long time. The smell of wood that had been soaked in the passage of time slowly rose up. He could almost see the young Mo Ran pushing open the door with a cynical expression on his face. He grinned at him, his dimples very shallow and deep. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Mo Ran seemed to be a little disappointed. He lowered his gaze and said, "Maybe I remembered wrongly and mixed it up." "That's right." Mo Ran suddenly raised his head. Chu Wanning looked at him and seemed to smile faintly. "You didn't remember wrongly. It's this room." This sentence was like a spark that lit up the darkness in Mo Ran's eyes. The corners of Mo Ran's mouth gradually turned into a sweet smile, as if he had eaten a very tasty candy. He pointed at Chu Wanning's current room and said, "Also, Shizun lived in the room that I used to live in." He was very happy. He said it frankly. But Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He stopped smiling and said angrily, "I don't remember clearly." As he said this, he pushed open the door and entered the room, shutting Mo Ran outside. What did he do wrong to make him unhappy? It was night. Mo Ran didn't dare to go to the bathhouse to soak in the hot spring. Some things were better safe than sorry. He felt that he was close to the limit of his desire. If Chu Wanning gave him a little more of spring, he didn't know if he could still resist being a gentleman and not pick this flower that was high up in the mountains. He lay on the bed, his head resting on his arms. He was really bored, so he began to think about how he should get along with Chu Wanning. He was not a very smart person. He felt that Chu Wanning was like a big white cat. He wanted to be good to Chu Wanning and take care of this snow-white cat, but he always stroked its fur twice in exchange for a claw from the white cat. It was as if it was uncomfortable to be stroked by him, and it was not what he wanted. He felt very guilty, but he really didn't know where he could touch the cat and where he couldn't. He was like a person who had just raised a cat and didn't know much about everything. He only knew how to hold the white cat in the palm of his hand and lick its fur. In exchange, he got a roar and another slap. Mo Ran turned over, blinked, and was very depressed. He suddenly remembered that in the layout of this inn, the bed in the next room and his room should only be next to a wooden wall. As soon as this thought appeared, Mo Ran couldn't sleep even more. He felt that his mouth was a little dry. Did Chu Wanning go to take a bath? Or was he preparing to? But he didn't hear any movement in his room. If Chu Wanning didn't plan to take a bath, then at this time would he be lying down? Then they were actually very close to each other now. If there wasn't a thin wooden partition in the middle separating them, they would actually be lying together. This thought made the young man's blood boil. It was like a sleeping volcano that was dangerously flowing, but it didn't erupt. He couldn't help but sleep closer to the wall. After all, the wall made of wood and mud was different. The wood was so thin, at most 3 fingers wide. Mo Ran thought that Chu Wanning was lying 3 feet away from him, taking off his clothes, or only wearing a thin undergarment. He closed his eyes and swallowed. He felt his heart burning through his whole body, burning to the corners of his eyes. He didn't open his eyes, but if he did, there would be traces of blood in them, a patch of red. Then he suddenly remembered another thing. This thing was too exciting. His whole body trembled and tightened, blood rushing to his lower body. He had once violated himself on the bed that Chu Wanning slept on. The memory was so damp, sinful and sweet. Mo Ran recalled this incident, and his scalp went numb. He remembered that year when he was soaking in the hot spring. He accidentally fell into Chu Wanning's arms. That dry and hot feeling couldn't go away. He could only rub himself against himself, his forehead against the wall, and just like that, he vented his love. Mo Ran opened half of his eyes slightly. His eyes were dark. The dark part was like a rock, but there was red lava flowing under the rock. He once again pressed his forehead against the wall. His heart felt like it was going to burst. How could he be so stupid back then? It was clearly such a bright desire and love. How could he not notice it? He pressed one hand against the wall, trying to restrain himself, but he really couldn't. When he thought that he didn't love, he could think of Chu wanting to vent his feelings without restraint. But when he fell in love, he was destined to be with the person just a wall away. He couldn't get what he wanted. Even when he dreamed, he felt that it was dirty, that it was blasphemy to Chu Wanning. Restraining his desires, this was too torturous for a young and vigorous body. The tip of his nose was pressed against the wall, and his burning hot body was doing his best to press against that thin wall. His thoughts were in chaos and his eyes were blurred. He even faintly felt a trace of an illusion in the lush tide of passion. It was as if Chu Wanning's breath, the faint begonia scent on Chu Wanning's body, had already seeped through the cracks in the wood and seeped into his bed, tightly wrapping around him. Chu Wanning's scent was seducing him, pitiful him. Seducing his animal desires, pitiful his human nature. Seducing his burning desire, pitiful him, but he couldn't ask for it. Mo Ran, in such a seductive and pitiful state, painfully furrowed his brows. His hand pressed against the wall. His joints were distinct, and his veins were bulging. In contrast to his violent expression, however, he was almost sobbing as he begged. He softly murmured, "Chu Wanning, Wanning," but he didn't know that on the other side of the wall, Chu Wanning actually didn't dare to bathe in the hot spring. He was indeed like Mo Ran thought, lying down a long time ago. Right now he was also thinking of him, longing for him. Chu Wanning's slender fingers were also stroking the slightly cold wooden board, and his forehead was also pressed against this emotionless wall. The two of them had such a deep misunderstanding in their previous lives, to the point that they were strangers on different paths, separated by a huge abyss. So in this life they used their blood to fill the abyss into a sea of blood, swimming towards each other. But because of this layer of barrier, they couldn't see each other's surging emotions, and could only let their own love overflow. But they were clearly so close to each other. They were so close that Mo Ran felt as if he could hear Chu Wanning's heartbeat, and Chu Wanning felt as if he could hear Mo Ran's breathing. Dong dong dong. Mo Ran was shocked, and unhappily said, "Who is it?" When he shouted, Chu Wanning next door was also shocked, and then he realized that Mo Ran really was sleeping with his back against the wall, so close to him that this low and hoarse voice sounded as if he was shouting next to his pillow. Chu Wanning couldn't help but clench his 10 fingers, and a pair of phoenix eyes opened in the darkness. "It's me, Shueming," the outside said. The man outside said, "My mother said that she put me and your luggage together. Open the door quickly. Really, I'm waiting for a shower." Of course, eavesdropping wasn't a good thing, but Chu Wanning thought that he wasn't eavesdropping. The wood was too thin, the room's soundproofing was too bad, and Shueming was shouting too loudly. In any case, he didn't want to listen. Chu Wanning thought this, wrapped himself in the blanket, and leaned against the wall. The sound of the bed creaking came from next door, and after a while the door opened. Shueming's voice sounded again. "Hey, why are you already asleep? So early?" "I'm sleepy." Mo Ran choked a little. "Hurry, I was woken up by you in the middle of my sleep. Take your clothes, quickly, go 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 go." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Shueming paused, and there was a hint of suspicion in her voice. "You unlocked the door so early in the morning, and you don't want to come out. You're so anxious just because I said a few words to you. Are you? What am I doing?" Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes wide, and unconsciously thought of the body brushing against Mo Ran by the lotus pond. That youth had too much passion and high spirits, and when he was ready to take action, it was as if he could take someone's life. a young man in his early 20s who didn't practice the way of asceticism like him. How much boiling magma was hidden in his body? How often was it normal to release it? Chu Wanning didn't know all of this. He had a pure heart and few desires for a long time. He didn't understand. Now he wanted to know a little, but for the sake of his face, he couldn't let go of his pride. He was such a proud person. Who could he ask this kind of question? He couldn't just randomly pull a disciple and say, "Sorry to disturb, I want to ask a normal man, how often should he release his desires?" Oh, just thinking about it made him feel perverted beyond words. Of course, the Peak of Life and Death had books related to dual cultivation, but every book had to be registered. Chu Wanning really couldn't imagine the following words in the book: Legend of the Ambitious Man on the Bed, Drifting and Sinking in the Sea Borrower, Elder Yu Hung Chu Wanning. Oh, just kill him. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.